Podcast, brother. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
I see you've been very prolific. You've written a number of books. You've got a school you're running. And I just wanted, I mean, you and I have known each other many years, but I mostly just wanted to have the world find out a little bit about you and what you're up to.
Sure. I miss chatting with you too. And yeah, let's get started.
Tell me a little bit about your name.
Which one?
I once knew you as Very Honored Frater Ka.
Right. That's basically my magical motto when I was in same order as you were in.
Mm-hmm.
And the motto was received by a meditation before my 5-6 initiation. I was doing meditation with the great Archangel Michael, and I wasn't really asking for a name, but I was doing a meditation since it's a solar initiation and it's initiation to 5-6, and I received my motto, which was pretty long. So I looked at that and I went, okay. So what I'm going to do, I am going to take the first letter of my motto and the last letter of my motto, and that became K-A, or Ka,
mm-hmm.
Right? And it was interesting enough that I did the numerology in Hebrew, gematria of my motto, and it added up to 999. So I was like, okay.
You sewed.
Well, 999, yes, you sewed. Well, we did meet, I think, when you were still early in Temple of Isis, right?
We did, yeah, at the Mystic Eye.
Right, but you didn't actually get to talk to me very much. No, my actual legal name is Inmerkar.
Oh.
That's the name of my passport.
Okay.
The Mimo is the title that my mom would call me. She has a habit of calling all of her kids with cutesy names. So, my poor brother gets the nickname Foodie. And we kind of joke about that because he likes to eat a lot and he's a bit chubby. But so she calls him Foodie. But his actual real name is Fahad, which is tiger.
Nice.
Right. But which translates into the word tiger. But she calls him Foodie. So she didn't get to choose the names for her kids that she wanted. So she ended up just picking up cutesy names for all of us. So I ended up with Mimo for a while.
So after you were imperator of a traditional Golden Dawn temple for a while, and then you established the Angelic College of Damkar. I'm going to be going over the Fama Fraternitatis in this and other episodes. There's one point where the person who becomes known as Christian Rosenkreutz travels to Damascus, or Damkar in the Hebrew tongue.
Right.
And I was wondering if there was any connection between that and the name of that order that you had established back then.
Well, there is an overlap, but it's not the reason why the name was picked.
Mm-hmm.
It had nothing to do with that. We didn't choose the name because of the Fama. What we decided to do, and I say we because it wasn't just me.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually more than one person at the time when the group initially started. What we decided to do was not get stuck with the idea of names. And I have to admit, that's kind of fault of your organization, or our organization in the beginning, because they went through all kinds of drastic changes.
Right.
I mean, it kept changing. And a lot of time, the organization name got changed because they had no choice.
Right.
There was always some legal element involved, some marketing purpose involved, something of the sort. It was a secular reason why the names were constantly changed.
Right.
So what we decided to do was say, look, what we're going to do is we're going to select names that are talismanic, that represent an energy we're working with, an energy we're trying to attract, a phase of development spiritually that we're on, not anything to do with secular marketing or anything like that, just purely something that we're at as far as a spiritual level,
mm-hmm.
or development phase. And when we reach the end of the line, we will drop the name and we will just start the new name. And the real name, or the internal name that of the society, will remain invisible. It will not be actually revealed publicly. It will be kept secret. And as far as the outer world is concerned, we will just keep reinventing our names as we went by.
Right.
So in the initial stage, we were working with the energy of Damkar. So I'm not referring to the order in the Middle East. I'm actually referring to the real translation of the word, which is blood of the Lamb. So we were focused on the blood of the Lamb energy. And that was inherent in the way the temple was structured, the symbolism of our rites. Everything that we were doing was pretty much focused on that. And then we shifted it. We moved into the next phase, and it became the white flame, which is where we're at right now, the white flame. And the blood of the Lamb and the white flame, they both actually represent the same force, the same being that we're kind of working with, the same energy we're working with, but at different phases of development.
Good. Okay, so, in your considered opinion, when it comes to working with jinn, is there anyone who's more of an expert than you?
I think there's lots of people who are more experts than me. I will never claim, ever, to be the number one expert in any field ever. That's just way much of a megalomania.
Well, in my circle of friends, that you're definitely at the top of that.
You know, that was completely accidental. It wasn't that I set out to be the number one expert. It just happened that, I was the only Arab, really, who was active in the circles, who spoke pretty much strong Arabic and had access to the information. Did I work heavily with the jinn? Sort of, I did in the beginning and in the middle. Most of my experiences with the jinn really comes from the jinn themselves.
For example?
In the story I put out in Magic That Works, it was me and one of our sisters in the Temple of Tahuti. We were watching the movie Independence Day, and it had just come out.
Okay.
And I was doing research, being the Virgo that I am, I was doing a lot of research on trying to figure out what the Ring of Solomon really looked like. That was sort of my point of focus, the Ring of Solomon. And I was just digging every manuscript I could get my hands on. And one of those manuscripts was one of my first books on magic, which is Son of Knowledge, or Shamsul Ma'arif al-Kubra. And in it, there were a number of genie names that I have memorized, right? And anyway, so we were pretty much driving. And as we were driving, we were talking about the movie, we were talking about the aliens, and the conversation inevitably went into the jinn. And I was saying, well, some people would say that all these various UFO encounters probably are nothing more than the jinn themselves, right? And she says, really? I said, well, they're supposed to have their own civilization. They're supposed to have a number of powers, right? Going to space is being one of those powers they possess, being able to ascend to space. And they're supposed to be able to do things like teleportation. And she said, well, that would be really nice because it's 1:30 in the morning and I'm really tired. I really don't want to drive. You think the jinn would teleport? I said, why not? We can ask them. Let's play. Let's ask a genie to teleport this car. She says, yeah, that would be really, really cool. The thing is, I didn't ask anybody. Because in my brain at that time, growing up and getting most of my education, in a scientific mindset, and being in the West and having a scientific mindset in the West, the idea of teleportation was fiction. It was Star Wars. It was Star Trek. It was fiction. So even so, I've read it in the grimoires, and they said that the jinn can do this. In my brain, it wasn't really real. I didn't have that in my head that they could actually really do this. It was, a fantasy.
Right.
Aladdin and the Lamb. No, it was Aladdin and the Lamp. It was a story. Arabian Nights. It's fable. I didn't really, really, really believe they could teleport. Well, to our shock, they did that.
Nice.
They teleported our car, right? And I sat there. She was pretty okay. She was the type that when she gets into shock, she just sits there silently, staring at everything. And she was the one driving, so it was really a shock for her because she had to press the brakes really quickly before we ended up in the water. Because we were driving from, I don't know if you've been to Vancouver or not.
I have.
Okay, well, we were at Metrotown. So we were driving from Metrotown. I don't know if you remember Metrotown. We were driving from Metrotown, and we were heading over to Surrey.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to cross the bridge. And we were at the intersection point of the bridge where you just have to make that last turn, and then you have to get on the bridge.
Right.
And we saw all the signs. We know where we are. I mean, we know where we are. This is our city. We know where we are. And when we got teleported, we were looking at the ocean. There was no road.
That's a trip.
There was simply no road. It wasn't like, you got turned around and you're driving. No, there was no road.
And the car was still moving?
You're still driving.
Wow.
But before we were teleported, we both experienced a kind of a weird temporal shift in our consciousness. It was like everything began to move weirdly, oddly. It wasn't normal. We both were commenting that, why is everything around us looking suddenly like it's a movie? And it's, like either fast forward or slow. It wasn't really like it should look like.
Right.
But the teleportation experience, all of it happened within seconds. After we started noticing the shift, it took only seconds. So she was still driving because the light had turned from red to green and she was crossing. Here she is crossing the four-way intersection, and instead of making it to the end of the intersection, we were both looking at the road leading to a bridge. Now we were looking at the ocean front and no road. So she had to brake before we ended up in the water.
That sounds like a fifth dimensional crossing of some kind.
I don't ask me to explain it. I don't know how they done it, but I just know what actually we were experiencing.
That is a trip.
And as we got there, she stopped the car and she's now sitting quietly in shock. The thing is, I've never been to that part of town, and the way the buildings were structured, I didn't see these buildings before. Even so, I live in the city, I didn't see this particular building before. So I was starting to figure out if I'm still even in Canada. So I was looking like, are we in China? Are we in Japan? Are we in Korea? What happened? What happened to us, right?
Yeah.
I was freaking out because, I'm already hyper. So it's like, I'm seriously freaking out. And she's just sitting there quietly and she stares at it. And then I realized we're not only not on the road anymore and we're staring at a waterfront, we actually have a ceiling over our heads. We were in a parking lot. We've been teleported from the road intersection into a parking lot looking at the waterfront. And I was like, do you recognize where we are? Because now I'm starting to calm down. And she looks at me, she says, we're still in Vancouver. I said, okay, do you know where in Vancouver? She says, yeah, I know that building. I said, all right, where are we? She said, we're across from North Vancouver. I said, what do you mean? She said, we're in the exact opposite point. So, of course, we had to, get out of the parking lot and get back into the road. And we're driving. And I'm sitting here thinking, what just happened? When as we were driving, I could see with my eyes open what looked like a figure coming out the window really, really fast. Super fast. And he was wearing a purple robe, but his face was not human. He had no eyes, nothing like that. The rest of his features were like a shadow. But he was wearing what looked like a purplish robe. And I remembered this figure from before, because he was mentioned in Son of Knowledge Grimoire, and I had worked with him years before. And he goes right through the windowsill, through the windshield, and he sits right behind us. I looked at her, I said, did you see something? She said, of course. What did you see? She said, I saw something wearing a purple robe go through our window shield and sit right behind us. I said, so you mean you saw the same guy? She says, yeah, he's right behind us, wearing a purple robe. So I knew who it was, and I started talking to him quickly. He was very brief, really. He just said, I teleported this car to show you what we can do. Don't fuck with us, basically, and don't share our secrets. Do not reveal the information that you know about us. Keep quiet. Because we could do this at any time to anybody, basically. And he just left. See, we looked at the clock when we left, and we knew what time we were teleported. We had an idea of the time the teleportation has actually happened. And then we drove home. We arrived at the house. No more surprises. But there was one catch. The time it took for us to drive halfway to our destination, get teleported the exact opposite point drive back to Metrotown, drive again as we were driving before, all the way into the house, in the temple house in Surrey, was less time than had we just driven straight. We calculated 40 minutes or 35 minutes, between 35 to 40 minutes are missing.
So I'm looking here at Ishtar Publishing. Is that your website, or is that...
It's a company that produces my books.
Okay. And I'm looking at the section. So for those listening, that's ishtarpublishing.com.
You can find my website at sacredmagic.org and whitemagicmastery.com and jin-dejin.com. Those are my personal sites.
Okay. And it looks like you have a number of books on esoterica and jinn. And do you have any thoughts about Book M?
Book M? You're talking about the Fama?
There was something about Book M in the context of the Christian Rosencreutz, but then there's a theory that might actually be the Picatrix. Christian Rosencreutz had translated the Picatrix into Latin.
Well, the thing is this. When you're dealing with Arabic magic grimoires, there are very specific symbols or names that often repeat themselves. Regardless of the text you're looking at, those symbols or those names would appear there. You cannot pick a magic book in Arabic without these symbols or these set of names being referenced in some form. These set of symbols don't make it anywhere in European literature, as far as I recall. They don't appear in the Fama. They don't get passed around to the Golden Dawn. They don't appear in the 3 books of occult philosophy. The only time a variation of these symbols appear in a book was actually a book by Kaplan on the Kabbalah and meditation, and he has these symbols in a kind of corrupted form in his book, and talks about how they were used in North Africa for North African Jews, or Spanish Jews for attaining an experience of the Merkaba. And he leaves it at that. He doesn't go any further than this. And he doesn't reproduce the symbols accurately either. He kind of creates a version of them. I'm guessing, he didn't want to reveal what he considered to be sacred knowledge to the, the public, the masses. But these symbols don't appear anywhere in European literature or text to the Middle Ages, to the time of the Golden Dawn. So I am not really 100% sure that Christian Rosencreutz's story of traveling to the Middle East is accurate.
Oh, of course. One of my things is I like to find what it was that the people that published it were talking about, if anything. If it was a fiction, then what is it referencing, or what truths is it drawing from? So that's the only reason I ask. I'm sort of in an ongoing quest to figure the thing out.
Ghayat al-Hakim is attributed to the Majriti, and Majriti's name starts with M. The book itself gained more fame in Europe than it ever did in the Middle East. The Picatrix, the actual Picatrix, Ghayat al-Hakim, the Picatrix, it was compiled by al-Majriti, and his book is pretty famous in European occultism as sort of a mystical text that never really gets translated into English. It gets referenced.
Right.
It gets that mystique around it. But in the Middle East, it's not that famous or popular. It exists, it gets translated, it's printed and reproduced from time to time, but it's not that popular compared to how it is popular in European or Western culture. So if somebody was to translate this text and publish it in Europe or North America, he's doing this because Europeans and North Americans want it.
Right.
Not because it's the de facto go back to source in the Middle East. It's not.
I noticed some overlap in between the Picatrix and some of the Divine Pymander of Hermes. specifically the parts where they drew the adoration of the Lord of the Universe from the Golden Dawn and other Masonic traditions. Holy art thou, Lord of the Universe, holy art thou, which nature has not formed. But it goes on, and there's more to it in the Pymander, and then it could be found in the Picatrix as well.
The Picatrix is a compilation. A lot of the Arabic texts are compilations as well. For example, if you take a look at the Son of Knowledge, Shams al-Ma'arif, the original version, which was verified to have been written during the author's life when he was still alive, was approximately maybe 80 pages, 80 or 90 pages. But at the time he had died, and then the whole thing got reproduced, reprinted. It almost made it to nearly 1,000 pages. So, they've compiled. And the problem with the compilation back then is that they did not give reference to where they got their material. And sometimes they would take prayers, conjurations, they will take even entire books, and they will just mix them together, and you don't know when one begins and one ends. You just have this whole collection of information put in together.
Interesting.
Now, as far as Hermes is concerned, Hermes is a critical figure in the Arabic culture and Arabic lore. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes, oldest and really only known original copy of that, was in Arabic. I did a translation of it. It was on Wikipedia for a while, and then they got taken out of fear of copyright infringement. A lot of the Arabic texts, even grimoires dealing with evocation, they make references to Hermes and Hermetics. So there's definitely a reoccurring thread to the Arabic literature. Mm-hmm. So it would not be a stretch for any of these texts to contain original Hermetic documents or literature that was translated into Arabic and then retranslated back again into Latin and then from there into English.
That makes sense. So I guess as an esoteric nerd myself, my interest would be in finding the source documents, or the earlier, if there's a document that I know the English version of, or that I have the Latin version of, then I would be interested in the Arabic version of, or if there's an even earlier, maybe Greek version of these texts.
The absence of the Greek version, though, brings into my mind whether or not there was ever a Greek version.
Yeah.
I think they found, in some cases, they have found Syriac or Aramaic version. So that would make sense. Whether or not there's a Greek version, I don't know. Because the Greeks preserved much of their culture, much of the literature. You can go and find digs. You know, they don't do the same stupid stuff the Arabs do, where you blow shit up all the time.
Right. But sometimes they would get blown up by Persians and others.
Sometimes they get blown up. Yeah,
and other Greeks.
It's an equal opportunity boom.
It is really sad about all the ancient artifacts that every time, it's like a blow to the heart every time I hear about some new ancient...
Well, the sad thing about it is, I don't know many Westerners know this, but this actual group was recorded in Islamic literature as part of a prophecy. They had a prophecy on this particular group coming up on a rising. Everything from the color of the flag to their methods to the fact that they would use the way the styles that the names were styled, to the group name, all already in existence in Arabic literature 1,000 years ago. So
are they aware of that, or are they just fulfilling the prophecy?
Yeah, no, everybody's
So it's sort of like back when Bush and Saddam Hussein were playing out the Book of Revelation just because it's such a hot button for all these ignorant voters.
It's also in the Arabic text. You see, it's all there. The prophecy starts with an embargo on Iraq, followed by an embargo on Syria. Then it talks about the leader of Iraq basically being deposed. And it even make mentions of things like falling from the sky, like being bombed from the sky. They didn't have airplanes back then, but they kind of refer to it like that.
The plains of Mageddon.
Oh, they didn't say planes. They just... you're thinking like planes as in ground.
Armageddon, the word origin.
Yeah, it's. We're talking about the Arabic text. They didn't have Armageddon in the Arabic text, but they did have something. Right. But they did have something similar. They called it al-Malhama, which is basically the great butchering, the great massacre. So in their story narrative, first you would have the embargo on Iraq, then you would have the embargo on Syria, then you would have the war in Iraq, then you would have the war in Syria, then you will have the group that will come out carrying a black flag, and then they went into detail describing this group. And then after that, a number of other events would happen, and then there would be a huge massacre in the region like never seen before. So like a global war, I'm guessing. And then you will have the whole thing happening with Jesus and the Antichrist, and now it dovetails straight in with the Christian variation of the Book of Revelation.
Oh, good.
No, it's not good, because if you think about it, if you really think about it, if you ask the Christian their idea of the Antichrist, their archetype of the Antichrist is most likely going to be an Arab,
right,
and most likely going to be a Muslim. If you ask the Muslims, their version of the Antichrist is going to be a Jew. He's going to be Jewish. And if you ask the Jews, I have no idea what they all think, but
they'll say, "No, we don't have
Messiah,
a Christ. We don't have an Antichrist either. Fuck off." Yeah.
In the end of the story, no matter how you spin it, every group's Messiah is the other group's Antichrist. So what are you going to end up with? A big war between the three world religions? I mean, how that's going to pan out?
Well,
so it's not really good.
Speaking of revelations, though, there's the Meccan Revelations by Ibn Arabi that you and I spoke about before.
Right. I'm familiar with a portion of his work. I mean, Ibn Arabi is a lifelong study, so if I was to, claim that I'm familiar with his huge body of work, I'd be exaggerating. His Meccan Revelation are definitely his famous magnum opus. One of my favorite texts of his, though, that has been attributed to him, is his interpretation of the Quran itself. Where he's gone through every single verse in the Quran and interpreted it in a completely esoteric way. So it mirrors the Zohar.
Nice.
In how the Zohar approaches the Bible.
Right.
Of course, Ibn Arabi is considered a heretic.
Yeah, he got away with it, though. He was like the first one to get away with it.
He was one of the first ones to get away with it. But even today, he's still considered a heretic. They cuss at him. They curse his name. So, unless you're a mystic already, unless you're a Sufi already, or you have inclinations in that directions, you're not going to be investing a lot of your own effort in reading and figuring out what he's saying. And I assure you, it is not easy. His writing and his approach is definitely way beyond what most people are quick to grasp. It requires a certain level of consciousness elevation before you can even figure out what he's saying.
Right.
Because even if you read the words, the full implication, the full meaning of what he's trying to say is very, very elevated.
Yeah.
So it's a reading by an adept. A basic neophyte will just struggle with this and be like, well, okay. Ibn Arabi's discourse has always been about the idea of the perfect man, which is Adam Kadmon. He had a few ideas that are not orthodox, right? And I think part of it had to do with his encounters that he says has happened with the immortal, the Green Man. The Green Man being his teacher. So, the same green man that popped up in the Quran as having appeared to Moses at one point.
Is that the green man that they have, like, the face with the woodsman with the leaves and everything?
That's I think, more European.
Right.
I think their version of the green man, he has a green rug. He basically just lays out this green rug, and he sits there for prayer. He just likes green. He uses the color green heavily. And according to the narrative, he's an immortal. He doesn't die. Right. He's still alive. He still walks around. Thousands of years later, he's still walking around. Which I think is sort of taken from the ancient Near Eastern idea of the immortal sage. Kind of like Adapa. He seeks out immortality and attains it, and then just travels around the world passing on wisdom. But he only selects and chooses what ends up becoming great teachers of their time. Great masters of their time.
Makes me think of the 8 immortals in the Chinese system.
Well, the 8 immortals of the Chinese system is sort of copied in some way from the 7+1 immortals of the Hindus, which is copied from 7+1 immortals of the Sumerian, which also appear among the Greek. And the same guys appear.
Goes back as far as the Neanderthal.
Yeah, they just reappear. It's the same story reappear, but they're not human. So this is the sort of the side effect of the story.
Right.
Is they're not really human. I think they're pretty much the influence behind the idea of the Bani Elohim, or the Elohim directly, the Elohim being the gods, so to speak.
Tell me a little bit about what you're doing now.
This has been a lifelong journey. Arabic magic is very expansive and it contains a lot of things. I mean, in the Son of Knowledge, there's references to the world of Jabarut, which is Gibora, the world of Malakut, which is Malkut. You know, the world, then they talk about the world of Ibda, which is basically Briar and Absolute and all this stuff. So all of the stuff that you see in traditional Kabbalah has some kind of parallels in Arabic text. And one of the things that's very critical in Arabic text has parallels in the Kabbalah, but got lost somewhere in Western literature, is the science of the letters, or Ilm al-Huruf, which is basically literal Kabbalah. Now, I remember in the Golden Dawn we talked about literal Kabbalah and practical Kabbalah. And we said, this is literal Kabbalah and this is practical. We're the practical people doing, practical Golden Dawn magic.
Yep.
When I started looking into the Arabic text, it became very evident that literal Kabbalah is the key to the practical Kabbalah. That if you don't have mastery of this, your ability to fully succeed in magic is going to be, in their minds, questionable.
Right.
And it shouldn't be a complete surprise, because magic in the end is about language. We always talk about will, thanks to Crowley, but but in essence, even if you add will, it's about language. I mean, I don't know many magicians who will do a Jedi mind trick and they will just focus on an object and will it to levitate.
Right.
There's always going to be an evocation. There's going to be a chant, a mantra. I call thee, I summon thee, whatever. Even if you're doing the chaos magic route and you're coming up with gibberish that's supposed to have meaning to you, it's still words you're using. And that's sort of the key. They understood this, and they made it an important part of their cosmology. So you began with the letters, and then you moved on from the letters to the angels, and from the angels you moved on to the planets and the elements, and the planets and the elements, you moved on to the jinn, and then you moved into the underworld, and you just kind of went into this progression, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of their focus. So this has been my primary point of study. I have been experimenting and researching extensively on the literal Kabbalah. Now, I'm known in the West as the Jinn Man, but in practice, I am actually the guy that spends a lot of time trying to work out the literal Kabbalah, because to me, therein lies the keys. If I use the right word, the Jinn will show up pretty fast. If I don't use the proper word, I'm going to huff and puff and lose my voice trying to summon it. And a lot of people, they say, well, I don't think they fully understand the true power of this here. I'll give you an example. I had a student. I still have a student. He's still my student. He's still my friend, actually. One of my good friends. I called him up. He goes to work, and at the time, he lived in Texas, and he was a fencing instructor. So he would teach fencing, and then he would come home. Pretty tired, obviously, but he'll come home. And I called him up at like 10 p.m. his time after work. I said, "What are you doing?" "I'm chilling out. I had a pretty quiet day. I'm relaxing, blah, blah, blah. Would you be open for an experiment? Would you be my guinea pig?" "What are we doing?" "I'm just going to say something in Arabic." "Okay? Just tell me if you feel anything." "What are you doing?" "Oh, no, I'm not telling you. I'm just going to say it in Arabic, and you tell me if you feel something." "All right." So I did it. And what I did is I had created this mantra using a formula from an old Arabic manuscript. It's in the manuscript. I didn't make it up. It's already there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just copied the formula, and then I created this set of names, and I charged the spirits of these names, the Rohaniya, which I think often gets translated as intelligence in the Golden Dawn system.
From the Chaldean.
Yeah, but it's the actual, they're the living soul, the living spirit. Not as in spirit as you would think, like Goetic spirit, but like the living spirit, the emanation of the actual letter. So
intelligences, got it. Okay.
Yeah, like the fifth element, right?
Right.
So I would call it up and I would say, okay, go to this guy, but I didn't, that I was talking to. I don't want to say his name because I'm,
course.
but I just to the guy I'm talking to and make him feel very heavy and very sleepy. That was the command. Now, there is no visualization. I didn't sit here and try to visualize. I did not will. I didn't conjure or evoke. I merely chanted the mantra, which he doesn't understand, and called on the Rohaniya of the mantra to do this for me. And the results were immediate. He started coughing. He couldn't breathe. I thought he was going to die, actually. He was having a hard time breathing. He was collapsing on the couch, couldn't move a muscle. He had a headache, which felt like a mountain was in his chest. He said, I have a mountain on my chest. He's having trouble breathing. So I reversed it. I had created another mantra, set for fire. So I used the fire, and I called that out to give him energy, give him vitality, and remove this pressure that he was experiencing and this heaviness. And immediately, he went from being not able to breathe or move to jumping back out of his couch and full of energy, which was cool. Then he asked me what I did, and I explained what I did. Then I called him the next day, and I called him a bit late. I suck that way. I called him a bit late. It was like 1 a.m., and I'm hearing banging. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm building shelves at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, I'm building shelves. Well, aren't you tired? You had fencing. He said, yeah, I had fencing, and then I went to the racetrack, and I raced. He likes to race. I went to the racetrack, and I raced, and I came home, watched a movie, had dinner. It's 1 a.m. I have a lot of energy, so I'm building shelves. I'm like, wow, did you get enough sleep? He said, no, I haven't slept since the last time you did the fire mantra.
Better than caffeine, that's for sure.
Better than caffeine, right. So it does effectively, if you look at Arabic magic, this is a lot of what they do. They create these personalized chants, these personalized names of power. Then they have these angels, which are also extracted based off the literal Kabbalah. And then they have names of genie, also extracted using the literal Kabbalah. And then they create these personalized magic squares. And then they combine it all together with the energy of the planets. And voila, you have their magic system.
Excellent.
That's how it works. And it's devotional, it's theurgy. There's lots of prayers involved. But it's mathematically based, really. It's about sounds, vibration, music, numbers. And then they add the angels and the jinn with that. And they just put them all together. And then you have this really nice, cool system.
Very interesting. I'll have to learn some Arabic so that I can get a little deeper into it.
The first 22 letters of the Arabic alphabet is exactly the same as the Hebrew.
Oh, good.
And the hypothesis has been going on for a while among certain circles that the double letters of the Hebrew are actually, beforehand, were separate letters themselves, and that the actual letters of the Hebrew were the same as the Arabic, 28. And what they did in Hebrew, they just doubled the sounds into the same letter, while the Arabic kept the sounds separate letters.
What can you say briefly about the 28 mansions of the moon?
Don't go to the moons. This is very dangerous stuff.
Okay.
The jinn are very protective of this. We know the mansions. We have them, right? We know what they are. We have them listed. The Arabic books will go one step further and tell you, if the moon is in this mansion, the energy of this letter of the alphabet will descend, and you will have these overall effects, this is a good time to do work of love. This is a good time to travel. This is a good time to go fishing, whatever. They just tell you what it does. And they correspond, the mansions of the moon, with the Arabic alphabet, and that's listed. They don't go very far. And the Western literature doesn't go very far, because this stuff is actually protected by the jinn. The jinn will kill for that. They don't want you to know this information. I don't know why, but they guard it severely. So
proceed with caution.
Yeah, proceed with caution. We've
if
tried.
At all.
You think I'm kidding you, but I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm sincerely getting this information on behalf of whoever's listening.
The same student of mine, he was my guinea pig again, and this was just a couple of years ago, and we started working on the mansions. Actually, I had contacted one of the ancient genies, and he gave me information on the mansions, how to activate something with the mansions. That information is not public. Nobody knows it. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. He gave me the clue for it, and I was researching it. And I was talking to my friend, who also from time to time, make his own contact with the jinn. And he was like, sure, we can figure this out more. We can, between me and you, we can research this. We can come up to some answers. The moment we began digging into that thing, he started to get heavily attacked. And, he woke up one day and his cat's neck was broken and twisted in weird form in the middle of his kitchen.
How terrible.
Oh no, it was just, severe like that. He would get slapped by every time he starts to work on this with me, he would get physically attacked and he'd be bleeding from his nose. So the severity of what happened scared him because he has kids. So he decided to quit magic almost completely. He hasn't done rituals in almost a year or two, just left the whole thing behind. He's gone from being all gung-ho to just quitting the whole thing because he got scared.
Right.
And the jinn were very clear, you don't touch this. The mantras of the moons are off limits to humans. You don't go there. Now, why is it off limits? I don't know. What I'm talking about right now on my lecture, the webinar on the 33 lights, is actually about the Watchers. And when you think of the Watchers, the first thing you think about is the Book of Enoch, and you think about these angels that came down, had the romp with a bunch of human females and got chastised and put down into the pit for a while and slapped, and then God got really angry and just flooded the whole planet, flushed it all down the toilet and then started all over again.
That's basically what people remember from it.
That's what people remember from it. But there's actually a few things in the story that's kind of enigmatically slid over. First of all, the Watchers that came down were only a small segment. The rest of the Watchers never came down. They stayed in heaven. So the fallen Watchers are only a couple of hundred. The rest of them are still up in heaven. And they first appear in the book of Daniel, and it refers to them as the holy ones. And then they are referred to further on down as the seraphim and the cherubim. So that's a very specifically highly elevated class of angels we're talking about. That are the Watchers. Okay. The second thing, when God punishes the Watchers that came down, He, according to the book of Enoch, they're to be imprisoned on earth for 70 generations. Now, a generation is 70 years. So the total punishment for these angels is 4,900 years. Okay? If you're an angel whose life expands, maybe 100 million years, 49,000 years is like sitting in the corner for 2 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a very... For some reason, that according to the story, we ended up getting the bad end of the stick because we got the flood.
Well, if there's reincarnation, then it's not so bad. It's like we got fresh
so
bodies.
I'm talking about the part of the story.
Yeah,
he got the flood, and they got to sit in the corner for equivalent of 2 minutes. Okay, you're in the dark room for 2 minutes. Come back out. It wasn't really that long, but some people say that the actual imprisonment of the Watchers was around 3000 BC.
Oh, so that would put it at about 100 years ago or so.
Yeah, 100 years ago would be when they came out. Which would be around World War I, World War II, and the bomb.
Do you think they took human form and became MacArthur and a few others? There's that song by Rolling Stones where he's driving a tank and has a general's rank.
No, but if you take a look at the actual original story, though, the one in the Book of Enoch, Azazel and those guys when they came down, Shamiyaza and all of them, they taught mankind war, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
One of the original narratives is it taught mankind war. But so this is the kind of the common theme. But my interest is not really in the fallen Watchers. There's a lot of left-hand practitioners out there. They can have fun with them. I'm not really interested in the fallen. They're not my department.
The left-hand path.
Yeah, they're not my department. I think there's a very famous magician. I can't really pronounce his name very well, but he likes to make offers about Azazel. So yeah, he can have fun. My interest really in them is that the Watchers, which actually are referenced in Al-Buni, son of knowledge, as Al-Muraqibun, which really translate as Watchers, are the same contrast by exploration of their history. I was able to trace him back to Sumerian times and other societies and other cultures as positive teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when trying to figure out what kind of beings we're dealing here with, and hey, come on, Enochian is all about watchers. Every time you stand in the temple and say, "Oh, ye angels of the watchtower of the east," what are you calling? Calling the watchers, buddy. You're not calling, that's the order of angels, the watchtower of the east.
Even the Wiccans call on the watchtowers.
The watchers, exactly. Even the Wiccans call on the watchers. Ave tells D, what are the watchtowers? There are 4 angels. So he identifies already that the watchtowers are angels. They're not, only 4, not thousands, 4. But interestingly enough, in ancient time, the watchers were also stars. And if you take a look at the narrative in Hebrew text, of the seraphim, and how they are identified, the way they're described, the seraphim, you will see a lot of parallel with the sun, as far as their nature. Fiery serpents. Ever take a look at the sun? See those fiery serpents coming out of the sun all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Solar flares. You got all that coming out all the time?
For sure.
And they're also identified as, moving very fast, and they have different definitions, and very luminous and bright, blah, blah, blah. And then their wings are all covered with eyes. Why? Because they watch always. They're watchers, right? So the watchers and the seraphim are not very different. They're pretty much functionally or intrinsically are the same. And they're easily connected with the stars. So we know in the Kabbalah that every single thing in the universe has an angel set over it. We're told that in the Kabbalah, right?
Right.
Every plant, every leaf, every person has the idea of the guardian angel, right? You're a person, you have a guardian angel. Everything in the universe has an angel set over it. So every star in the universe would have an angel set over it.
Oh, at least one for sure. Yeah.
At least one for sure. And those angels, in my webinar, I propose are the same as the watchers, are the same as the seraphim. And the idea of stars being the same as angels is pretty evident when you take a look in the book of Revelation. I mean, I'm not a Christian, but I can read it. It's there. They talk about how, these angels, these stars falling from heaven, and then later on it says, well, these stars are angels. So it identifies that the stars and angels are the same. Now, we tend to think of it symbolically.
But you're saying literally.
I am saying literally. Every physical star has an angel residing over it. I'm not saying the star will fall. I'm saying that every star has an angel over it.
It brings it down to earth. It's rather than going into a board of a bunch of Enochian symbols and thinking you're going into some other dimension somewhere where things are totally different than they are in this universe. This brings it down to earth.
Yeah, no, you're
we're talking about the shamanic gods, we're talking about the Shinto gods, we're talking about the nature spirits, and it kind of like brings the whole thing around on its tail. I love that. I really do.
Yeah, we're talking about something similar in that sense.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at the stars, when we do, we always talk about, okay, I'm going to invoke Mercury. Well, invoking Mercury, invoking Jupiter, invoking any of that, is a leftover of the Greek religion where these planets were also gods, right? Mm-hmm. Now, in some sense, though, the planet and the god are not the same thing.
Right.
So you could invoke the spirit of the planet Mercury, you can invoke the angel of the planet Mercury, and you can invoke the god Mercury. And while it's easy to lump them together into one thing, they're not identically the same thing. So, but by extension, this is where we stop. We go to 7 planets, and we throw the sun and the moon as part of the 7 planets, and that's where our system stops.
Right.
I see
yeah,
it all the time,
in Victorian England.
Yeah,
right.
Everything stops. You got 7 planets. You got 7 magic squares. Blah blah blah. In my book, on the magic squares, I tried to break the mold. I said, no, you're not only going to get 7 magic squares. I'm going to give you 700 magic squares. But even so, I've given you 700 magic squares. The actual grid, the size of the square itself, we pretty much stick to the, 10, 12, 13 squares because we don't want to go too far. Though the Arabs went as far as 100, but never mind that now. I built that before. It's pretty freaking huge. It covers your ceiling. The actual, but we stay there. So what I'm proposing in the webinar is saying, okay, what I have been working on is let's call on the angels of the stars from far away. Let's call on the angels of the star other than our sun. You're working Jupiter? Fantastic. Did you ever try to call the moons of Jupiter?
I haven't.
We think about our moon, but how about the moon of Jupiter?
I've traveled there, but I haven't called on them.
Call them. See what happens. Each moon is different, right? And you can easily extract the angelic names and the spirit names by using the literal Kabbalah. I was mentioning that earlier, right? So you can create these names very easily if you understand the method and the system. And then you can call them. You can call on the spirits of the various moons of the planet. You can call on the various stars of the planet. So the 33 Light Seminar, what we're going to talk about are the angels of the 33 oldest stars in the entire universe.
Nice.
We're going to call, and I will show you in that webinar how to call on the 33, they're actually 66 angels, 2 per star, for the 33 oldest stars in the universe, and bring that energy into your life here on Earth. So even so your feet is on the ground, and you're looking up at the sky of your planet, you're connecting with the energy of a star that's one of the oldest in the entire universe, and calling on the spirit of that star to fill you, your mind, your consciousness, your spiritual energy, your aura, etc., and help you.
How about black holes? Like those supermassive black holes. I know there's one that's an entire spiral galaxy that once existed is now a supermassive black hole.
Yeah, but I'm scared of black holes personally. So I'm not going to go there.
Well, what about these stars, the old stars? How do we know that they haven't already become black holes?
Because once they become black holes, they're not the stars anymore.
So you're calling on them when they were stars?
You're calling on the currently existing oldest star.
Currently, to our eyes.
Currently, as far as existing.
But if they're the oldest and it takes the light, some hundreds of thousands of years to get.
It's a matter of the light. You're not dealing with physical dimension here.
Okay.
Space is not as the interconnectedness of the universe. When you're talking about that level of interconnectedness, there's time and space doesn't become an issue.
Right. Okay.
Just
as a fellow Virgo, I have to.
No, I'm talking here from the perspective of on a really sub-level, it stops becoming an issue. On a purely physical level, like on your dimensional reality, you're measuring time moving around you. Of course, you have to deal with distance and space, but that's sort of the issue. People talk about astrology. They say, well, the planets are too far; they won't influence us. Yeah, of course, the physical planet is not going to influence you, but the spiritual element, the spiritual energy inherent in that physical planet. The life force of that physical planet that exists in all things, even rocks and stones and plants and herbs, if it was to reach to you, it doesn't have to travel the speed of light. It's instant, because that difference between you and it doesn't exist.
I could see that, one of the moons, say, the shepherd moons around the rings of Saturn that keep the rings in line, just as a concept, for if nothing else, from a Jungian perspective, when I think of that planet, I think of these planets whose gravity just naturally go round and round, keeping Saturn's rings in order, and to me that has a message and a substance and a spirit, and if I connect with that spirit...
Of course.
I forget what I was saying, but...
I know where you're going with that. And yes,
yeah.
You can. You can connect with that energy into your life.
But it might not matter as much where it is in the sky,
it's not.
But I can connect with it anyway.
You can connect with it. You can absolutely connect with it.
Yeah.
And, it's... I was doing an experiment, actually. Or it wasn't really an experiment. I was doing a working a few days ago. And in one of my reports, I have Secret 2 report. I have a list of basically celestial genii that correspond to the degrees of the zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
And what you do in that is you figure out, you call them when the planets are corresponding to that degree. So if I want to work with Mercury, what I do is I do a chart for my current time and location, see what degree Mercury is in, and then I look at my table with a list of names, and then I use that particular genie because the timing is accurate. And I was doing this, and I was working with Jupiter. I was working with Venus and Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and I was working all three. And doing my planetary workings, and I was calling the jinn from that list, and I asked the jinn to open in my life, the opportunities, right? Just kind of like whatever I'm working on, make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm not asking for something specific, just kind of like positive flux, positive flow, and I used the word open. Well, I did not know that by using the word open, I would actually open a portal. So the energy, because I was thinking, of my life as an opportunity, but what ended up happening was it opened sort of like a energetic gate between me and the energy of the planet. So the energy of the planet was flying down like I wouldn't believe. And I was like, oh my God, I wasn't doing a full planetary evocation. Right? I had just only been chanting the name of that genie for like 3-4 minutes. It's only been a day or two, so I'm not expecting any immediate...
Oh, this is very recent.
Oh yeah, just a day or two. I've been looking at this now, thinking about it, going, wow, this could be used, in a complete system of magic by itself.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I don't believe in fast food magic, right? So I don't believe you should think for 5 minutes and get a result. I'm always inclined to think you need to invest, many, many, many hours. But for some reason, this one was only like just 5 minutes, and it was just opening the gate. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities there for working with the energies of other, as you were saying, the moons and other star systems. And we need to go outside the confines that we've built around ourselves by taking from our ancestors. I'm not saying abandon the teaching for our ancestors. I'm not one of those kind of guys. But I'm saying don't get stuck in the confines. They gave you the 7 planets. That's nice. Now they have moons. Add the moons. You know a little bit more about our star system. Add more stars. The black holes, I don't know how to touch that safely, really.
Right.
So I wouldn't go there. I know that maybe 8-9 years ago or less, I was something around that time, I was talking to David Griffin. We were having just a brief phone call, and he was saying something along the lines that he believed the greatest power in the universe was that of the black hole. So he was going to magic to turn on to the power of the black hole. And I was thinking, yeah, but it sucks everything in. So whatever you're projecting, whatever you're evoking, it will just eat you.
Interesting.
It's not something you want to evoke to manifest anything. Nothing escapes it.
Well, and it's interesting to consider what it is. And if you look at, for example, the symbolism of the lotus wand, at the very bottom you have the most dense part, the earth. And so what is the most dense possible form of earth or gravity? It would be a black hole. So if you're trying to elevate, usually a system of magic is, it assumes that you're human already. It assumes that you're here in the material world, and you're going to elevate to more subtle planes as opposed to more dense planes.
Exactly. You want to go up. You want to go in a different direction, really. Black holes. But I had the hypothesis at one point. I don't know if it's accurate or not. I could be completely off. So I'm going to throw it out. But it's okay if you think I'm losing my marbles. But I thought if all the stars have angels in them, black holes don't happen till the end of the life cycle of a star. It doesn't happen in the beginning. Stars are not just born into black holes. They reach a certain phase of growth, development, and toward the end of their life, they have a few options, so to speak, and one of those options end up being the black hole down the road, right?
Right.
A kind of like a death phase. But while other death phase, the star just blows up or shrinks into nothing.
But then it becomes more stars if it blows up and becomes a cloud.
Right, it becomes more stars if it blows up.
Seems like it continues to live.
Right, but in the version of the black hole, it eats.
Yeah. But then it shoots out gamma rays and eventually depletes itself.
Right, eventually. But in the meantime, it's devouring everything.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was wondering in my brain if the black hole was really the body of a fallen angel.
Interesting. I was thinking recently about how, in a way, we, like if you're looking at a single-celled organism, it's hard to say, if you ask it, how old are you, and it could speak, it might respond, I'm about 5 billion.
Right.
But if you ask a multicellular organism, how old are you, and they think back, oh, well, I started out in an egg or I started out in a womb, so I guess I'm 37. and I'll die one day. And so we, as multicellular organisms, we have that assumption and bias about this concept of being born and dying. But does a star?
Good question. Good question indeed. I don't know.
Me neither.
I have no idea. But I'll tell you something that connects it back into it. Remember we were talking about the immortals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you the the Hindu had the immortals too.
Right.
The immortal sages. Well, the immortal sages in the Hindu tradition corresponded with 7 stars of the Dipper.
Right. What was the name for that?
And the Saptarishi in Hindu.
Yes, the Saptarishi.
They corresponded them to the Dipper.
In the boat, they're depicted riding a boat together?
Yeah, right, the boat. Because in the Sumerians, the same 7 appear coming down from the heaven. And when they came down from the heaven, they were called different number of titles. One of them, of course, was the Watcher. They were called the Watchers or the Guardians of the Heavens. But not just from the heavens. They also depicted appearing from the ocean, half human, half fish.
Very interesting, like the Sirius, the dog star religion.
Right, half human, half fish. And in the Greek, they recognize them there as well as mermaids. And they refer to the leader of them as Oannes in Greek. And they taught mankind what they taught mankind. In Africa, there's a tribe that mentions the same exact 7. And again, half human, half fish. But they say they come from the heavens and then landed on the earth and created kind of like a pond or a water habitation in which they lived, and then they came out and taught mankind stuff. And then they went back basically to where they came from, and it became a source of an alien conspiracy that they came from outer space. But when the Saptarishi were mentioned in the Hindu religion, they were each given a lifespan that matches almost that of a star. He will live for 200 million years, or
right.
2 billion years, and then he will die. And then he'll be replaced by this one, and he will live for another 2 billion years, and he will die, and he'll be replaced by this one. So we keep going to this idea that their lifespan almost matches that of the stars. And they were referred to in the Sumerian as watchers as well. So, it's just kind of mentioned. It's not like watchers as in Book of Enoch, but it was given as a sort of a general title. These are watchers. Moving on. They just threw that at them without a lot of emphasis on what that word means. Just, they're watchers, they're guardians, they're this, they're that. So, we have this here, right? This consecutive point. But, yeah, I guess if you take a look at the Hindu tradition, when one of those Saptarishi passes on, he's replaced by another. When one star takes a role, so to speak, and that star dies, it's replaced by another star that takes its role.
What advice do you have for somebody who maybe is an eclectic magician, who knows a little bit about Wicca, a little bit about Thelema, and they're interested in incorporating some Arabic magic into their lives? Where do you recommend they begin?
If you're looking for something eclectic, like, as you said, the word eclectic, if you're looking for a compilation, something that both kind of bridges East and West, I would recommend Magic That Works. That book contains a lot of Arabic material, but it's not purely Arabic material. It's a compilation. It's a bridge, right? I wrote it initially as a bridge so that people who are familiar with Western systems, can see something they know already. And then they'll have the Arabic materials added into it.
What's the easiest way to get that?
It's available on Amazon, anywhere.
Amazon. Okay, so search for... What name are you using these days? It starts with an N, right?
Yeah, Nineveh. Yeah, this is the name I use when I'm writing. Nineveh Shadrach. If somebody is looking for a classical grimoire and they're interested in the jinn, I would recommend The Grand Key of Solomon. But Asif al-Barakai. I didn't write it, I just translated it. They can get that one.
Okay.
If they're looking for spells, incantations, love spells, stuff like that, then they can get the stuff by Al-Tuhi. There's 2 volumes out there. Harut al-Marut and Red Magic. It's jinn spells, basically, using the jinn for spells. If you're looking for taking your stuff to the next level, then you should just check out my reports. Because in the reports, you get a lot of material. If you combine all my reports into a book, 6 by 9, the size of the Golden Dawn, dimension-wise, you'll be looking at about 1.5 to 2,000 pages.
Excellent.
Yes, 1,000. I mean, this will be the big stopper book. And I thought about publishing it as a big stopper book, but it will be pirated within 24 hours. So
Didn't you have a Sigillium de Amet in Arabic?
yes, that's happened when I was working the Enochian system. And I ended up breaking through using... See, a lot of people don't know this. The key to the Enochian system is the Sigillium de Amet. Now, well, of course it's the key, blah, blah, blah. But really, no, it's the key. What you gotta do with it is you gotta tap into the power behind the Sigillium. Not the names, the power behind it. And the way I've done that is I would put the Sigillium underneath my bed when I'm falling asleep, so that I'm sleeping on it. My head is resting on it when I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And one time I was doing that, and I had this really vivid dream, very vivid dream. And where I walked into the temple, and everything was dark, and then the walls just completely melted away, and I was in space. And I was encountering this intelligence that was there. It wasn't anymore a dream. It was like an astral experience. And he was floating right in front of me. And it was like this sphere of light that was alive, intelligent. And I realized right away that I was talking to the intelligence behind the Enochian system that we're familiar with. And I had been working the Enochian system daily at that time since I was in the Golden Dawn. And I was staring at that, and I was actually a bit scared, really, because I had been working the Enochian system every day for years, both in the Golden Dawn system and then, more traditional John Dee way. And I haven't encountered anything like that. So the energy, the power of it was just kind of too much for me. So I kind of stopped, and then what I did is I turned around, and then I recreated the Sigillium de Amet using the idea that was in the original Sigillium, but using the method from the Arabic system. And the reason I did that was because when you start to analyze the Sigillium, you find problems. In one time, the angels are revealing to Dee these names, and he asked them to create this table. And this table consists of the letters of the 7 holy angels, like Gabriel, Michael, etc. But he writes them in English, and he puts them together, and then he goes across the names and forms the 7 sons of light, and then from there he goes on, right? But the problem is, these angels' names are in Hebrew, and you're writing out the phonetic in English. That's not how you say it. So the whole system becomes kind of corrupted when you do stuff like that. And I was like, okay, what happened here? I mean, you started the Enochian system with revelations, and you were told, okay, put this letter here, put this letter here, put this letter here, and then you come to this, and you're looking, okay, why am I writing Michael's name in English?
Right.
And then extracting holy names of God from it? How can I believe that Michael's name in English is the source from which these holy names of God are to be extracted, when I know already that Michael is the Hebrew word?
Right. I guess you could say that they're Latin letters, so maybe keying into the old church.
Or English, but he's implying... Still, the spelling is different. If you were to take the Hebrew name...
Go to the original, right?
Yeah, if you take the original, and you put it on the grid, it won't fit.
Right.
There's no 7 by 7 fitting. It doesn't work. It only works if you write this variation that was familiar during his time. Because now even, in modern grimoires, or modern magic books, the spelling of these angels, a couple of them, is different from the one John Dee used. He used the version that was familiar to him at the time.
Right.
So for me, sorry, something that shouldn't have moved just moved beside me. I have a crib, right? It's a pretty big crib. Now, the crib started shaking and moving. Like somebody pushed it.
Is there a baby in it?
No, it's empty.
Huh. Interesting.
It started swinging like somebody just pushed it. It hasn't moved the entire night. I'm talking to you. It hasn't moved. I'm looking at it. I can, I from time to time I look at it. It's right next to me. It doesn't move. I'm not anywhere where I can touch it. It's like, at least 4 or 5 feet, 6, away from me, and it's hung from the walls. And it's pretty big, crib. It's for twins. And it just shook like somebody just kicked it. I'm staring at it going, why is my crib moving?
So you're based in the Philippines now?
I am in the Philippines at this time, yes. I came here for medical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Met my wife, and never came back, basically.
Nice.
Well, I wasn't going to go back without her, really. So
Right.
initially the plan was we will stay together, and then we will go back together. But then she got pregnant, so the plan was, okay, we'll get the baby's papers, and then we will go back together again. And then she got pregnant again. So
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you. So I came here single, and I mean, like as in one person, and then, I now have 4
Now
kids.
you're 4.
Yeah, no, we have 4 kids.
Oh, wow, you're 6.
Yeah, we're 6.
That's
6
excellent.
Yeah, 6 and 3, 6 and 3 years, basically.
That's great.
Okay, why the hell did you move? I'm sorry, I'm still kind of by the crib. Because it didn't just move like, normally move. It moved like somebody kicked it. And I was like,
That's a trip.
no
Or
kidding.
earthquake,
Oh, it's
maybe?
my house, right? I'm used to this stuff. Jin here
Yeah.
do things like that all the time. But, it's 7 a.m. in the morning, so any resident genie would probably be asleep. I guess not.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I've had Jin do weird stuff to me. Like, I'll be, especially in this house, I'd be sleeping, and, because we had the twins, so the twins had to be on the bed, no room for me. So it ended up being a mattress on the floor, the things fathers do for their kids. So I'm lying here on the floor, and I wake up, and I'm not on my mattress anymore. But it's not that I roll to the right or I roll to the left. No, it's like I got dragged behind.
Huh.
Now, I don't know anybody that, tossed and turns in his sleep and ended up, 6, 7 feet behind his bed.
Yeah, that's a trip.
And I was like, what the hell? And, in this house, unfortunately, people, or fortunately, depending how you see it, people, hear voices all the time, hear people walking up and down,
It reminds me of the description of Jack Parsons and the Agape Oasis on Orange Grove back in the
You may
day.
not know this, but Temple of Isis was not haunted till I moved in. They had nothing going on in there. It was just, them and the Ouija board, and everything was fine. And I moved in. Next thing you know, toys are moving by themselves, and all kind of stuff started going on. It's like poltergeist experiences, right? Because wherever, because I moved in and the jinn followed. So what you translated here was the speech upon the second orbit, or, and the word of claim is a bit hard to figure its exact translation, or sphere, I think it would be sphere, which is Jupiter.
The writing up above your head?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a speech about Jupiter. So the religion of Ishtar. People think, it's a Sumerian or Babylonian, blah, 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 goddess, sex, blah, blah, blah. But really, if you take a look at the actual Akkadian and Sumerian text, when they were talking about these beings, the 8th one brought that religion from heaven. Meaning that the religion of Ishtar is really a watcher's religion. It's not a human religion. It's not a religion that developed naturally or organically on Earth. It came from them. They taught it to the humans. They passed it on to them. Now, if you take a look at the Enochian, you will find references where the angels are talking to John Dee. They say they don't worship Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
They tell John Dee, make no prayers to Jesus. Don't pray to Jesus. He's not God. Don't pray to him. And Kali's like, oh my God, they're demons. And then they say, when they're talking more about themselves, they make references to the mother of angels. They have this like queen image that they draw out. And some people say, well, maybe this queen represents the Queen of England. I don't think so. I think it's the Queen of the Watchers.
Right.
And, when the title for Ishtar was given early on, in the ancient Akkadian text, she was known as the Queen of the Stars.
Just real quick, you mentioned the Akkadian text. Did she exist before the Akkadians
Yes,
took
this is
over?
in Sumerian text.
Oh, in pre-Akkadian?
In pre-Akkadian,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, okay. I was just wondering because I got interested in the Akkadians a bit as like basically the first imperialists in recorded history.
Well, it started with the religion descended down actually on Imrikar, and his name and his particular watcher gave him the religion of Ishtar, and then he turns around and he builds the White City, what he calls the White City. And then he builds the temple of her, and then he puts her in the temple. He puts Anu, which is space or heaven, in the temple. So he's worshipping space. He's worshipping the Queen of the Stars, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's worshipping all this. And then suddenly, out of freaking nowhere, he disappears. And after he disappears, they leave. They just go away. They just depart. They don't come back. They just go away. And they didn't know what to do with them. So what takes after him was a guy called Lugalbanda, which is a warrior, and he builds the first time that an actual warrior king takes over, because Imrikar is a priest king, right? He's a priest king. It's a theocracy basically.
Right.
Well, Lugalbanda takes over and becomes now sort of a military imperialship. You know, he's the ruler now. He's the boss. He's the general, and the military takes over, right?
That was when they built the separate building that was going to be political only, and that was the first time that, if I recall correctly.
I don't really know much about the buildings at the time because this is an era.
Right.
This is still before the Akkadian phase, and then his son, Lugalbanda's son, takes over after his father, and Lugalbanda's son is Gilgamesh.
Mm.
And Gilgamesh decides to rewrite the old text. So you have one variation, for example, where Ishtar sends her emissary and she comes down and she builds, right? You know, the throne of the goddess. And then you have another text where now it's Gilgamesh who's building the throne. So he starts to make these modifications, and you know from the books that Gilgamesh is not like Ishtar at all. He's always cussing at her, hissing at her, he's not interested in her, blah blah blah. And he goes on a journey to recapture the wisdom of the Apkallu, and comes back and says, "I got them all. I am wiser than all of those immortal sages." He sets himself up in that kind of category. You know, it's kind of like, and there's many negative stories about this guy, but he's very popular in modern literature because a lot of his texts has actually survived. So if you're a modern person trying to look for ancient texts of the Sumerians and the Akkadians, you run across Gilgamesh a lot.
Yeah.
But no, they disappeared. He took over, and the knowledge disappeared. Now here's the interesting thing: when you take a look at the lifespan of these guys when they were around, the lifespan of the humans when they were around, in the Sumerian king list, people used to live a long, long time. It kept decreasing. But even during the time of Enmerkar, the lifespan was, a couple of hundred. He ruled for 400 years. He ruled for 1,000 years. He ruled for 2,000 years. He ruled for 5,000 years. It's years lifespan. And then you had another city where the same mysteries existed, called Kush and Urkesh. And then there people used to live the same thing a long time. And then when Gilgamesh takes over, that goes away. And then when Gilgamesh conquers the other town, the lifespan there drops. So there's a different connection between the existence of these beings coming down, these watchers coming down from above, and the long lifespan of the humans on Earth. And then with their disappearance, the disappearance of their knowledge, we seem to have lost the secret of long life. If you believe those texts, of course.
Well, I mean, it's fascinating even as from a science fiction perspective, if these are transdimensional beings that were dwelling among us, it would stand to reason that their medicine, what we've come up with since, the 1700s or whatever.
Right, exactly. But here's the thing. If you're familiar with the Hindu religion, they have this prophecy about Kalki, a kind of a messianic figure that pops up, and he goes out there in the end of the world, destroys evil, white horse, very similar to the Book of Revelation story. Now, Kalki is the last avatar of Vishnu, The first avatar of Vishnu is half human, half fish. Just like those guys. But in the prophecy, when Kalki comes back, he brings with him the knowledge of the Saptarishi, the knowledge of the 7 immortal sages. He brings it back. And the interesting about when he brings it back is this. He creates, or they create, a new breed of humans that live for thousands of years. They bring it back. They bring it all back. And they also create giants. Again, you got the Nephilim. You got the giants again.
Right.
They produce the giants one more time. I mean, the whole thing is just freaking curious.
It is.
And you tie it up. Now, this could all be an academic exercise. We could be talking about it from a purely mental practice. It's just nice stuff we're hearing about. Another
Jungian archetypes, even.
Yeah, it's a trivia. But the thing is this: these watchers are ingrained in our magical practice. Think about it. Think about it. They're ingrained in our magical practice. If you're a left-hand practitioner, you're calling on fallen watchers, Azazel, Shemiaza, blah, blah, blah. If you're a Golden Dawn practitioner, you got the Enochian system. You're calling in the watchers via the Enochian system.
That's true.
It's like no matter how you flip it, you're still calling the watchers.
Yeah.
So it's really a fascinating idea. And I know that the jinn respond to them very well. They have much respect for the watchers. So there's a different connection there.
Yeah,
anyway,
very interesting.
Life. I'm keeping you.
Yeah, thank you very much for speaking with me today on the Esoteric Nerd podcast.
No problem.
And I look forward to speaking to you next time. And congratulations on the family out there, and good vibes from here in LA, and hopefully some people will click through and get in touch with you, and if they're interested in that kind of magic. And
yeah, I'm always available to answer questions for people. I'm pretty accessible. I'm not one of those guys that you have to go knocking lots of doors to talk to. I'm right there on Facebook. I'm very responsive.
Excellent. We'll talk to you soon, Frater.
All right. God is blessed.
God is blessed.
All right. So, listener base, we have someone really special in the virtual studio tonight, and his name is Nineveh Shadrach, and he is coming to us from the other side of the planet. Oh my gosh. Tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got so knowledgeable about the jinn, and a little bit about your background.
Okay. We kind of did change questions here, but all right. Well, my background
then we can go into what you were going to say. Just
okay, that's fine.
Right
that's fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Right
well, it's actually kind of all connected, but
yeah.
In any case, my background is really very simple. I'm a geeky kind of guy who was born in Saudi Arabia. My dad was an engineer who was working for the government. His corporation that he set up with his Saudi counterpart is one of the largest and richest manufacturing or engineering companies in the Gulf. If he was still alive, would probably be, net worth equivalent of Donald Trump. His partners are all billionaires, some of the richest people in Saudi Arabia, and all emerged out of the company he had originally built. My interest in the jinn or in magic in general didn't really start like most people would start. A lot of people would get exposed to it in the television or media, and then maybe go into the bookstores and start looking for witchcraft books or new age books, or their friends be doing it, and then they'll go over there and then they'll investigate it on their own and kind of get hyped, or on the internet they'll find things. Growing in Saudi Arabia, magic is not something that you will find, or even the jinn, in popular culture, really. It's classified as a punishable crime.
Wow.
So anybody who dabbles with subject will expect to basically have his head severed from his body in short order. And they do that every weekend. Every Friday, they will bring people who've been caught dabbling in anything to do with the occult or with the jinn, if they're caught with that too, and then they will just execute them.
That is scary. How long did you live there? What age did you move away from there?
I moved away when I was around 17. I came to the States.
Okay.
So I wasn't really into this stuff. I was really, back at the time, I was really into computers. And my mom was working for the United States military base in Shadrach before. So she had been working on their computer stuff. for the Americans. So she was very techy. My mom was very techy. So she brought me my first computer when we first hit the market. And we're talking, like Apple IIc and stuff like that. There was no hard drives.
Right.
So it's very old. And I basically just got excited and I just started working on programming and coding, machine language and stuff. And then I got into other subjects like law. I was reading law books on my own and things like this. So I was very geeky kind of kid, not really anything to do with the occult. But I had certain experiences happen to me when I was a child that couldn't be explained. And I made the mistake of asking the teachers at my school to try to make sense of these experiences because I couldn't find references to them in books. And unfortunately for me, they took these kinds of experiences as a sign that I'm somehow evil. So that kind of worked against me in school.
Right.
And then at one point, out of the blue, I was visiting my aunt's house. She's married to a rich Saudi, so her house is pretty big. Like she has an elevator in her house.
Wow.
And I'm not used to getting invited to parties. So I was there and then this girl asked me to basically go chatter in private. And that was scary because if you're ever caught with a woman in private, you could be punished because it's a very strict country. So men and women are supposed to be segregated. They're not supposed to be in the same space, at least not alone, at least if they're not related or married. So this was she was a risky move asking to talk to me. So I was like, what do you want? Because I'm getting nervous. And she was like, well, the jinn sent me to you. And I was like, what? And she started talking about the jinn and my work with the jinn and all the things that are going to happen and all the secrets I'm going to be exploring and revealing and all the plans. And I was like, oh, calm down here a minute. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, hello, could you just tell me what this is about? Because I am lost now. I'm not even sure the jinn are real. What? Well, what are we talking here? So eventually I just kind of like wanted to get out of there before her parents or my parents or any of the adults caught us, and then I would be in trouble. So I left. And then months later, as I'm trying to figure out what this girl was about, thinking, maybe something is not right with her head or something, one of my classmates approached me and he's top of his class. And he's like, I need to talk to you. And I was like, what do you want? He said, can I talk to you behind, after school in private? And I was like, okay, we'll meet behind this building and you can chat me. So we were talking and he was like, the jinn sent me to you. And I was like, oh my God, a second person. What is going on here? I said, what are you talking about? He said, me and my friends were doing the Ouija board. I was like, what's a Ouija board? And then we made contact with this jinn. And he said that my father is hexed by the sorcerer in Syria. I said, okay, and how can I help you? He said, the jinn said, you're the only one that can lift the hex. I said, me? He says, the jinn said, you're excellent at planetary magic. You know what you're doing with the planets and stellar magic, and you can remove this hex easily. And I was like, hello? What? What is going on here? What are you guys? What's going in the water? You're drinking. I said, I don't know. I don't do any magic. I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, you guys are going to get me killed.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, I don't want my head hanging from some seedings, from some post out there in the
right.
In the market. Don't do that to me. I was like, no. So at which point I was like, okay, this is getting creepy. And I know my grandma had an encounter with the jinn. So it was a very weird encounter. And basically my grandmother doesn't know how to read and write. She's illiterate. She's from Syria. And when she was sitting in her apartment in Beirut, somebody came knocking on the door of her apartment, and she was kind of like high floors up. It's an apartment building, which is the top floor. And they had a bunch of books, and my grandma was like, I cannot read. Don't sell me the books. And the seller was like, just take them for free. So my grandmother was like, well, why not? I cannot read. I might as well practice reading. So she took the books, and then she opened the book, and she started trying to read what's in the book, because she's illiterate. And immediately she looked up, and there was this tall man in her room who was completely naked, and he was like 6, 7 feet tall. And she said he was black, and his eyes were all red. She couldn't see any white in his eyes.
Wow.
And she basically screamed and fainted. And when they rushed in, they couldn't find anybody in the room, and she was fainted. And then they looked at the books, and they were magic books, ancient magic books, handwritten or something to do with the jinn.
How interesting.
And at that point, my grandmother decided that she's going to find religion really quick because she doesn't want that jinn to come back.
That would be a little bit unnerving, I think.
Yeah, she decided she's gonna, okay, it's time to wear my hijab. I'll do my prayers 5 times a day. Put my cigarette back, put my party life away. I'm gonna get very religious because what just happened? I don't want it to ever happen again. So she freaked out, and it became an issue for her. So there was a bit of a history there. And then I found out just, a few years ago, my mom confessed that my dad was into magic also, and he had all these books and things on the jinn there in his house, and he was going on retreats, and he was part of a Sufi order and things like that. And I was like, what? Like, I had no idea. I thought he's before he died, all I knew was he's a rich businessman. I had no idea he has this background, secret background of practicing magic and working with the jinn. So it kind of familiar around. So anyway, after this whole event with my classmates, I decided I am going to see if any of this stuff is real, but not having any books at all on the occult or magic or any training whatsoever. I had no way of doing anything structured. So I just decided to try it on my own, and I kind of lit a candle, played some music in the background, and started summoning on my own, just like completely out of my head, with no experience, no background, no training. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm flailing up in the sky, hoping to see if any of this stuff is real. And it wasn't long before I started having physical manifestations in my apartment or in my house.
Wow.
And I was seeing these shadow creatures running around and floating and doing all kinds of stuff. And my house was haunted, and my mom was scared to use the bathroom because she was having nightmares and seeing things that with her eyes. There was like, oh my, what's going on in my house? And it ended up being very freaky, right?
Yeah, and absolutely.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, well, I guess the jinn are real. They do exist. So that kind of confirmed it for me. And then I got really interested because it became something for me to explore that wasn't being taught in school. Because, okay, there's chemistry, there's physics, there's astronomy. I'm exploring all these sciences on my own, but nobody is exploring the jinn because, that's just heresy and you will get executed and you will get killed.
Right.
And they went from being a general belief system that you accepted if you raised a Muslim, that basically, jinn are there, like angels are there. But when you go from belief to knowing, from believing to seeing, suddenly a whole new world opens for you, and you're like, what's behind that curtain? I want to see now. What is it that I don't know about, that nobody knows about, that's behind that curtain? So that began my magical journey, basically. And when I was still in Saudi Arabia, I had this sudden vision where basically, when I'm talking vision, I don't mean like, I close my eyes and I imagine things. What I mean by vision is I'm just talking to somebody, and then I will like totally black out, and there be nothing but white light, and then I will see something, and then I'll be back to where I was. When I'm seeing what I am seeing, it feels completely 100% real. Like I'm physically there.
You have 100% vision.
Yeah, 100% vision. And I don't have those very often, I swear. But I had this 100% vision, and in the 100% vision, I saw a bunch of people. And I didn't recognize these people, but I met, I saw their faces very clearly. They were like 6 or 7 or 8 of them. And at that time, the Gulf War happened, and then my mom was trying to get me to university, and she tried Turkey, but she tried Lebanon first, but they blew up the student record at university, so that didn't work out. And eventually, at the end of the story, I got a call from my dad's company, and they're like, we found you at school. And I'm like, what school are we talking about? It's in America. And I was like, whoa, this is so far removed from my world. Because, I'm based in Saudi Arabia. I was like, oh my God, where in America? I said. They said, Kamunga. I'm like, is that even a word? Did you just make this up? Like, is this real, or you're just screwing with me right now? Kamunga? What? So it turns out there's a college there. So it's in the outskirts of Los Angeles. So so I ended up going there in Upland area, and as I was there, the first week I'm there, I realized there were occult shops, and I was like, oh my God, there is actual occult shops, and nobody's getting executed for reading about this stuff. I gotta go check it out. So I went to check it out, and I bought a whole bunch of books on Wicca and witchcraft and thing, and I was going through it at my house. I was feeling disappointed because it all kind of felt a bit shallow and empty. It didn't feel like there was a lot of real depth to any of it. And I was like, okay, this is disappointing. I was hoping for something more solid. But there was a flyer there, and for an organization that was basically stuffing all the books with these flyers in the local area, and it was Golden Dawn basically group. And when I went to I went for their orientation, and when I arrived at their orientation, I realized that the people I was seeing in the orientation were the same ones I saw in my vision.
Wow.
Not only that, but it turns out one of the people in the organization, one of the leaders of the organization, saw me in a vision as well before I arrived, and did magic to facilitate my arrival into the group.
That's crazy. That is awesome. Oh my gosh.
And I was like, wow, okay.
And about how long ago was this, roughly?
That was in 1991.
91, okay.
Yeah, 91.
Wow. And that had to have been mind-blowing.
It was kind of fun.
What do you say when someone tells you that?
Well, it's just what it was. I mean, it just happened. So we're just going to roll with it. So I signed up, and it was it was not always an easy journey, but I signed up and I got involved, and I got involved with the group, and they began to have all kinds of hauntings in the group. Like, toys will turn on and off and move by itself, TV on and off, all kinds of stuff you normally see in a movie like The Conjuring.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff. And I thought that was just, a prospective magical work. But I found out later that this all started after I signed in and joined. That they never had these kind of things happen till I got involved.
Interesting.
And I was like, so I joined you, and then the haunting started? I was like, okay. And we're talking some serious events were unfolding at the time, not just like simple ghost stuff. I think the scariest event that I encountered when I was there is I was asked to lock the door when everybody was, because we were all living in one house. So I was asked to basically lock the door when everybody else was sleeping. So it was my duty. So I came in to lock the door, and I locked it, bolted it, did everything. And at that point, there was a loud knock on the door, and then the door began to open. And I was like, what? So I just locked this door. So I came back in, and I opened the door. I couldn't see anything. So I closed it again, locked it again, bolted it again. And then the loud knocking on the door started again. And I was like, okay, this is getting creepy. And then I started seeing the locks on the door move on their own and open.
Wow.
And I was like,
that is like a Conjuring movie.
And I was like, okay, this is starting to get serious here, guys. So I walked upstairs, and I woke everybody up, and they all came downstairs, and they were like, what are you talking about? I says, this has happened twice already. And they said, you should probably just unlock it properly. And the air pushed it. I said, no, this happened twice. So then they made sure the door was locked themselves, and then suddenly, the knocking started to happen. Now they're freaking out. They're looking through the door to see, and they couldn't see anything to the eye hole, and they were like, "There's nobody out there." So they're all going into hyper mode, thinking maybe they're under attack by some spirit or something like that. When the knocking completely stopped, and it began to pound the glass patio door behind us. And the thing about that glass patio door is being glass, you can see right through it, and you can tell there is literally nobody there.
That had to have had your adrenaline going by that time.
Yeah, and the pounding was so heavy, you can almost see the patio door beginning to crack from the heavy pounding. So they freaked out at that point, and they started doing all kind of magic for protection and things like that. And as they did that, there was a gunfire, and I guess our neighbor shot himself by accident, and then the pounding stopped, and everything just kind of came to kind of a quiet end. And that was one of many experiences like this that were happening. And it just progressed. The more I explored the jinn, the more things started to happen, and the more things I saw.
Do you think, are they pranking, or are they just trying to scare you? Why do you think they do these things? What do you think their reasons for doing these things are?
Well, the thing about the jinn is that there are so many, and they are basically a multitude. So it's hard to tell the motivation of any particular one because they're very individual. One jinn can be very, very gentle, very caring, very loving. Another one could be just a psycho. So it's like dealing with people. You cannot have a general, you can't say humans do this because. You have to look at every individual and see why their motivation. So I don't know what the motivation was at that point, what they were trying to do, or what their intention was, or was it positive or not. I cannot say. But knocking is a tool of communication that the jinn sometimes use. It allows them to communicate using binary code.
Yeah.
It's a simple binary code. When we are sending out messages to outer space, we code them in binary. So when the jinn is trying to communicate and they don't want to use vocal code, which they can do, they use binary basically by knocking.
Now, so for the listeners that are really new to this, I know very little, but can you tell people exactly what they are? They're an energy being that parallel us pretty closely or something, aren't they?
The reality of the jinn is a bit of a mystery even to me, even after all these years of working with them, because they seem to kind of break through our understanding of physics. Like we have a very structured understanding of how the world works,
right?
Based on actions and reactions and physics and gravity and everything. Now, I'm not a physicist, so I'm not going to pretend to be making some theory to explain it all. I know there's lots of, occultists who like to kind of throw in physics ideas and philosophies out there to explain things, but I'm not going to do that because I don't know enough about physics. But I can tell you that if you have an understanding of how the world works and you add the jinn into the mix, that understanding suddenly collapses on you. For example, I'll give you an idea. The jinn are physical enough that they can literally punch you and throw you across the room. They can lift you up and down if they want. They can leave scratch marks on the wall if they like. They can even type on your keyboard if they wish. So they can do all of this. They can even block the light, but you still cannot see them.
Wow.
So it creates a bit of a confusion on how you can block a light without having a solid object blocking and casting a shadow. How do you cast a shadow when you cannot be seen or invisible?
How interesting. How interesting. What other stuff have you learned about these beings? And are you able to talk to them? Can you hear them?
The jinn are, in the occult world, we're used to communicating with things because of the rise of psychology in the West, and then the occult world kind of mixing with psychology. There has been a very universal acceptance that spirits are part of our minds or part of our subconscious. So when people try to communicate, they communicate with things in their minds. So they'll say, well, I just had a conversation with Isis and Isis said this, or I had a conversation with Lucifer and Lucifer said that, or I had a conversation with Michael and Michael said this. And it's like when you narrow it down, these conversations are occurring in their mind. Okay. So without stepping on anyone's beliefs, most of the time, these things are subjective projections. The mind can give you whatever you want. If I want to close my eyes right now and have a conversation with Jesus, I can have a conversation with Jesus because the mind will give you that.
Right.
Now, does that mean that everything or every thought that or every communication you have in your mind is an illusion? The answer is no. Okay, so being able to figure out when something you're getting is you talking to yourself by using a projection, basically, versus an actual communication that's telepathy, it requires training and experience that's unfortunately not available. So for the most part, the jinn have a hard time communicating with people because they rely a lot on telepathy. So the next best things tend to be dreams. They can influence your dreams, so they can give you dreams. The third best thing they can do is just knocking. They can knock. And if they're really desperate and they really want to talk to you and no other means of communication work, they will speak and you will hear them audibly.
Interesting.
But that's the least method of communication they use. Like, it's not their number one method of communication. They prefer telepathy first. Now, with telepathy, jinn telepathy is not the same thing as I am scrying in a mirror and having a vision, or I'm hearing a voice of a spirit, or I'm going into a channeling session and letting the spirit speak through me. With telepathy, it is not easy to basically get into that kind of a headspace, and it's very painful. It feels like you have nails being pounded into your head.
Right.
First. And I call these things the jinn headache. I do. I call them the jinn headache. Whenever I have a student and says, I did this evocation and all I can feel was the severe pressure in my head. Like somebody's trying to squeeze my brain. It's like very painful. I need to take medicine. It hurts so much. I say, okay, you've just gotten the jinn headache.
There's a symptom. Oh my goodness.
And he says, what is that? Painful pounding headache. I said, that's them trying to talk to you.
Wow. So what is the difference? Like, I always wonder, what is the difference between the spelling DJINN and JINN?
I don't know. I think that's the Western thing, adding the D there.
So are they the same? It's just personal preference?
Yeah, because the jinn don't even call themselves the jinn for the most part.
Do they have a term for themselves?
I don't know. They've never really referred to themselves as anything but their first name. I use the word jinn and they kind of respond to that. It's sort of like a title. They kind of live with it because it's sort of taken by one of their elders, but one of their progenitors. But for the most part, it's an Arabic word that just means something that is not seen.
Okay.
So it's when you lose your mind, we say you are majnoon. You are insane because your mind is not there, cannot be seen. The baby in the womb is called janeen because it cannot be seen. It's in the womb. So it's not really, it's got used as a reference to the race because the Quran referred to them as jinn.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense.
So it got used there. Other cultures have called them by different names. I mean, they were called the Fae. They were called the Elves.
Okay.
They were called different names by different cultures and different civilizations. The only thing we can say for sure is that they were here first and we came second. But they will tell you there was something before them here too.
Now, in the groups, people are always so fascinated with this, and there's just not good information. So what do you have to say about people that are curious about, like, you hear people doing magic with them, or what are the dangers, or what do people need to know, the basics, or what advice do you have, or maybe common questions you get a lot?
Well, the thing about it is that most people who practice magic with the jinn seem to treat them the same way you would treat any other spirit, basically in Western grimoire. So they are just a replacement for the Goetia, or replacement for, the angels, or replacement for other kind of gods, entities. And the principle always seems to be structured on this idea. I will go in the temple, I will follow step A to step 10, step A to step Z, and then as I am proceeding with this ritual by following the instructions in the document or in the book, I will make a request. The request will come to pass. The request doesn't come to pass, I will try a different ritual or a different entity. basically that seems to be the general idea, that I see. And, it's okay, as a kind of like approach in the beginning, but for the most part, it doesn't go very far. I mean, let's face it. We have references in the Goetia about these demons who can make you rich, right? We have references about all these things. How many magicians in the last 100 years summoned any Goetic spirit and became rich? Zero.
Good point.
Okay. Same thing with almost every other identification on these grimoires. Zero. Now, why is it zero? Is it zero because the grimoires don't work, or the spirits cannot give you these things? Or no. It's because the whole philosophy was approached wrong. The whole thing was built on the wrong structural edifice.
Oh.
Okay. So if I was sitting here and some dude called me up on the phone and says, I command you, okay, who the fuck are you? I command you to give me $1 billion. And I'll be like, you know what? Just bugger off. I command you, okay, you know what? How do I get rid of this guy? Here's $10. Go. Here's $100. Go. Oh, I have $100. The ritual worked. And they don't think about how they're being perceived from the other side, because they got this belief system built in that they are the masters of the universe. And it's kind of like a heliocentric spiritual philosophy. It's I am the center. It's like I am the sun that shines in my universe, and therefore everything obeys my will in the heavens, on the earth. No, it does not. I'm sorry, but it does not. And you cannot come at this from a point of, I have zero experience, I'm just going to do this and it's just going to work, and expect immediate success. It doesn't work that way. I mean, think of how many magician does, for example, money spell. Almost none until they need the bills paid.
Yeah.
So when the bill's paid, now money spells come out. Well, what makes you think it's going to work now? You haven't been practicing. You waited until you're completely desperate and broke to pull out your stuff for money spells.
That's why I do ongoing money magic.
Yeah, or you got a situation where I've just been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I gotta do healing magic now. Yeah. Have you done any healing magic over the last 50 years, 20 years, 10 years, 1 year? You just waited now, and it doesn't work. Well, yeah, duh. Where's your practice? People just wait into the last moment to pull the stuff and try and use it, and it doesn't work that way. So when you're working with the jinn, you build a relationship first. You don't ask for anything. You're just there to learn, to explore, to know the civilization, to know their culture, to know them as people. And once you build enough friendships, once you build enough contact, the stuff works. And you don't even sometimes need to do complex rituals for it to work. Like, I think I wrote about this once in one of my books. I was sitting with my partner, Francis, and we were in this apartment, and I was flipping through these books, and I was thinking to myself, in 6 months from now, I'm going to do an evocation to the King Badur, and I will communicate with the King Badur. And as I close the book, I hear Frances calling me from the bedroom saying, we have a visitor. So I go in the bedroom, and she has this huge planter hanging from the ceiling that was spinning really fast, like a pendulum. And I was like, whoa, I've never seen this thing move, let alone spin so fast. It's heavy. Wow. It's like, 10 kilos, 10, 15 kilos. So like, the thing is heavy. So I said, what happened? Did you touch it, spin it, the wind? She says, no, the windows are closed, everything. I just felt the presence, and this thing started to kind of move on its own. I said, okay, if the jinn is here, stop this from spinning and spin it the other direction, counterclockwise. And instantly, it stopped moving and began to spin really fast counterclockwise.
Wow.
So it was a physical sign that I am here. He didn't wait for 6 months. A jinn just showed up immediately saying, okay, what do you need? I'm here right now. We don't need to wait 6 months to have this conversation. I can talk to you right now.
How interesting.
So how did he know? He knew because the jinn keep taps on our minds. Somebody heard my mind and then passed the message, and he responded immediately.
I was going to say, did it have something to do with you seeing that name and saying it, as that would have gotten the attention?
Yeah. I basically decided to, I do the evocation to the King Badur, and then a jinn resident who's probably assigned to keep an eye on me picked up my intentions, and then he passed the message over to his superiors, and his superiors said, oh, well, maybe he needs something. Send a guy over to see what he wants.
Interesting.
And the guy just showed up and said, I'm here. How can I help you? What do you need?
Okay, everyone always hears about, but I never hear good information on the different races of jinn.
Well, the thing is, there's a lot of confusion on this, especially when you're starting to look up on the web.
Yeah.
The amount of misinformation is just unbelievable.
There is. It's terrible.
And a large part of it has to do with people taking advantage of linguistic differences. So they say, well, there's the Ifrits, and then there's the Marids, and then there's this, and then there is that. And it's like, look, we don't really have a lot of literature on the different races of the jinn. What we do have are people classifying the jinn based on temperament, based on residency. So if you go and you see jinn hanging around in, flying in the air, you think you're seeing jinn flying in the air. We see these jinn are flyers, tayarin, they fly. If we see jinn who are residing on the ocean, we say they are watery jinn, they reside in the ocean. If you see jinn who are basically horrible, doing all kind of harm, and you say, well, these are shayateen, they're demons, they're doing all kind of harm, and so on. So we just have these kind of temperamental descriptions, right?
Okay, we just generalized categories, it sounds like.
Yeah, and we just kind of have these general categories, and then they end up being classified somehow as races. They're not. They're just individual categories.
That makes sense.
Now, from my experience on a personal level, I tend to classify jinn as, this is my own classification, This has nothing to do with the way they classify themselves. I classify jinn as pre and post-human.
Okay.
Or Old Kingdom and New Kingdom. Because they seem to be of different temperament. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're different races. They're just completely different cultures.
Like old school and modern almost.
Yeah, like old school and modern. Yeah. The old school jinn were the jinn who were residing in their world or Earth, wherever, the jinn world is, or planet was. Because I'm not really sure they were here on Earth particularly. I think they came down on Earth. I suspect their location was really Mars. This is my own theory. I haven't confirmed it 100%, but I think the jinn culture, the jinn civilization was on Mars and it got destroyed and they came down to Earth, a second home. That's my own theory. That's not, again, it's not backed by any evidence because I don't have 100% proof of any of it.
They've found some really weird things on Mars to suggest that maybe something was there once. So
yeah, this is just my own theory because they seem to have a lot of affinity for planet Mars, the jinn. And then there's a reference in the Quran for when the invasion happened. And the way the jinn described what was going on was almost a third person reference. Like in the story in the Quran, it talked about this is where religion and and scientific kind of thinking sometimes end up clashing, but it can be useful to look at it from a scientific perspective. From a religious perspective, the Quran said the jinn used to ascend up to the heavens, and they would put listening posts on the heavens that were hidden and seen, and they would listen to the heavens on this listening post. Now, a religious imam would tell you that they would go to the heavens, meaning some spiritual reality, and then they would try to listen to God in his throne, sitting on his chair, and hear what God's counsel in paradise or heaven is doing. Okay. That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is they used to travel to space and they had radio telescopes. Because that's what we do. We go to space and we put listening posts.
Yeah.
The heavens doesn't have to be, in this context, some spiritual dimension. It could just be space, the galaxy.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So they're putting these listening posts that were hidden, meaning they didn't want to be attacked by a force that they consider to be hostile. So they were feeling threatened. Now the Quran says, and then the jinn says, at least in the Quran, after they build these listening posts, is that they saw an army in the sky or an army in the heavens approach. Literal askar, the word was used askar, army, military force showed up. And then, or Jiyush, like an army showed up. And then the jinn response to this army was, we do not know if it was intended good or bad for the people on Earth, or for Earth inhabitants. If this army's intention was good or bad. Well, what do you do when you see UFOs showing up on the sky? If you have 1,000 UFOs in the sky, your first question is, are they friendly or are they hostile?
Yeah, you'd probably be stunned, really.
You were stunned, and then you'd be asking, are they coming in peace or not?
Yeah, do I need
so
to
the
be
jinn
fear?
didn't seem to know if this army was peaceful or not. It had no idea what was going on. They seemed to be shocked to have seen this army show up. And the first thing this army did was destroy the listening posts. And then they said, we don't know if they intended good or bad of Earth. So they're talking about Earth as a separate location.
Interesting.
They weren't saying, we don't know if it's good or bad for our home, for our family, for us. If we're safe, if we're in good, they're just observing Earth. And they're wondering if this is going to be what the intentions for Earth is when this army showed up. If they plan to do something good or bad on Earth. Okay. So we know at that point that the story kind of ends in the Quran. And then we have the creation of mankind and the establishment of mankind and the whole story that we've heard, and the jinn playing a role in the whole, demonic counterpoint and, as an enemy of mankind. And the story just goes on and on in the Quran. But if we go back an actual narrative and then we look at other narratives around the jinn, we find out that the invading army destroyed the jinn civilization. This is disclosed not in the Quran, but in the apocryphal text of Islam, that this invading army wiped out the jinn, took them all out, genocided them.
Wow.
Except for a few. And some of those few sided with the invading army and were also responsible for most of the genocide that happened to their own people. And then after this genocide finished and the war was complete, mankind was created. And then the jinn guy who was overseeing the genocide of his own people and then was aligned with this invading army said, wait, I thought you were going to give me Earth as a new home, that I'm going to be in charge of Earth. You're giving it to this other species that you just created, not me. I'm worthy of being in charge of the planet. And this created the whole Satan schism. This being became identified as Satan in our religious cultural viewpoint. So one hypothesis here is that he, having seen the impending destruction of his civilization, decided that instead of fighting the invading army, he's going to side with them and then been given a new home for his people, and he'll be the new king of his people. He will build a new civilization for the jinn on this other planet called Earth. But instead, this invading army decided no, they're going to put their own creation or their own species there in charge of this planet and not him, creating an animosity between him and the new existing species, humans.
Wow.
So this invading army gets identified as angels in our belief system.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. See, I've never heard any of this.
Right? So these angels appear in the heavens with an army, etc., etc. So looking at the ancient Sumerian text, we hear about the Anunnaki having came down and created man to build and construct and serve. In the Quran, it says we created man to serve. So the human beings were created as a service or a serving species by God. But how do we identify God? Who's our identifier for God? The angels. The angels are the one who tells us about God, who send human emissaries around and reveal the books and reveal the text. So the angels are the one delivering all these messages to us about God, about existence. And even in the ancient Sumerian religious beliefs, the angels, who were known back then by other names, which is actually the Igigi, gave and passed over to them a lot of their own religious and cultural civilizational prospect. So then if we are looking at this now, we see that the angels, or the Igigi, or another term for that I like to use is watchers, came from outside the solar system, destroyed the existing civilization of the jinn, which could very well have been on Mars, wiped them completely out because they considered a threat to their plan, set up the human race, and set up Earth as a colony.
Okay. I've heard a little tiny sliver of that. So yeah, okay. I get it.
So with us being a colony, they don't need to manage us the way, because if they're interstellar beings and they can travel between different galaxies and stars, they don't need to sit down and, build like a edifice to themselves. They can just create the colony, provide the instructions, provide the tools, provide the means, and just kind of manage from afar.
Yeah.
And the jinn who sided with them in the initial invasion became the demons of our cultural religious edifice.
Interesting.
Because what was Iblis, who was siding with them in the beginning, who stood by them during the whole war? His other name became Shaitan or Satan.
Okay.
So now all the jinn who ruled with them in the beginning are now refugees on Earth, living with the humans whom they really don't like. So what ended up happening? We ended up calling these beings through method like Goetia or whatever, and trying to communicate and ask for their help. So I think you can see the irony in all this.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fascinating.
Right? And we wonder why the angels are not always answering our prayers, because we are identifying them in a completely mythological, cosmic, universal level, where we expect that every time we pray, an angel is there, recording our prayer and sending it to God, and it becomes like Santa Claus and his helpers. But it's not. It's really three different civilizations. One civilization that's extremely advanced, spans galaxies, or maybe even, I don't know really how far they span. I'm just throwing galaxies here through a word. But they're enough to be able to colonize stars and planets, basically. And then you have us. Mm-hmm. And then you have our cousins, the jinn, who are just sort of like hanging around.
This is fascinating stuff. I've always wondered, and I've known that something had happened where their civilization got destroyed, but I've never really heard beyond that. So this is wonderful. One thing that I've seen people talk about a lot, and maybe this goes hand in hand with them not liking us, you hear about binding them to stuff so that they serve you. Does that just piss them off, or what?
Yeah, it just pisses them off.
How does that even work? I mean, how could a person bind something that's like an energy being or something that's more powerful in that sense?
It doesn't work. Not really.
Okay.
It's the same thing with the magic circle. It doesn't do anything.
Does it just insult them and they thump us? Or, I mean,
they can probably just laugh at us. I mean, when they were talking about magic circles in the ancient grimoires, they're absolutely nothing like magic circles in modern grimoires.
Yeah.
When you erected in Arabic books magic circles and you set up the circle, you basically, there's two kinds. There's the magic circle for protection, or the magic circle against the jinn.
Okay.
The magic circle against the jinn consisted of various circles of metallic objects. Nails. Huge nails. So they weren't relying on necessarily, you could add divine names and prayers if you wanted, and some of them did that. But the key to success was the nails, because they believed the nails would block the jinn from coming too close to you.
Interesting.
They don't like iron, so they were using iron as a weapon.
Okay.
So that was the whole point of that magic circle, was iron. So if you're putting a piece of fabric with nice symbols on it and sitting on it, that's not going to help you. Now, the magic circle for protection was not just protection against the jinn, but protection against thieves, animals, and things like that. And that one worked how? When the enemy approached, they would perceive an illusion of a chasm. So they feel like they cannot cross the chasm, and they will just turn back. So if the lion approaches, he will see what looks like a big hole, and he will walk back. If the thief is approaching, he will see this chasm and walk back, or a different kind of illusion.
Yeah.
It was an illusion magic to create a barrier.
Okay.
Now, if you buy one of those magic circles from the Lesser Key of Solomon and put it and sit there, a lion is just going to step right over it.
Yeah.
He'd just eat you. He'd be like, oh, okay, I don't know what this is, and just eat you. So magic circles have, like I said, a lot of our magical technology these days are just become watered down cosplay.
Yeah.
And it's not the way the ancients were looking at it or wanted it to work or how it worked for them thousands of years ago. Now it's just cosplay.
Yeah.
And people are happy with it because it's more exciting than their boring job at the office.
So one thing that people are probably out there wondering with all this is, like, there's one book that came out a couple years ago by Corwin Hargrove about the jinn. I know I know you've got some books, but I've never had the fortune of being able to read them. But what would a person need to know if they wanted to go to the jinn for magic? What kind of things would you ask them for? And is there an etiquette involved?
Well, the first thing you would do is ask whether you want the Old Kingdom or the New Kingdom.
Okay.
If you want to work with the jinn who were there before the invasion, or the jinn who basically sided with the invasion at the time. Now, if you take a look at the majority of grimoires in Arabic and English, they really are all belonging to a couple of jinn kings or a couple of tribes of the jinn. And like if you take, for example, if you take the book on Abramelin the Mage, it lists all these demons in Abramelin the Mage. The majority of these demons in Abramelin the Mage go under the auspices of the demon king Amaiman. If you take a look at Goetia, the majority of the demons in Goetia are under the auspices of Amaiman. Okay, so you're seeing all this. Well, who's Amaiman? Amaiman is really, you drop the A, and then you have Maimun, which is the jinn king mentioned in ancient texts, one of the elders of the New Kingdom.
Okay.
So you're centered on this whole idea. Now, another reference. For example, we have references to the red dragon in the New Testament and the Bible being Satan, etc. And all the ancient evil, this red dragon, ancient evil. Dragons are associated with the jinn kings as an emblem.
Mm-hmm.
The jinn use snakes for an emblem, and their kings use dragons for an emblem. So the talking snake in the garden who walked on his feet was a dragon, and that's a reference to the jinn king. So the jinn king was the one talking to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden.
How interesting.
Because of the alignment between the jinn kings and between the watchers, the Elohim, the invading army that came in. So that ancient red dragon is a title for one of the powerful jinn kings, again, in the New Kingdom. Abu Mahraz al-Ahmar. Okay, his last name is the Red King, the Red Dragon. So that's his label. His banner is a red dragon. So in a lot of ways, you're really, for the most part, if you're using modern text or even medieval text, you're staying within the context of those two kings, the Maimun and the Ahmar kingdom.
Right, okay.
Right? And they have some very powerful jinn under them. They can do all kinds of things. Like I said, you can appeal to these kings directly, but they don't really just answer you directly. Like if you were to set up a temple and do a prayer to Maimun, Maimun, whatever, he's not going to be the one responding to you. He will send a resident jinn or a low-level jinn who will show up and say, "Hey, I'm a Maimun. How can I help you?" He will refer to himself by the title of the person sending him, but it's not the real Maimun showing up. And so you got to learn to navigate between what's identifying themselves when they show up and who's sending them, because it's not always the same.
Interesting. So they definitely have the hierarchy.
They have a hierarchy, right?
Yeah. What kinds of things have you asked them to help you with, or in your experience, what would a person go to them for, ask them help with?
When I worked with the Old Kingdom, or had contact with the New Kingdom, the one under that, my requests were kind of funky. I mean, I at one point, I was on an airplane with a friend, and I was talking about the jinn, and he wasn't sure he believed the jinn were real or what powers they possessed. So I called on one of the jinn, and I asked him to change the temperature of the airplane, heat it up. And he heated up the airplane. And at first, my friend was like, "Well, this could be placebo effect. You told me you're going to heat up the airplane. I'm feeling hot. Maybe it's placebo effect."
Right.
And then the pilot came on the intercom and said, "My apologies to all the passengers. There's malfunction in our airplane. We don't identify the problem, and the temperature has risen 5 degrees. We don't know exactly what's going on."
Wow.
And then I said to the jinn, "Lower the temperature. Bring it back to normal." And he brought it back to normal. And then within a second or two, the guy showed up on the intercom, the captain, and said, "Well, we don't know what happened, but the problem is gone. Sorry for the inconvenience. Hopefully it doesn't come back."
That is amazing. They can do some crazy stuff, I've heard, but you don't know what you're reading online is just someone making something up and writing about it for drama and what isn't. So it's really awesome to talk to someone with direct experience. What do you have to tell people about the books you've written? How do they find your books?
Well, my books are available on my website, for the most part. I have some on Amazon that you can Google and research. A lot of beginners ask me which of my books to start with, and I really don't have a very solid answer. I recommend Magic That Works as a good starting book for everybody, but for the most part, I tend to just write my own research. So if I am working on a new subject or new research with the Jinn, I will just put it into a course and share it. And then sometimes unfortunately, not everybody can immediately use it because people come at different levels, right?
Right.
And that's a side effect of the way I work, because I don't tend to rehash. I don't tend to copy and duplicate a lot. So if I put in a technique in one course, it's only going to be in that course. It's not going to be in any other course. Because when I'm writing, a lot of people write because for them it's a source of income, which even for me sort of is, but I don't approach it as a business, as a source of income. I approach it as I'm a researcher and I want to share this information with everybody, and
that's awesome.
I'll just put it out there, and then I figure if somebody needs help, I will just help them at that point. And I do this for free. I help people for free online, or when they message me, whatever, and I just kind of guide them for free.
Oh, nice. Now, you've had some stuff I've seen online, and here again, I'm not very knowledgeable, so maybe you can just touch on this a little bit. You've had little boxes or something that you've worked on or discussed projects with, or Jinn boxes or something. What are those? Oh. People hear about them, but nobody knows what they are.
Okay.
They look cool. I
know. Well, what happened is I have a very close friend of mine who works with me on various magical projects, and he basically ended up getting sucked with me into this whole Jinn world, and ended up becoming my main manufacturer for making stuff. Is that because I'm not very good with tools, so ended up basically making rings for people, Jinn rings and things like that. Basically, I will design the item based on instructions I got from the Jinn. I will ask him to build me a prototype, and then after that, he can sell as many copies of it as he wants.
Interesting.
So I get my prototype for free, and he gets to make money selling it to whomever else wants the same copy as mine.
Oh, okay.
Because I cannot make it myself. I don't have the talents.
Yeah.
So.
What do you mind me asking? What does a Jinn ring do? Does it help you contact them, or does it help you? Is it like a point of contact?
It's a point of the ones I use are sort of a point of contact. I mean, okay. It just magnifies my telepathy and allows me to reach them faster, communicate faster, so that they don't have to wait. It makes it easier to send the signal and easier for them to send the signal back.
Okay. And what do the boxes do then? Or did you get that off the ground, or what did you discover with it, or not?
Okay. Well, the box idea kind of came in when he said he was bored doing rings. And he says he's fed up. He's been doing rings for 20 years. He's fed up making rings. He wants to make something new. And at that point, a Jinn showed up, popped up for whatever reason, decided to come up. I guess he was listening in on the conversation and said, how about I give you guys how to open the gateway to Harut and Marut? And I was like, what? Now, the story of Harut and Marut is the same as the biblical story of Enoch and the Watchers. Basically, they are the imprisoned Watchers, for some reason, who had given mankind ancient knowledge, including sorcery and magic and tools and weapons and stuff. And apparently, in the book of Enoch, they were imprisoned. Azazel and all those guys, they were all imprisoned. So I was like, no, we are not opening a gateway to Harut and Marut, because I don't know what's on the end under that door. I'm not going to open it. But my friend got excited. He's like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do this. I said, how about I give you something better? He said, what? I said, how about I give you the gin box? He said, what's that? I said, let me give you the design. So I gave him the gin box. And it took him a long time to make one. Really, it took him many months. So basically, the gin box works as a magnified variation of the Ring of Solomon to create contact with the jinn. The outside of the box is designed the names of various ifrits or jinns who are connected with King Solomon at the time. So when you take a look at the Arabic manuscripts, you will see a reference to the Ring of Solomon, and then there's a reference to various names of New Kingdom jinn ifrits, including the one that raised the temperature of the airplane, and other ones as well. And they're supposed to go on your ring. So I put them on the box, outside the box, in this kind of beautiful design. And then on the inside of the box, I built in mirrors. And then with the mirrors, I also located various crystal pyramids. So all the crystal pyramids were shooting at each other and then reflecting off all the mirrors.
Interesting.
Creating a kind of a vortex. And then in the bottom was another glass pyramid. And in that glass pyramid was another crystal pyramid that was shooting at the ceiling, which was also another mirror, and kind of reflecting from there as well. So it became a kind of a vortex of crystals inside, with mirrors inside this box that was covered with names of various jinn. And the idea was to use it to help create a manifestation box. So if I ask the jinn to give me a ruby, he can put it inside that box. He can manifest it inside that box. But I found out that it actually works very well in calling the jinn. So if I put the jinn name and I lay it on the bottom of the mirror, and I see, which is on the lid, and I close the box, and I put my hand on top of the box, and I call the jinn, it works as a very quick invocation.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I needed to just kind of find a cutoff spot about halfway through, so I picked one. And yeah, you know what? We're going to be back same time, same place for a little bit more of that gin and tonic, and we're going to finish up our discussion with Nineveh at that time.
So of the mirror, and I see, which is on the lid, and I close the box, and I put my hand on top of the box, and I call the jinn. It works as a very quick evocation tool.
Nice. I love it. I've been working on some magical tools, and then my friend Tim has been working on some magical tools. We just have fun with it. That just sounds like a wonderful thing to experiment with.
And the cool part about it, though, and is that it actually, the energy, you can just feel it by putting your hand on the lid.
I would imagine. I make the little organite pyramids, and I've been putting different crystals in them for different purposes, and people are getting good results with that. So the pyramid shape in and of itself is really crazy. It does some interesting stuff with energy. So I never even thought of like aiming a bunch of them at each other inside of a mirror box. That's ingenious. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's worked very well. And the pyramid is directly connected to the jinn.
Yeah. Oh,
the word Pira in pyramid is fire. It's the fire temple.
Okay.
The jinn love pyramids. That's why if you go to any of the old pyramids around the world, you will find jinn residing inside those pyramids. That's their centers of conclave. And this is why also many of the pyramids are abandoned these days.
Mm.
They got the humans to build them the pyramids, and then in some cases, depending on the jinn is good or bad, sacrifice blood to power and charge the pyramid or human sacrifices, and then kick the humans out.
Huh.
And then just use it as their personal base of operations.
Oh, wow.
The only thing I'm going to mention is that my research onto the old kingdom of the jinn is really now where things are taking off as far as where I'm looking forward to, as far as building the tower project. So I want to talk a little bit about the tower project to kind of explain why that's important.
Yeah, tell everyone about the tower. I know just very little about it. I've seen you post about it.
Yeah. So the idea was, and the tower project is actually a jinn project. It's jinn supported, jinn backed. So they're the ones who are kind of supporting, and this is where jinn and money can come in also, because when I first started working on the jinn project, on the tower project with the jinn, I said, look, I don't have finances. What you're asking me to do is outside my financial capacity. I cannot contribute toward building this project. I don't have the income. They said, so how much is your, like, I said, look, my income is around 25K a year. And what you're asking for cannot be done by me at 25K a year. It's just not going to happen. So they said, okay, we will help you. And within 1 year, my income went from 25K a year to 60K a year.
Nice.
Without me doing anything at all different. I didn't get a new job or do anything else different. Nothing. I did everything I always did. Not a single thing was changed. I went from 25K to 60K. And then the year after that, from 60K to 100 plus K.
Wow. Very nice.
Again, I'm doing nothing different. So the same people that I am teaching are there. The same people that are getting my materials are there. Nothing has really changed except the number. And this is all toward funding the tower project.
And what does the tower do?
Well, I have some theories on it because I don't have the full plan that the Jinn are actually doing. But the basic design of the tower is that it is also a pyramid structure. It's a kind of a pyramid of its own.
Interesting.
And then they picked an island in the Pacific that was connected with the ancient kingdom of Ophir in the Bible, where King Solomon supposedly were getting his stuff to building his temple, which was also a Jinn temple. It's the only temple that the Jinn built, is the one King Solomon had.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. It was built by the Jinn, right? And they created the stones for him that were not cut by any metal. They used some kind of a device to cut the stones. All kinds of stuff like that. So this is the myth of King Solomon building this temple. And the Jinn that were with him, that teleported him and teleported Queen Sheba and did all this. Even Queen Sheba is supposed to be coming from, some have said Queen Sheba comes from Africa. Some said Queen Sheba comes from Yemen. But the description of Queen Sheba is it comes from Ophir, which is on the other part of the world on the east, the islands. So I think it's somewhere here between Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines.
Okay.
So this is why they picked this area to put in their new temple structure that they were building. And the design was to be this pyramid structure. Around the pyramid structure is going to be 360 statues of 360 different Jinn.
Oh, wow.
Each one is triggered by a particular charge or empowerment. And then at the end of the pyramid, there will be basically a very large portal gateway that's directed at the moon.
Interesting.
So the Jinn have a plan involving the moon and the moon gates. But those are the old kingdom Jinn, not the new kingdom Jinn.
Have you gotten a start on this yet?
Sorta. After I acquired the land, I was supposed to go to that island on 12/12/2020 and open a gateway. And something happened before I went over there. I was talking to my secretary, who was basically my apprentice / secretary, who was overseeing the basic construction that I was going to need. And we were talking, and she said she felt breathing on her neck. And I was like, what? She says, Nineveh, somebody's breathing on my neck. And then she said, it's breathing again. So she said it like 2-3 times. And then she turned around. She stopped chatting me, and she turned around, and she saw a man lying naked in bed beside her.
Oh, weird.
And she was freaked out because, she's supposed to be alone, right? And then she realized that the man that was naked had no genitals of any kind. She looked down and she saw no dick, no balls, nothing. There was no genitals. And then she looked into his face again and realized his eyes were all black and had no whites in him whatsoever.
Wow.
And then he got up and he smiled at her. She started yelling at him to leave the room, leave her alone. She's freaking out. So he got off the bed, stood up, staring at her right next to her bed. And then she said, in a blink of an eye, he vanished. He wasn't there anymore.
Oh, how weird. Did she say, was there weight? I mean, was he like in a honest to God physical form or the
Yeah. Honest to God physical form.
Wow. How fascinating.
She thought it was a person in the beginning. She thought she was going to get raped by some guy.
What do you feel the thing is with the no genitals?
I have no idea.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah, I mean, the eyes are all black, right?
Yeah.
So then, at that point, I got a visitor here telling me that there was some kind of a conference that was set up between the Jinn kings of the New Kingdom and the Old Kingdom on the island where the tower was being built. There was some kind of intervention procedure that happened. And I was like, what? What do they want? Like, this is not good. Because I'm working with one group and now the other group just sent in a whole bunch of people to the first group. And I know already what they can do because I've seen them do all kinds of things from the airplane and all other stuff like that. So I know they're very powerful. And they just sent a whole host over there to communicate with the jinn I was working with that were on the island. So I was like, this couldn't be bad. So when I went in to do the event, it got blocked. Something happened legally and I wasn't allowed on the island. And by the time I was to sort this out, it was already too late to hold the event that was scheduled on 12/12/2020.
Interesting.
So I got locked out of my own property, basically.
How weird.
And then as I'm sitting here now, pissed off, angry, upset, because other people were supposed to join me as well, feeling upset that they couldn't help, join as well. I'm letting them down, not just I'm not able to do it. They're losing on it too. And I was like, this is bad. I'm really angry. Eventually I just gave up. And then as I was flying back to my house, I got a message saying that my cat caught a bat in my office. And I was like, a bat?
Huh.
What the hell is a bat doing in my office?
Yeah, that's pretty random.
That's pretty random, right?
That's very random.
And I was like, that's not good. And I was like, that's a bad omen. I don't know if I like the sign at all. And my friend was like, hey, did you keep the bat? I can use his blood in casting spells. I was like, I said, what are you talking about? The bats are associated with viruses and pandemics and infections. I would be scared to use their blood. They're full of viruses. They're a disease factory, the bat.
So then what happened?
So then at that point, I'm locked out of the property. I said, you know what? There's a small island in the middle here of a lake, not very far from where I live. It's about an hour drive. The energy there is very nice. I've seen jinn activity around that particular island. Maybe I can just buy a small land there while I'm sorting out the problem with the big land that is now I'm locked out of.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife is like, okay, we can go check it out. I said, cool. So we scheduled an appointment to go check out the properties around that area. The volcano erupted. That island is a volcano.
Wow.
I was like, are you kidding me? And as it erupted, the government made it illegal to buy any property in the vicinity of that area because the eruption was massive. We were covered in ashes for weeks.
Oh, that's
and I was like, oh my God. It was like pictures of this thing, shooting fire and brimstone and lightning and everything. I was like, holy cow, what happened? The poor island. It looked like pictures out of Fallout. It's nothing, just massive destruction everywhere. I'm like, well, there goes that island.
Wow.
I guess I'm blocked there. So then, turns out, I'm thinking, is something going on with the jinn world? Like, what happened? Because volcanoes and jinn are connected. I was like, what just happened?
Aren't they fire beings?
Well, not exactly fire beings, but they like volcanoes.
Okay.
That year, 84 volcanoes erupted around the earth. That was just the beginning. After that volcano erupted, 82 more volcanoes erupted around the world.
That's nuts.
Exactly, yeah? So then I was like, okay. So then I was doing magic to kind of fix up the problem with the property, to go over there. And I'm like, okay, I think it's got done. I've sorted the legal issues. I'm going to go over there and seal the deal. So next year, I can at least try the operation again. And I said to my wife, schedule me for Monday. She says, okay. Sunday or Saturday, they canceled all flights because of COVID lockdown.
Wow, you've had some obstacles. That's crazy.
I was like, are you kidding me? First, the volcanoes. Another shut down the entire flights. I'm locked in my house. So like, I said, okay, you know what? She says, it's going to end eventually. I said, yeah, you know what? I said to my wife, when this stuff ends, don't be surprised as COVID lockdowns are being removed, we're at World War III. Because it's going to be the next thing to happen at this current rate of events are unfolding.
Yeah, no kidding.
And sure enough, they removed the lockdown on the island the same day that Russia invaded Ukraine.
What are the odds? What are the
odds? I was like, okay, I'm not making any more predictions. This is getting crazy.
Oh, man. That's so strange.
So my friend says, like, why would it happen like that? I said, look, what do we know about the new kingdom of the jinn? They're responsible or they like pyramids. He said, yes. He says, okay, and every civilization that built the pyramids vanished. They were gone. Ancient Egyptians are gone. The Mayans are gone. They're gone. I said, the people still survive, but the ones who built the pyramids are gone. The Sumerians are gone. I said, they're all gone.
Right.
I said, yes. I says, okay, and what do we know about pyramid building? A lot of the pyramids that were built were connected with human sacrifices. The jinn used the blood to power their magic.
Huh.
And he said, okay. Yeah, but it's sort of like the evil jinn would do that. They would use blood to power their magic. Like same way humans will sacrifice a chicken.
Yeah. I was
to say, power their magic, right?
You see it in Africa. We may have been animals to them anyway at that point. So
at that point, I said, so maybe they didn't, those evil jinn don't care about us at all. They would just use us. I said, so? He said, well, if there's ever a war between the jinn and the evil jinn want to power up their military, we're going to have a lot of dead humans through war. Every time I said we fight, every time we humans kill each other, it's not just territory and land. We are supporting one side of the evil jinn. They will use that to power their magic and make them stronger as well.
Isn't that interesting?
So that's where the whole mythos of the vampires and the ghouls and all of that stuff come from in our cultural mythology. Even the word ghoul comes from the name of a jinn king.
Yeah.
The ghoul. Jinn don't like the garlic. Vampires don't like garlic. Jinn don't like sunlight. Vampires don't like sunlight.
Isn't it fascinating how many different things are interwoven with this that you've brought up just since this phone call? How interesting. And people just don't know this stuff.
No, it's all connected. This is all interwoven.
Yeah, it is.
Right, it's all interwoven. So if you want to have complete peace on Earth, not that it's completely possible, but if you want to minimize all the craziness that we're experiencing here on the planet, you need to put a brake on the forces that are causing this craziness to happen. And people say, well, I want to protest my government. Well, that's great. And then what happens? You get rid of them, somebody else will take over. It's not humans that are completely responsible for everything that's occurring. Yes, we are doing it. Yes, we're the ones shooting the guns or firing the missiles, but there are decision makers involved. And these decision makers have voices whispering in their ear telling them what to do. Like people talk about Adolf Hitler and during the World War II, and they talk about the Nazi research of the occult. But what they don't know is that Adolf Hitler was seeing shadow people before the war started.
So did they influence people's minds then? I mean, when you say they're talking, they can like literally get into a person's mind and
it's easy.
Oh wow.
It's easy. A jinn can within 24 hours trigger a nuclear launch if they want.
Yeah, it sounds like they could.
They don't because they don't want, they don't want the planet destroyed. They live here too.
Mm-hmm.
But they can definitely trigger it. So
you had mentioned earlier about, if you wanted to start working with them, build a relationship and just kind of, don't expect some miracle just because you go to them and command them. Would they be a good being to someone for protections if you started working with them? Would they be a good energy being to protect you?
Okay, well, here's an example of how that would work. At one point, I was sitting and just doing my thing on the computer, and I'm nocturnal, so I tend to sleep mostly throughout the day. So Francis came in, And she's like, we need to eat. I'm like, okay. Fridge is empty. I'm like, okay. She says, I'm going to go to the store and buy some food. I says, I'll come with you. She said, no. Finish your work. I said, it's 11:30 at night. You sure you don't want me to come? She says, no, I'll just go to this. It's only like 10 minutes away. I will go get the stuff and come back. I'm like, okay. Then she said, out of the blue, this might be my last trip. I was like, what? She says, I have a feeling I'm going to die tonight. I said, if you have a feeling you're going to die tonight, why are you leaving? Stay home. Why are you going out? She said, I don't know. We still need to eat. I said, not that badly. You can hang on. We can survive the next day if you're having a bad feeling. She says, no, I got to go. I'm like, oh, my Lord. Stubborn woman. Okay. So she left with this gloom and doom vibe blanket over her head and over my head now. I'm like, okay, I'm shutting off my computer. So then I go in and I say, listen, if there's any Jinn around, I don't have time to do an evocation. If there's any Jinn around who's a friend of ours, please make sure she's fine. Bring her home to me safely. Please, thank you. So, because I know there's always a Jinn listening. Because they come and go out of my house all the time. So I was like, okay, please do that. So sure enough, as she's crossing the street, I guess it was a drunk driver or somebody else who was not in full faculty of their mind. And they were crossing the traffic light and they were speeding right at her. And they weren't stopping or swerving. And she was frozen. She couldn't move like a deer in the headlights. And all she could think to herself was, that's it, I'm going to die. And seconds before that car hit her and threw her off, some hand or somebody grabbed her and pulled her back.
Wow.
And she turned around to thank the good Samaritan who helped pull her from harm's way. She said, thank you. And she pulled to say thank you. And there was nobody there.
How strange. Thank goodness. Huh. You've got some friendly ones that are like watching out for you guys.
Yeah, well, there's lots of friendly ones too, right? So it's just a matter of figuring out. That's what I say. You got to choose the old kingdom or the new kingdom.
Right.
You got to make your friends well. And if you choose the wrong side, you know, you can end up with problems, really.
Okay,
and a lot of people...
The old kingdom is the friendlier ones and the new kingdom is not.
Depends on you, really. I mean, for some people, they tend to like the new kingdom more because the other ones in the grimoires.
Okay.
So they build a lot of relationship with them. The old kingdom is harder to reach. There's almost nothing on them in books.
Interesting. This has been so educational. I am so happy that you agreed to do this. Oh my gosh. I feel like I actually know something about these beings now.
Yeah, they're kind of there. I mean, when you go watch a horror movie or you watch stuff about scary stuff on TV, it's just our own narrative of the jinn being culturally repackaged in our entertainment.
I mentioned something just earlier. We'll close on this. We'll try to be gentle in our wording, I suppose. I had mentioned Corwin Hargrove's Jinn book. What was your opinion on that? Or
I haven't read it.
Oh, okay. I've tried it, and he has things kind of segregated by days of the week and which one that you reach for that day of the week for whatever purpose. And I have tried it, and I felt like there was something listening to me, but what I asked for was something I couldn't really follow up on to find out if it happened, but I felt like I was being heard. So, but it's not a book I've really dabbled in much. So,
right. Well, I haven't really read the book. I tend to be wary of some of these books that have been coming out recently because they're capitalizing on the interest in jinn.
Yeah.
And the practitioners are not really, they don't really have enough connection with the jinn to be writing about them. They're just trying to make a quick buck on it. I don't know if the guy is one of those people or not. I haven't read his book. But whenever you see, the jinn are watching almost everybody all the time, doing human surveillance. And they sort of do it in kind of like a secret way. So they tend to come up at night when you're sleeping, keep an eye on you, stuff like that. But when you start dabbling with anything related to jinn magic or jinn-related issues, they pop up to see who's this person and what are they doing. And they make an assessment at that point, whether or not they want to continue to pop up and check on you or just ignore you, right?
That's interesting.
And if they think you are useful in some way, then they will reach out more to you. And if they think that you are dangerous in some way, they might respond and then kind of restrict you. So you got to be careful.
Right.
Because you can end up with, I'm not saying to say that jinns are dangerous and evil. I'm just saying you got to be careful who you're interacting with.
Right.
What their agenda and what their motivation. Right.
I guess that goes with humans too.
Exactly. Just like humans. You got to figure out if that person is a friend, not a friend. They have their own personal agenda. Is the guy who is offering you a drink being friendly, or did he spike your drink?
Right.
So is this jinn who's answering you friendly, or does he have an ulterior intentions? You got to figure this out. And in some cases, the intentions of the jinn is that you don't get to practice. You don't get to go very far because they deem you dangerous. Not dangerous in the sense of powerful, but dangerous in the sense that your agenda or interest might interfere with their agenda and interest.
Okay.
They're looking for allies. So they classify people as not interesting, not relevant. They get ignored. And then you got basically the people who are practicing magic, and they don't see them as prospects. So they also get ignored. They get no responses. They get nothing. They do their evocations or they do their magic, and then nothing happens. The jinn just say, no, we're not going to respond to that person. Let them stay. Now, you can repeat that conjuration 1,000,000 times. We're not going to answer you. You're not interesting enough. And then the other ones they see as allies. And then they will show up to you and say, oh, how can I help you out? What can I do for you? Because they see you as an ally, somebody they can ally with. Or they see you as a threat. If they see you as a threat, well, then you're in for a rough time. You feel like you're living an episode of The Conjuring or X-Files.
How interesting. Very, very fascinating.
So it kind of boils down to that.
Yeah. All right. So this was a really great session, and I want to invite you back anytime that you want to discuss more, or if you've got
Hello, everyone. I'm Golden Dawn Cancelaria Leslie McQuaid. Welcome back to Magic 101. We have a special guest today. I'm proud to have live with us Nineveh Shadrach, author of Magic That Works. Nineveh, are you there?
Hello, Leslie. Thank you for having me. I'm honored by this invitation.
Nineveh, you've established quite a reputation for yourself as the go-to guy on Ruhaniyat and Jinn magic.
It's not me. It's the materials. People really love the system and love the results they're getting from it.
We've heard similar stories from our own members. It's one of the reasons why we've invited you here today. I'm pretty new to your tradition myself, so I hope you'll bear with me. First, let me say time flies fast, and from what I understand, you've been doing this for nearly 20 years.
It's worth it. When people look with respect at my readers and students due to their knowledge and spiritual experiences.
Okay, let me first start by asking you, what exactly is Ruhaniyat? I'm not familiar with the term.
Ruhaniyat stems from the Arabic word for spirit, ruh, which is identical to the Hebrew word ruach. Ruhaniyat covers a variety of esoteric and occult disciplines. Its purpose is the empowerment of one's spirit.
Would it be classified more as mysticism or as magic?
Ruhaniyat takes a wholesome approach to one's spiritual development. It combines a variety of disciplines together and, of course, mystical techniques. However, it's not a passive approach.
I know lots of our viewers are interested in Jinn magic, and I'm sure we're all curious. Does the practice of Ruhaniyat directly tie in with the practice of jinn magic?
Directly, nothing. Indirectly, making contact with the jinn was a point of focus for a number of Ruhaniyat practitioners.
Okay. You know, I know lots of people who are attracted to jinn magic, but there's also those who are scared of it.
When people think of jinn magic, what they're really thinking of is a spell that gets a jinn to appear, to make their wishes come true, especially in areas of love and money. It's true that jinn magic can help us build a gap between our reality and theirs. However, I feel that what we should do once this connection is built should be guided by something greater than immediate mundane needs or desires.
Are you saying that you've never called a jinn to help out in a love or a money spell?
Maybe once or twice in my early teens when I was still wet behind the ears. But no, generally I don't call on the jinn for that purpose. I actually don't call on the jinn very much.
Oh, wow. I find this amazing considering all of your stories with the jinn. How did that ever happen then?
I said I don't call on the jinn very much. I didn't say I don't have contact with them.
Why would the jinn reach out to you, Nineveh?
The jinn are independent beings. If they are interested in you, then they'll pop in often into your life. They can also teach whomever they want to teach. Evocation isn't always necessary.
I'm sure that'll get lots of heads shaking. Do you have an example of a jinn showing up to you without you doing any sort of ritual magic practice to call it forth?
One night, I was silently reading a conjuration to the King Badduh. I had gotten a really good vibe off this king, and I wanted to meet him or at least one of his servitors. I set my mind to do an evocation 6 months down the road. It was past midnight, which is pretty much jinn activity time.
In other traditions, midnight is known as the witching hour. It's said that the spirits or fairies would come out during that time. What a coincidence, right?
Yeah, I call it jinn hour. Francis, with whom I was sharing an apartment, pops in and tells me that we've got a visitor in the bedroom. I went in and I saw her very large hanging planter spinning really fast. This was a pretty large pot. It would be hard for me to make it spin that fast. The windows were closed and there was zero air draft. I could feel the presence of a jinn and I could see a silhouette of his translucent body. I said, if indeed a jinn is there, then spin this planter counterclockwise. Instantly, the fast-spinning planter came to a complete halt and started spinning the other way.
That's a pretty solid example right there. I don't think I've heard very many stories like this in the magical community. Why do you think the jinn just showed up like that?
I think the jinn were watching me, and due to their telepathic nature, knew of my intentions and decided to skip the wait time and evocation process. King Badduh sent a viceroy immediately to my room to see what I wanted.
Oh, my. Well, what do you think made you so special?
You're asking the wrong question. The important point here is that the jinn were watching me. We don't know how many more of us they're watching. According to jinn lore, we each have a qareen or familiar from the jinn. The qareen watches and influences its human target. This is all done invisibly. They could do a more direct display for everyone, but they don't.
It's as if they don't want people to have proof that they're there.
Yes, this is part of the reason that many people struggle to get tangible results from their evocations.
Do you think the ancient magicians knew that the jinn would resist?
Of course. That's why the grimoires are full of threats and admonitions to the spirits to obey or else be hurt or destroyed.
Can I argue a counterpoint here? I do hear of people who use methods like Goetia and get results.
But go and read the forums and comments or even the more recent books on the subject. People are excited when they see funky smoke, candle flames dancing, or just feel strange energy around them.
I'd call that physical results, wouldn't you?
If people were getting consistent physical results, just like the ancient grimoires, then the ongoing debate on whether these beings are objectively real or not would have been settled.
Okay, you're right. You know, people do spend many hours and so much money painstakingly making old magical circles, carving wooden knives, implements, all of this based on these grimoires. As they say, magicians love their toys, right?
I'd prefer to have dinner with my beautiful wife and watch the sunset by the lake. I'm betting lots of people share this sentiment.
Okay, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that people are doing this because they have no choice?
They believe that by accurately replicating the instructions in older grimoires, it will improve their odds at physical manifestations.
Since we have you here, why don't you share with us some tips on how to improve these odds?
Okay, I'll give you 3. 1. Turn off the electricity in your house. 2. Don't eat meat and don't have meat in your house before and during the workings. 3. Burn dried cilantro often.
You do know that this will sound a little weird to us Westerners.
Maybe, but the key thing is whether or not it works. And it works, which is what we're looking for. Results.
I'll give it a try. I hope you don't mind, but I have a personal question. How did you start? What got you interested in jinn magic in the first place?
Jinn are pretty much a central part of Islamic belief. You've got a whole surah in the Quran dedicated to the jinn.
Ah, it was your religious upbringing then.
Actually, in my teens, I was more interested in things like building my own telescope, programming my own game on Apple IIc, and being an all-around nerd.
So what happened?
During high school, people started coming up to me and asking me all kind of questions related to magic and the jinn. When I asked them why they were doing this, they said the jinn told us about you and said you have the answers, which at the time I didn't.
Oh my gods, that's incredible! How did you feel about that?
It scared the hell out of me. I was living in a country that cut off the head of anybody associated with magic or the jinn.
You were living in Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah, my family was working there.
What did you do?
I had no one to tell me that once you walked through that door, there was no turning back. I didn't walk, I leaped through the door, and I'm still falling.
Don't be offended, but I've got the Golden Dawn. Why should I study your tradition?
I believe that people can use this system to break through the barriers which keep them from experiencing the divine connection. I want you and everyone else to have the keys to your own awakening and enlightenment. I'd love to see authentic magic flourish in our world.
Hey, you know, it's not lost. There's thousands of books, online forums, our order, videos, blogs.
True, but people, even many magicians, have become skeptical of magic as something fantastic or amazing. Many have even begun to argue against its spiritual dimensions.
Well, that's because we're tired of religion. Plus, magic is not mysticism. Our culture is built on science, so it's natural for us to be skeptical and even encouraged.
It isn't about labels, it's about our true nature, the true nature of the universe, and our place within the schema. By giving up the magical side of magic and accepting only the psychological dimension, we're leaving on the table the key to our own ascension and enlightenment.
You think we in the community have been going about it all wrong then? Give me an example.
Sure, I'd love to, but it's not about being right or wrong. It's about things getting stagnant. We need to ask new questions to push the dimensions and limits of our craft. For example, when was the last time someone asked, how do we pull on the energy of this or that star? We're still working the energy of our planet's moon. But in my book on Zadkiel, I explored the magic of the various moons of Jupiter. We should also be asking questions like this. Can we use magic to explore the past? Or know more about the future? Can we use magic to master teleportation as mode of travel to help ease the pollution in our environment?
Teleportation. Really? To ease pollution in the environment.
Why? Ancient books on magic have mentioned it.
I thought teleportation was only scientifically possible at the atomic level right now.
Having witnessed it as many times as I have, I gotta say, science needs to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Well, what does this have to do with the jinn?
The jinn have already mastered the art of teleportation. It was they who manifested this power to us many times. Jinn are way more advanced in the arena of magic. I take it further and say that most of the ancient magic books that we have are the result of jinn-aided transmission.
I probably should have asked this before, but who are the jinn and what does that word even mean?
The word jinn means hidden or concealed, and that's exactly what they are. They're a semi-physical ancient race that cohabits this planet with us. They can touch us and affect our physical world, but yet we cannot see them.
Well, of course not. They're spirits, aren't they?
Spirits in the sense of having a spirit, yes. Spirits in the sense of being non-physical, spiritual energy that can't interact with the physical world, no, they're not ghosts.
Okay, I guess not, since they moved that planter. What else have you seen them do?
I've seen them move heavy objects. I've seen them set things on fire and then watch the fire disappear and leave no smoke or burning trace. I've seen them raise the temperature of an airplane to the point that the captain had to say something and then just as quickly return the temperature to normal. I've seen them manifest blinding light with no physical source. I've seen them do all kinds of things that shouldn't be possible in a world governed by the laws of modern secular materialism.
You're either going to make lots of magicians jealous, or they'll rush to read all your books, or they'll just decide you're making it up. However, I've talked to people who either verified your stories or had similar experiences working your materials. I know it's hard for our Western mind to accept, but I have to say, I can't wait to find out for myself. Okay, I know what all this means to me personally, but what does it mean to you, Nineveh?
It means that as much as science has given us useful tools and technology, our own model of the universe needs to have its limitations removed. It also means that magicians have the opportunity to be at the frontier of exploring these limits, because scientists at the moment aren't even considering the possibility.
I'm not sure we're ready.
We have to be. We have to put aside the politics and squabbling, and we have to move beyond the prove it to me phase and start really asking, where's the bottom of this well?
What is there to prove? Most magicians believe.
Do they? I can't count how many times folks have said to me, I'll pay you this or that much to prove to me spirits are real. And those were people who were supposed to be highly ranked in the Golden Dawn. It's like a deja vu of Randy's challenge.
What's wrong with people wanting to have proof?
Nothing, but it's elementary. It's the kind of questions people ask when they're still not sure this stuff is real. This is why I worry that lots of magicians today are stagnant in the prove it to me phase. We need to start asking ourselves how far we can make magic happen in the physical world. And if we can't or don't know how, then we need to ask, what are we missing?
Magic as a path of power. I think you'll get lots of people to sign up for that.
We should push the limits of magical knowledge. The power in of itself isn't relevant. What's relevant is how any of the promises of magic can make our world a better, safer, healthier, and more balanced place for us to live. We can't do that if we don't really believe in magic beyond the most superficial serendipity or psychological model.
Let's change track for a second. I have to ask. You put a lot of heavy and interesting information in your books and reports. Do you really benefit and practice at all?
Whenever I write a book or a report, I ask myself a set of questions. Will this help me? Will this help my children? Will this help my magical friends and their children? Will this information make the magical currents stronger in this world? Unless I get yes to all of those questions, I don't put this material out there. I really want everyone, from a total beginner to the most advanced, to have magic at their disposal that shakes the core of their reality and pushes the boundaries of their consciousness.
In your opinion, is Jinn magic the most powerful system of magic known to us today?
There's no doubt that Jinn are very magical creatures, and any magical system that involves them is exceptionally powerful. The only other system I know of that tops it involves star magic, but it's also the least explored, least known, and least practiced system.
You're a prolific writer, and while your materials are not very expensive, it will cost a bit for me to get them all. I think lots of people who are new to this might feel the same way. Would you consider offering a discount to people that are listening who are totally new to Jinn magic?
Let me get back to you.
I'm sure you will. Well, thank you, Nineveh, for joining us. I hope to have you on again soon.
You're welcome, and thank you again for this invitation.
Now, following our interview, I pressed Nineveh on how you can get started with Jinn magic. Would you like to see just how quickly and easily your life can be transformed through magic? Getting started with Jinn magic can be simple when you know what steps to take. That's why, following our interview, I pressed Nineveh Shadrach to prepare a special free report just for you. It's called Summon Jinn Like a Master: 5 Steps to Your First Successful Jinn Evocation for Power, Love, Money, and Health. And it walks you through 5 basic steps to begin working with Jinn that will help you manifest things like more money, a better love life, better health, and more. It's laid out in simple step-by-step detail so you can put it to use and get results. It's the fastest, easiest, most effective way to put Jinn magic to work in your life starting today. To claim your free copy, go to jinnpower.com right now, or just click the link below. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'm Golden Dawn Cancelaria Leslie McQuaid, and this is Magic 101.
So we're going to bring in our guest, Nineveh Shadrach. Let me tell you a little bit about Nineveh here. And like I said, I've had David Griffin on. I've had Lon-Milo Duquette on, Stephen Ash. I love having magicians on the show because I love studying this realm. And tonight, man, I'm really excited. Now, Nineveh Shadrach was born and raised in the Middle East. His Lebanese father was a famous engineer in Saudi Arabia during the 1970s and an initiated Sufi and practitioner of the Middle Eastern magic tradition. Nineveh's entry into the craft began at an early age, and he has been a teacher in the West for over 25 years. He is the author of Magic That Works, Practical Training of the Children of Light, Love, Healing, Prosperity Through the Occult Powers of the Alphabet, The Occult Encyclopedia of Magic Squares, The Tree of Life, and Magic Squares. ancient conjuration of power, practical guide to the Bharatiya, and he can tell me how to say that right, and the chief translator of the Book of Deadly Names, and the Grand Key of Solomon, Red Magic, Harut and Marut, and an authored thousands of pages of digital content spanning nearly 20 reports. Nineveh, man, it's a real pleasure to have you this evening. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty fine. Thank you, bro.
Man, it's good to have you. I know it's early over there in the Philippines right now, so I really appreciate your time.
No problem.
Now, how long have you been studying and practicing the art of magic, like as a whole, or when did you first get interested in it? How did it, I have to ask this, how did this come about?
Well, the stories of magic run in my family, but specifically in the sense of their encounter with the jinn. And they started long before I was born, and since my mom was a young girl. So it's the story runs in the family for a long time.
Right.
And as I grew older, obviously I became more interested, especially as, more things began to happen to me, and I began to see things and experience things. So by the time I was, in early teen years, that's when things began to get really serious. My first book was Set of Knowledge, or Shams al-Ma'arif, by Albuni, which is a very famous medieval author. And I think this book is probably the most famous Arabic occult text, even more famous than the Picatrix or Riyad al-Hakim. And by the time I was 17, I received my initiation in the Golden Dawn, and from then on, I just kept going.
Oh, that's so cool, man. Yeah, I've read about a lot of things, that you talk about, like the Picatrix and things like that. A lot of people are afraid of, but it seems that your, I don't know if it's your curiosity or your passion, that just keeps you moving on, because a lot of your material is a bit more, I would say, thorough and advanced than some of what you see on the out in the world of the occult text and things. Do you find that do you ever get afraid at all of this, or are you excited about the more you find about?
Well, I'm one of those people that gets motivated by fear and use it as a driving energy. So it has a reverse effect on me. So I'm kind of a bit of a thrill seeker that way, but it's within the occult frame instead of jumping from an airplane with a parachute. The thing is this: the more I begin to, the more I practice the occult, and the more I perform magic, and the more I experiment with different things, both ancient and new, the more I realize that really we're on the cusp of rediscovery. One of the things that has become kind of too common is the belief that all there is already in print. That if you want to know the occult or you want to study magic, then you just hit your bookstore and anything there is to know is already there. Or you go on the internet and download 500 ebooks and all there is to know is already there. And my personal experience is that this is far from the truth. That everything we know in all our books, in all our research, historical or modern, is only about a fraction of all that there is to know about our craft. In other words, we're excited by our discovery of the wheel, not realizing that further down the line we're going to be building starships and going to the moon. Mm-hmm. So my personal goal is to continue to push these boundaries and basically get to this point where we are past the common practice, past the accepted boundary of what is and what isn't possible, or what isn't the occult. So to do that, you have to tread dangerous grounds. But they're only dangerous because they're unknown, right?
Sure.
As far as personal danger, when I first began practicing the craft, and I began reading the books, and I began doing the rituals, and I began doing all the stuff, I was doing it in Saudi Arabia because that's where my family was working. I'm not Saudi, but that's where I basically ended up living. And the thing about it there is that you know already the moment you pick your first magic book, the moment you light your first candle or do your first spell, that if anybody finds out about it, your head is going to get severed from your body.
Right.
That there is no other consequence but death. So you know that everything you're doing has death penalty attached to it.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to lose your head, you burn the books and quit. So every occultist in Saudi Arabia is doing this, knowing very well tomorrow could be the last day of his or her life. So if you don't fear death to begin the craft, you're not going to fear death in the craft.
Wow. Yeah, we were talking about that last week. Yeah, that's a real thing over there. Then that's fascinating.
Exactly. Right. So you have to have balls of steel to even do this in the beginning in Saudi Arabia. And here, in North America, it's just a quick trip to your bookstore. Nobody really cares. Maybe your parents may look at you funny. Your friends may wonder why you're doing this weird woo-woo shit. Mm-hmm. But in Saudi Arabia, you're basically facing death. And every year they execute occultists in the middle of the main square for everybody to see.
Yeah, and they do it in a way that really they do it in a way that tries to put fear into anybody else who's going to do it. I don't know if it was last year or not too long ago, they buried a woman up to her waist and pelted her with stones until she was dead.
It's usually for adultery, not to practice in the crowd.
Yeah, okay. That still, to me, is... Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We all have different cultures, But in the Philippines, is it accepted there? Is everything okay in the Philippines with it?
Oh, yeah, it's fine here. Nobody here really cares. I mean, there's a huge amount of occult undercurrent in the Philippines. The occult undercurrent dates back to a very, very long time. But with the advance of the American, recently, and the Spanish prior, it has shifted a lot to a more Western take. So most occultists in the Philippines tend to be more on the Wiccan, pagan, GD style, ceremonial magician style. The native practices is not as common in the cities. You would have to go far away in the forested areas or villages and try to find somebody who's still a native healer. But even then, you will find their use of Latin and Catholic symbolism has been incorporated, right? The Philippines has a very interesting story about an actual city in the forest that can only be accessed through magical means. And there's legends of, transportation or not, by vehicles even, go into the city and then disappear to provide kind of like goods and stuff. And that it's shrouded, like you cannot see the city from the air. You have to access this like tree or hidden route, and then you'll be taken to this area where it's full of these beings or these creatures. And this story, many ways, dovetails with the ideas in Arabia of the cities of the jinn, like, city of Iram and places like that. Mm. So it's many of the things here in the Philippines similar to the stuff that you will find in the Middle East when it comes to jinn lore, but they give it different titles, obviously, and different names in the area.
Right. The jinn is a fascinating subject, and one that you talk much about. It seems like they've been demonized, angelicized. Kind of people have, talked about, they're in between. On other radio shows, they've been known to harass people, according to what these people are saying. There's a lot of talk and a fear put into jinn magic, and yet here you are today, in good health as far as I know, standing here still pursuing this. Can you tell us a little bit how the jinn is different from all of the other things like Golden Dawn magic and regular Wicca and things like that?
Well, I think what you're really asking me two different things. You're asking me about the jinn, and you're asking me about jinn magic. Mm-hmm. The jinn themselves, the word jinn is, it has its own mystique, really, because of the Western fascination with Orientalism. And you will see it also in the stories of Aladdin and the idea that these beings can grant wishes and all of this stuff. In reality, it just means hidden, meaning that the jinn are beings that are invisible to our eye spectrum.
Okay.
But the jinn themselves, right? The idea of the jinn transcend culture. You will find them east, you'll find them west, you'll find them north, and you'll find them south. There's almost no nation on this world or that doesn't have legends related to the jinn. They just use different titles or different names for them. I'll give you just a recent example of cultural differences here. Now, the jinn are often portrayed by two different symbols. One is a winged walking serpent, and the other is a serpent without wings or legs. So, what serpent do you know of that has wings and legs? If you take a look at lore, you will quickly find that the most logical parallel would be a dragon.
Right.
Okay. And then the other one is without wings or or feet, and that's basically the serpent, that we're familiar with, the basic snake.
Right.
Now, if you take back a look at cultures, you will see constant references or symbolism incorporating both the snake and the dragon. And this is one of the many symbols of the jinn that has found its way into universal cultural ideas. Now, in Arabic lore, many of the jinn kings that appear in Arabic books are just simply colors. Like, you have the great king, Al-Ahmar. Well, what does Al-Ahmar mean? It means red. The other one is Al-Madhab. What does Al-Madhab mean? It means gold. Or golden.
Okay.
So there is definitely, a lot of, you have Maimun, which is, Maimun appears in a lot of text, east and west. He appears in Goetia as a Maimun. But you have Maimun al-Aswad, meaning Maimun the black. You have another one that's named al-Azraq, the red. You have another one named al-Akhdar, the green. Why the colors? They obviously don't look green or red or any of this. This is the same idea why we have in ancient mythology different colors for our dragons. We have the red dragon, we have the white dragon, we have the gold dragon.
Interesting.
Right?
Okay.
Now, if you go to Vietnam, for example, the Vietnamese will tell you that what happened was on this mountain top, the gold dragon appeared, and the gold dragon, basically, with the help of the fairies, basically, which is another reference to jinn, the fairies, with the work with the fairies, he produced basically an egg, and from the egg hatched 500 people, and those people became the ancestors of the Vietnamese. So all the Vietnamese are consider themselves hybrids, part human, part dragon.
Wow.
Okay.
That's cool.
So, if you take a look now at the Arabic literature, you will see references to the jinn marrying people and producing hybrids, half jinn, half human. So, by that narrative, you can argue that the Vietnamese believe they are half descendant of Al-Madhab, the golden tribe, the golden dragon. Right?
Right, that's just really cool. I did not know that at all.
Yeah, I've never even heard any of this.
That's awesome.
So this stuff you can find universal. I mean, if you take a look at Merlin, the great wizard, what does Merlin's symbolism is he contains in himself, or his blood is partially the blood of the dragon, the Penda dragon. So he's half jinn Merlin. He's able to do all this magic because he has the blood of the jinn in him. Right? So you will see this again and again in many of the old cultures under different titles and different names. But if you know what to look for, you will find the references.
Well, it seems that these references are continuing even today. I don't know if via subconsciously or what. I mean, if you look at Game of Thrones, the dragonborn lady, Daenerys Targaryen.
That's right. And if you take a look also, when you realize that the lore of the fairies and the fae, and the lore of the elves in Europe is also parallel to the jinn, you will see how our fascination with those goes. We find them in our movies, we find them in our games, we find them in our literature, there is almost nothing, I don't think a year passes by without some form of mass entertainment that doesn't have jinn-based symbolism in it, that the masses simply have no idea. They're just watching this for entertainment purposes, not realizing they're being exposed in some way or form to the jinn lore, right? Without the word jinn being mentioned, that's just not circled on top of their heads, but it's there. You can see it.
Yeah. Almost like a wink.
Yeah, almost like a wink. That's exactly right. Almost like a wink.
Now, there's an entire chapter in the Quran that concerns them, right? According to the Muslim faith, humans were created from clay and water, and angels from a special and pure spiritual light, and jinn were created from the smokeless fire, or the essential fire, plasma in modern terms.
Right.
They say they're most invisible to most people except under certain conditions. However, animals, especially dogs and donkeys, are able to see them. Do you find that animals in your practices can see them better than we can?
Well, I don't know about donkeys. I have to take your word on it. I've never had a donkey around, so
right on.
No.
Hey, I'm just reading the text here that was sent to me.
If so, that would be one smart ass.
Yeah, I get it, Rusty.
One smart ass. Right. Well, I can tell you a story though. A few years ago, my partner was walking the dog, which is, it's kind of like a beginning of a bad pub joke. She was walking the dog, and she noticed the dog stopped walking, and he began to shiver and shake, and in complete fear and fear paralysis. And she was like, "What's going on with my dog?" And she looks up, and she sees walking across the street from her what looks like a person, but small, and kind of hunched over. And that person is not human. He was almost like a walking dark shadow. And she felt complete fear from encountering this being. And he just kept walking slowly on the street like nothing is happening. And then she began to recite protection magic basically against this thing because it was terrifying her. And he increased his speed, almost like he began to run, and then poof, it vanished. It wasn't there anymore.
Holy shit. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. And of course she came back and she told me about it, and she's like, "What the hell did I just see?" Right?
Yeah.
Now, but the dog saw it first.
Right. That's the whole point of the story right there. The dog caught it first.
Saw it first.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, though. It's my hypothesis that these beings are more on a different light spectrum than our eyes can see. That they are closer to the ultraviolet spectrum. That's also the spectrum where plasma, X-ray, and radiation tend to fit in.
Okay.
Now, scientists have discovered that very young kids sometimes, not all the time, sometimes can actually spot things in the ultraviolet spectrum.
There we go again, man. Children, we talk about this all the time, how children see things that adults cannot.
Yeah, because of this but then as they get older, that UV capacity disappears in the kids. Now they're just like everybody else. They cannot see in that spectrum anymore.
Right.
Now, this is not universal. Not all kids can do it. But some can, for some reason, have this capacity just near UV ray spectrum. So I've been trying to figure out if I can actually capture the jinn using UV. And then I realized why ghost hunters fail to ever really capture them. And part of it is because, A, they use infrared for the majority, and number two, which is exact opposite spectrum, really, and two, because actual UV lenses that will capture UV light is like a $10,000 a pop.
Yeah.
Which means most paranormal investigators put this in the back of the bottom of their list when they're buying their equipment, because they cannot justify a $10,000 lens.
You guys, you ghost hunters out there, I hope you're taking notes on this. You might crack something listening to Nineveh talk about this. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. It's expensive.
You know?
Yeah,
it's expensive. So don't use it, right?
Right.
It's not part of their. It's not part of their usage. So I mean, I can't afford one either. I've been trying to kind of makeshift one using a kind of a Russian lens, an old Russian lens, but until you really have a good solid UV lens and a UV source, which is dangerous though because it will hurt you. You have to wear a hazmat suit when you're using it. You really cannot fully investigate the jinn because they're more in the UV spectrum, which is why they tend to produce radiation when they're present. If you take a look at Arabic texts, they always tell you when the jinn is there. We're not talking, like in a mirror or vision, but when the jinn is there, you stand about 8 feet away from it. Because just being physically close to it will hurt your body. And they don't explain why in the Arabic text. They just say if you're very close to the jinn, you will basically get sick. You have to stay far from it, a few feet. 8 feet or more. And that would make sense if they produce radiation. And if you're very close to that radiation, you will, of course, get sick.
Oh. So have you felt this heat yourself from the jinn?
Of course. This is one of the first signs of their presence, is heat. I mean, okay. The jinn can produce heat, and this is probably why they're often mistook for fire elementals. Okay. But in reality, the jinn are not really fiery in the sense of fire. And many of them actually reside in oceans. Or nearby oceans, or they build their towns under oceans or areas of that. So if you go near the cities in the ocean, you end up experiencing, they're not protected. You can't really access it very well. So there's been some speculations the Bermuda Triangle may have been a city of a jinn underneath for a while. Anyway, not to go there right now. What?
I was thinking that when you said that they build underwater cities, I was questioning
Yeah, well, it was the manuscript. Yeah, there was a manuscript called The Green Island. And The Green Island was an Arabic document, and it was translated. It talks about the story of this guy who got kidnapped by the jinn, taken to their city. He sat in their city for a long time, and then he was brought back to his family. And he drew a kind of a map and where he thinks he was taken and all of that stuff, and the landmarks he saw along the way of his trip. And then modern researchers used it and applied it to the old maps during his time, and then they converted it to a modern map, and they located the island somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh man!
Does this not make you guys want to go out and grab this man's books?
There's like so.
This kid is full of knowledge, man.
Yeah, just a few minutes we've been talking to him. He's just linked.
He's linked a lot of stuff we've talked about, together.
Yes,
well, I wanted to ask you this though, and it's kind of a broad question. Since now that I'm understanding that the jinn are many different things, or have been interpreted as many different things, there is a nomenclature though that the jinn are dangerous. I mean, in your experience, are they dangerous?
Well, do you want the frank answer?
Do what now?
Okay, if you want the honest answer on this, I would say that on an individual level, on a personal level, a jinn can be your best friend or your worst nightmare.
Oh.
And on a racial level, I would say the jinn are the only thing on earth right now that can literally annihilate the human race in 24 hours.
So they're dangerous.
Damn.
I mean, from a strictly definition, they're dangerous.
However, they have not done so. So we need to define danger as potentiality versus actuality.
Sure.
So are the jinn potentially dangerous? Extremely. Are they actually dangerous? Depends on which one you're working with and what relationship you have with. So you can have a jinn that is completely friendly. You will even might fall in love, when that jinn is around. It's like very enchanting, magically speaking. On the other hand, you can have a jinn that can turn your life into a living nightmare. So it just depends. And I think the reason that people are afraid is because they feel like they can't control them.
Right.
And they're scared of things they can't control. And when it comes to magic in particular, we thrive on the belief that we can control. Everything in magic, especially Western occultism, is focused on the idea of will and the idea of making everything to conform to our will. But when things conform to your will, you're basically the one in control. So it becomes an extension of our desire to be in complete control of our environment. And the jinn comes in here and throws all this out the window, and of course you're afraid, because you're like, okay, then now what do I do? Right?
Yeah, right.
But just because it's there, and just because you can't control it, it doesn't necessarily mean you're in danger. It may very well help you and save your life. Right. So you have to have a bit more of a neutral position, and kind of like, okay, you're here. Are you friendly? Are you hostile? What do you want? What can we do? We can become friends. What's in it for you? What's in it for me? You basically build a kind of mutual relationship built on respect. And when you do that, suddenly the fear factor disappears. Because you get respected and you respect, and there's no need for fear to come into the equation. But if you're trying to control something with all your might and will, and you realize you can't control it, fear comes in the picture.
Right. It's kind of like playing with fire, but fire has laws and rules, and you respect it, and
That's
you don't.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
You're fine. You're fine. And it also has to do with what do the jinn care about and what the jinn don't care about. I mean, okay, for example, if you summon, let's say, a jinn from the Baduh tribe, okay, and you are, a good person, and you're a loving person, and you say, look, I need help in areas of love, or I have areas of romance, and can you help me out in that? The jinn might say, sure, I'll give you a boost, whatever. On the other hand, if you call, for example, Maymun, and you are Maymun, and you say, look, I need help in a love spell, your life will turn to shit really fast. because that particular genie just hates this thing. He doesn't like the idea of love spell. So calling him for it will result in bad consequences. So you got to know who you're calling and why you're calling. And so the best thing to do in the beginning is just build relationships. Not worry about what you will do for me. And a lot of, magicians begin with this idea. What's in it for me? What will you give me? What will you do for me? And it's better to just start with, can we just know each other better? Build a friendship. You scratch my back, I scratch your back, that kind of relationship, and you take it from there.
Right. Well, that's fascinating stuff. That's really cool. And, we're going to take a small break, and we come back. We're going to ask a few more questions to Nineveh Shadrach discussing jinn. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Yeah.
That's a much better thunder crack there. All right, we're back. I'm Joe Roop with Rusty Pate. This is Lighting the Void. We're on KTOK, The Fringe FM, thefringe.fm, and we're speaking with author, magic and occultist Nineveh Shadrach, and we were discussing the jinn before we went to the break, and we asked him if the jinn were dangerous, and he gave us a very good answer. And so, yeah, danger is danger, right? Things are dangerous, so you need to know what you're getting into. But Nineveh, another thing that I was going to talk to you about is a lot of people in the cult community, and I talk to many people on Facebook groups and, pretty much all over the web. They're like, they're clip off or they're demons, stay away from them. Don't mess with them. And they're totally different from what we would call demons of the Goetia, are they not?
Not exactly. This is, again, a very limited view that you're hearing. Okay. If you recall the story of the elves, you're familiar with two kinds of elves. The first are the dark elves, who tend to kind of live underground, or and they tend to be more evil a little bit in their stance, a lot more hostile to humans and things like this. And then you got the high elves. They're blonde, they're gorgeous, they're beautiful, they're magical, they're friendly. They're full of science or magical kind of abilities and stuff like that. Advanced civilization. The thing is, they're very hard to come across. They're very hard to find and locate. They hide themselves away. They close themselves. So in Jinn lore, you have something very similar. You have what we call the underworld Jinn. Now in Al-Buni's book, he makes an interesting point, and he says that the great 7 kings of the underworld Jinn kingdom tend to put their power centers near Tartaros. The Greek is not my language, so I'm not mispronouncing it. But Tartaros or Tartarus is basically the abyss of the Greeks,
right?
The bottom of the hell, right? The last point in hell, the prison of the gods that have fallen.
Wow.
So that's where the 7 Jinn kings tend to place their power centers. But then you have the other kingdoms of the Jinn. Well, they're not connected to those. They're more elevated in status and nature. But when you take a look at your magic books, you almost never see their names mentioned. The focus always tends to be on calling the underworld Jinn kings. Right?
Not to interrupt you, but did you say the 7 Jinn?
Yeah, 7 Jinn kings.
7 Jinn kings.
There's another thing we see in a lot of stories and stuff today. Yeah, it's that number 7. But you're saying that.
Now, if you take a look, remember we talked about dragons,
right,
as being symbolism of the Jinn kings, right?
Right.
And we talked about one of the Jinn king leaders being Al-Ahmar, the red one, right? Now, if you take a look at the book of Revelation in the Bible, you see references to a red dragon with 7 heads.
Yeah, coming out of the sea.
Yep.
7 kingdoms. Well, the 7 kingdoms are the 7 kingdoms of the Jinn, were all under the domain of the Red King.
Wow, so this goes way back then, doesn't it? I mean, it's...
Yeah, well, but why would it be under the one king? There's 7 heads of one body, the red body, but they're separate kingdoms. The only way this will work is if the Red King himself has conquered these other kingdoms from the Jinn.
Damn.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah, that is.
Now, one of the Jinn kings is named Shamhorish, and he is considered to be the judge. He corresponds often to Jupiter. He's considered a pious Jinn king, a devoted Jinn, a nice guy, so to speak. But he's still one of the 7 kings. Well, a lot of magicians as of late have not been able to contact him or work, or all the magic that used to belong to him, talismans, spells, whatever, has all ceased to work. It's all crashed. None of it worked. And now they've come to the conclusion that he was killed or has died. So now one is down, right? So, and then there's a couple of more now that are not responding or answering. And nobody knows why those kings are just now failing to respond. Well, one possibility is that maybe there's a war going on between them, and one kingdom is conquering the other ones. But this is a hypothesis, obviously. There's no proof, to back it up. But it would fit in with the whole story if the red dragon was 7 heads. One kingdom conquering all other kingdoms.
Man, that's wicked. That's wicked.
Okay, to kind of go back, you were asking about demons, right? Mm-hmm. So if you take a look at all the books, Arabic or Hebrew or Latin, any of those texts, you'll find that when it comes to magic, the emphasis has been on working with demons, right? And many of these demons are actually underworld jinn. So they're not necessarily the benevolent kind. Yet, in all the grimoires and all the texts, they all seem to be portrayed as being useful.
Yeah.
Okay? Right? Okay, now I'm going to flip this on a little bit. And I know some of you listeners are not going to be happy with my answer. But we're here to discuss truth.
That's right.
If you take a look at the story of Solomon, Solomon's legend in the Middle East, especially among the Arabs, consisted of two parallels. First, his temple was built by the jinn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in Arabic lore, the jinn themselves were the one who was fashioning the pottery, building the walls, cutting the stones. They were physically doing labor to build that temple for King Solomon. Okay. The other story part was he took the demons, or some of the bad guys, 72 of the bad guys, and he bound them in prison. Okay?
Right. In a vessel,
right.
Yeah.
In a vessel, right. He bound them in the ocean, no less. Okay, so, now, the assumption has been, in the Arabic text, and in the Western text, books like the Key of Solomon, Goetia, any of this, that that Solomonic magic entails summoning the same type of demons, jinn, bad jinn, that King Solomon had bound and thrown into the vessel for personal benefit. But this is opposite of what he did. The story did not say that he called these 72 for help and assistance. It says he bound them and restrained them and threw them into the ocean. Meaning Solomonic magic did not involve calling these demons. Yet, that's what all the grimoires and the texts are talking about. They've reversed the story of Solomon. Okay? Now, who would want to do that? Who would want to reverse the story of Solomon?
I was just about to ask you that, actually.
Well, it would be the same ones he bound.
Right.
Because what better revenge could you have against your capture and the guy who imprisoned you? Then instead of teaching magicians to bind basically these beings, you tell them, "Oh, you summon me in the name of Solomon, and I will help you." But they never did help Solomon.
Whoa. Okay, so are you saying that? And I know this is maybe a theory. I don't know if you think it's fact, and that's not important to me because my head is spinning right now.
Yeah.
Are you saying that it's possible that these bad, or I would say malevolent jinn in the depths or whatever, changed the stories so that we would help release them? Possibly
that we would work with them. They tarnish Solomon's name by associating him with this, and get magicians to work with them, instead of following Solomon's footstep of binding them. You're doing the opposite of what Solomon is doing.
Right.
Now, Solomon did work with the jinn, but it was different jinn that he worked with, not the ones that were bound. He didn't draw... The story says that he had the ring in his hand, and by this ring he commanded the jinn.
Yeah.
The story did not say he erected magical circles and summoned incantations and summoned demons. It said he called upon the jinn with the ring, and they obeyed him. But then, when he bound those demonic jinn, or demons, which one did he bind, and how did he know which one to bind? In all the old grimoires, it was the jinn themselves that introduced the bad guys. In the Arabic text, it was the jinn of Fikatush. Basically, Solomon said to Fikatush, "Tell me who are the bad guys in your race. Which one of your race you would like to see bound?" And Fikatush said, "Okay, I will give you the list of all the malefics, all the ones that thrive in hurting humans, and I will introduce them to you one by one." And those were the ones that Solomon bound, because they were dangerous. But he didn't know about them. The jinn told him about them, meaning that a spectrum of the jinn, a group of the jinn, turned on another group of the jinn and said, "This is the bad group, please bind them." And the other group were helping build his temple. But then as we move forward in after this bad group was released, now the magic is centered on calling them, and the names of the good jinn that may have helped Solomon build his temples are completely erased from the Arabic text and the Western text and other literature. We don't know who they are anymore. They're gone from our lore. The ones that were bound has become dominant, and the ones that were helping Solomon have disappeared from our literature. It got switched.
Which makes a lot of sense, man. It really does. I mean, if you look at the nature of the world and spirituality, especially when it comes to magical things, as many occultists have gone down in a flame,
Yeah.
Wow.
It got switched. So, people say to me, Nineveh, why don't you work why don't you do Goetia? Why don't you work the underworld? Why don't you do this? They think that maybe I'm being a goody two-shoe and a light fluffy. It's nothing to do with that. I am working with the jinn who were helpful in the beginning to basically people like Solomon and to other humans, and avoiding the ones that were hostile. I don't need that. It's not necessary. I don't need that kind of grief.
It makes me wonder if some of the bad jinn plotted on the good jinn.
Of course.
And instead of the bad ones being imprisoned and bound, if they got all the good ones imprisoned and bound, and still helped out to make it appear like they were good.
Now,
well, I don't know about that, because the names in the jinn that were listed as being bound were listed in the Book of Deadly Names, and I have known about more than one magician who tried to do the opposite again of binding them and call those jinn. And they barely escaped with the skin intact. So, and it's kind of funny because I think some guy just took the names and made a grimoire out of them and called it Smokeless Fire. And I should probably kind of give you an idea of how that started, just for interest factor.
Now, Rusty's asking me what a grimoire is, and I know there's some people out there that don't know what that, but essentially, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Nineveh, it's an ancient or it's an old text that, you can just say an old magical text, but maybe you can help out the audience with that.
Yeah, it's an old magical text, basically, with instructions in it and how to do magic. It's like a cookbook,
Gotcha.
So the way this worked out, the book is, I'm trying to mention this story because I know that book now has been converted to a evocation manual. And when I put it out, I called it the Book of Deadly Names to warn people that even so this book is in English and they should read it and become familiar with it, that they shouldn't turn these jinn into evocation spirit guides or whatever. But now it's been turned into it by another book by, I think the book is called Smokeless Fire. Not that I'm trying to plug it or anything.
Right.
And and the way this happened was a friend of mine called me and said he has a female friend that he believed was being possessed. And he wanted me to go check her out and, if she's possessed, let him know if she's possessed and to kind of do an exorcism and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. And I said, fine, I will do that, but in return you will help me get into the library at the university, and I can dig up some old books there. And we went to see her. The woman, I don't know what was going on with her, but she became a born again Christian, and I didn't sense anything particularly evil or dark. Just that she's undergone some kind of psychological stress, and there were some psychological issues popping up. So we went to the library, and I began to look through books, and all I found were basically Western texts. Many of them are not very deep in the occult. Some were more modern texts. Yeah, I'm just browsing. When we're about to leave, and as we're about to leave, I by accident, a bunch of books fell on the floor.
Yeah, by accident, quote, accident,
yeah,
right.
By accident, a bunch of books fell on the floor. So I kneeled down to pick the books up, and one of them was Spanish. And I was like, cool, Spanish. And then I opened the book. Oddly enough, the pages were not Spanish, they were Arabic. And I was like, this is an Arabic text. So I began to flip through the pages, and it was the story of King Solomon binding these 72 evil jinn. And I was like, fascinating. This is another take on the Solomonic lore. So I stood up, and then behind the guy with me, I saw with my naked eye a 6-foot-tall, shadowy figure with red eyes staring at me.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, shit.
That's what I'll be thinking, too, man.
Yep.
Oh.
And then he stared at me, and I looked into his eyes, he looked into mine, and then, poof, he vanished.
Right on.
And I was like, what the hell?
I'm thinking that dude, maybe that was the entity that knocked the books over for you, maybe.
Yeah, that did knock the books over. He wanted me to have the book. But now I don't have a library card, so I couldn't take the book out. So I went into the main desk, and I said, can I take this book out? He says, well, are you a student? I said, no. Well, you need to pay for a membership. You need to pay this much money. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't have the cash, to pay all that. Sure. I wasn't counting on this. He says, well, your other option is to photocopy the book. So I went to try to photocopy the book. It wasn't working. I came back down, and then the employee of the library came with me, and he went from photocopier to photocopier to photocopier, and none of them worked.
Wow.
Yeah, they just happened to not work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he said to me, come with me, please. And I followed him, and he decided to go through the employee office section. And so we bypassed all the metal detectors and all the security cameras and everything, because he took me into the employee in the back section. And then he took me to a side door. We went to the side door. And then he put me outside the library on the campus floor. So this is where people are walking down the street to the campus. And then we went across another building. And then was the library out in there was the photocopier out in the open. And he said, this photocopier works. Use it. And he left me there by myself with my friend and the book.
Man, that's some mystical stuff.
My friend looks at me and he says, my friend looks at me and says, what are you doing? I said, I'm photocopying the book. He said, why are you photocopying the book? Let's just take the book and go.
Yeah, right.
I said, we're outside. There's nothing. We can just get in our car and drive. Right. The employee literally just bypassed security and put you outside.
Yeah.
You don't have to photocopy anything. You can just take it and go. Yeah. And I knew right then it was the shadowy figure that did all this.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I am not beginning this with stealing.
Right.
Because I knew that this would be theft, and I knew that this jinn didn't give a shit if I'm stealing it. He just wanted me to take the book and take it home.
Yeah.
And I said no, and I photocopied it, and I returned it to the library. And we began the translation process, and all kinds of things began to happen afterward. There were growling noises in the house, and scratches would appear on the wall like a bear had tore the wall half open. The artist who I hired to work on the drawings had visions and saw things with his naked eye. Kind of scared him. People would drive up to my house and drive back away because they got scared just being outside my house. That was some serious mojo in that book.
Yeah.
And then I put a warning. This is for educational purposes. Please do not use them. Right? They are not safe to use. Do not use these beings.
But it does show that what the jinn that are around you and around all of us, what they're willing to do to escape their means, or get what they want to get done. And I was going to ask you about that. You said earlier that the jinn didn't care or whatever. When it comes to morality, like the morality that humans have, do you find that these entities have morality, or are they just programmed to just kind of do what they are in control of?
Well, this was an underworld one, so obviously he didn't care if I stole it.
Right.
But somebody who's not underworld who probably would care, and he would say, "No, what are you doing? Don't steal." So it has to do with which group you're working with, right? Which section you're working with. Those figures that appear like dark black shadows with red eyes, or shadowy figures, or sometimes even shadows wearing robes. And those are the underworld, the dark elves.
Yeah, I know. Art Bell used to talk about that.
Morality, right?
Right. Yeah.
They don't have the same morality we do. But if you're working with a celestial jinn or a jinn that's good and decent, that won't pass. This wouldn't be allowed. So it really has to boil down to your choice. What do you want to work with? But if you're working with most of the text out there, most of the grimoires and the magical books, whether it be Arabic or English or Hebrew, most of the stuff on the market, the majority of them are basically underworld, right?
Okay.
So whether you're using the Goetia or using whatever, you're still working in the underworld. And before we started with this whole, these are demons, we must avoid them. Then it became, oh, well, they're useful demons. They're demons that can help us. And then it became, oh, they're not really demons. They're completely misunderstood. Right. And then it became, oh, they're our best friends. Yeah. We like them. We're hanging out. We're buddies now. To, oh, I'm going to build altars and put demons on the wall, and I want to become more like them. I want to become a demon myself. Hey, see, it's the progression, right?
Yeah. And, I talk about this a lot when it comes to secrecy, and you've discussed that there's a lot of stuff that's passed down verbally that's not in books. And people, they come to me and they say, well, Joseph, if you're studying the occult and you're talking to occultists, don't you think that they're keeping secrets because they're trying to control the world or things like that? And I always tell them, no, because there's certain types of characteristics or people that aren't psychologically well that could dabble into these things if it goes out and it's not, some things really need to be guarded and treated with a certain respect. But still yet people think, well, all occultists are in secret societies to try to take over the world. And I don't believe that's the case at all.
No, I mean, come on. The job is already taken.
Yeah,
we're not the ones applying for it. The office is already filled, And whoever's in that office would not want a bunch of occultists taking over from their office. No, there's definitely a lot of issues that comes in our world that they are the visible and the invisible factors, And I think because people don't know who is really in control, they would like to assume, the scapegoat of the day. And sometimes occultists become the scapegoat of the day. But what it boils down to is that on some gut level, people feel something is just not right, and they don't know why it is.
Yeah.
We can argue from a nihilistic perspective or, a negative philosophical perspective and say, well, this is just nature, or, mankind's nature to be bad, mankind's nature to ravish and be violent and kill and murder and do all of that stuff. We can make this argument, but we have children, and we know from looking at children that even when they're violent, if they hurt each other, their first instinct is to say, I'm sorry, and to kind of, and make nice. So we don't expect our children to take guns and kill each other. So why do we expect our adults to do that?
Yeah,
you expect the adults to grow more rational, not become more violent and irrational. So while we accept this part of our nature as being part of society, sometimes we accept things that belongs to us that may not be us, right? And this goes back to the whole idea of nurture and nature and, visible factors and invisible factors. So people who are sensitive tend to get paranoid about it and go, there's something out there controlling us, making us do all this. It must be them or them or them. But they're wrong every single time about who they're pointing their finger at. I'll give you an idea of my latest, research. I've been doing some research lately on the moon.
Sweet.
And the reason is because the moon and the jinn have a very interesting connection. And one that is almost never explored and never discussed in many of the texts. Now, you're probably familiar with the idea in esoteric literature about the mansions of the moon, right?
Yes.
And the Arabs wrote that when the moon is in a given mansion, a door opens and certain rays emanate. And depending on those emanating rays, you do different kind of magic. Mm-hmm. So if it's in, randomly, I'm going to throw this out. If it's mansion number 1, then the rays that come down from the moon will be good for acts of like war or, fever or, spell casting this and spell casting that. And that's the extent of what they talked about. You will not find anything further. Just this. The story ends with this story. When the moon is in this house or in this mansion, these rays will come down. In Western literature, there's even a bit less information on it. We just have the names of the mansions and maybe the stars of the mansions, and that's it. We don't go anything further. Well, there's a reason for that. The reason for that is because the knowledge of the lunar gates, the doors that open and rays come from, is guarded by the jinn. And they will not allow humans to access this knowledge.
Damn, that's smart of him.
Well, I mean, do you think that's a good thing that they don't allow humans to access that kind of knowledge? Or
well, I don't know whether it is or it isn't. Now, I do know that I had a friend he's working with me with the jinn, etc. And he asked the jinn about a set of names that I got from another jinn, and it's connected with the moon. And what that other jinn told him, just simply, was that the last time a human being was in possession of this knowledge and tried to use it, there was an explosion in Siberia.
Oh, wow. Damn. Yeah, so it's not something to be tampering with, right, at all.
That explosion in Siberia has been destroyed 18 million trees. And until now, trees don't grow in that area. Now, the rational explanation was a comet or a meteor hit that area and caused the effect.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, man.
Yeah. But until this moment, nobody's been able to identify this comet or find evidence of it. Yeah, it's a hypothetical, but there's no backing of it. It still is a mystery what happened then.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This was just not too long ago, right?
It's 100 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was it last year or so?
No, it was
a couple years ago.
No, 100
years ago. They have pictures of it where everything's, it's like a big circular thing where nothing can grow there,
Yeah.
I saw something on TV talking about that not too long ago.
Yeah.
I believe it was
and the reason for that is, and the jinn are saying that a part of their tribe reside on the moon, and they don't want humans there.
Whoa. I wonder if it's the dark side of the moon, Nineveh. The side we don't see.
The dark side, exactly.
I wonder if that's
and they reside there, and they don't want humans to go there. They don't want humans on the moon. And some people speculate that this is the reason why we haven't been there to the moon again. That the astronauts made it there, and we just saw something or experienced something, and then they were sent back home. And that was the end of the story. Now we're talking Mars. We're talking here. The moon has become off limit to the human race.
Yeah, it is interesting that that's all you hear people talk about is Mars, space travel to other planets. But when you pull up moon videos, you hear Buzz and all them saying, "Hey, did you see that? What was that?" And it's all like a whole bunch of stuff. Nobody knows what the hell they were talking about, but they saw something,
Right, that's right. But this is from a physical perspective, but there's also the magical dimension of it. And whatever the magical dimension of it, the jinn will not allow us to access. Now, remember I told you about my friend who was working and he got this, he was told about this explosion, right?
Right.
Well, I was like, cool, I'm going to find out exactly what the information was that we're being denied, and I'm going to investigate it, I'm going to try to get it back, and I'm going to try to use it and test it. Well, unfortunately, I used him as my assistant in the project, and it wasn't long before he literally quit doing magic altogether. And the reason for that was when he began to do the investigations with me on the lunar gates and the moon and stuff like this, he got a bunch of jinn show up to him and say, "You crossed the line of what we permit you to do. And you will now cease and desist from performing all acts of magic. Nothing. Not a single ritual. Not a single prayer. You will completely quit everything." Well, at first he was like, "I'm not doing that." So
did he actually hear them say this?
Oh yeah, they were pretty much present. And when he said no, every time he would chant a divine name or do a ritual or anything at all, not even jinn related, could just be basic LBRP, whatever, he would start to bleed from his nose and from other parts of his body.
Oh. Ooh. Yeah, they weren't playing
around with him. And he would just stop when he stops. As long as he's doing magic, he's bleeding. When he stops, the bleeding stops.
The very second he stops?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Now, so what really got him was is he had his cat in the house with him, and his cat is an indoor cat, and he was alone in the house, and he woke up next day, and he found his cat dead in the kitchen. And the cat had died, and its neck has been broken and twisted around.
Oh, my gosh.
After that, he called me up and he said, that's it. Here's my papers. I'm basically walking. I have kids. This is too dangerous. I'm not touching it no more. I'm leaving you.
He didn't even want to hang around for research reasons. He was done.
No, he still chat once in a while on Facebook, but pretty much he just gave it all up. After doing it on a daily basis for years, he just literally quit. I said to him, well, I have kids too, but I'm not quitting.
So you do, it seems like you're approaching this kind of scientifically, though, in a respectful way. And obviously, at that point, your friend probably, we all he didn't want to lose any power. Because magic, when you think about it, it's personal power. And for an entity to tell you have no more magical power, you're not doing any of this stuff anymore, I mean, he said no. Let me tell you something. If something from another realm told me I'm not doing anything anymore like that, I wouldn't just fire back and say no. I would really think about before I said something,
Yeah, but I still don't think it would stop you.
I don't know, man.
I think maybe if you kept doing it and stuff happened to you, you would stop. But
now, this goes to my next question, and it's because we talk about the paranormal here quite a bit. Do you think that we've seen these lights and orbs and things like that we speak about, shadow figures with red eyes, that goes back in the 80s on the old Art Bell show. It's all over. This stuff is crazy. Do you think that some people have thought that the jinn were actually, or labeled them ETs or possibly UFOs?
Well, there's two factors here. I mean, yes and no. The jinn have ability to travel to space. Obviously, they're on the moon. So it's very possible that they have instruments of travel, and they definitely may have machines and stuff like this. There's a story that I tell, and sometimes I'm told not to tell. A while ago, I think it was the early 2000 era, and we had an indoor cat. As a black indoor cat. It was my partner's cat. And, we don't let the cats out at all. And our apartment wasn't very big. And the cat literally just disappeared in the middle of the night. But earlier in that evening, we felt a jinn in the house, right?
Okay.
And we knew it was there, and then he left. We thought he left. But then the cat also disappeared. So our first instinct was the cat was hiding. So we literally just tore up the apartment inside and out. We left nothing. We just checked everywhere. We called her name. We tried to, seduce her with food. That cat was simply not there. So the other assumption was the cat had, left the apartment somehow.
Right.
Managed to get herself an escape.
Mm-hmm.
So we went outside and we with our lights and stuff, and we looked everywhere for the cat. She literally was not there anywhere to be found. So at that point, we made a decision that, the cat is gone. And while my partner was very upset, and she was crying and despondent, and she wouldn't go to bed, and she just kept on crying and crying, my baby, my baby, my baby, my cat, my baby cat.
Oh, I know the feeling.
Yeah. And I was like, what am I supposed to do here? So I decided that the best thing I can do is call my friend in California and see if he can talk to her, calm her down. Maybe he can say some soothing words, basically, because I'm not sure what to do to comfort her at that point. So it was 2 a.m, but I figured he'll understand, and I dialed his number, and he woke up, and his name is Larry, and he was actually part of the Golden Dawn in the past. And I said, "Hi, Larry." He said in a groggy voice, "They'll bring her back."
Oh.
I said, bring what back? The cat. They will bring your cat back. I said, how did you know the cat was missing? I said nothing to you about a cat. I just called. He said, I was dreaming. And in my dream, these beings came in my dream. And they had this weird machine that I've never seen. and they used the machine to take your cat, and they told me in the dream that you're going to call me, and you're going to wake me up, and you're going to ask me about the cat, and to tell you they're going to bring the cat back, and she will be fine in a few hours. Now, can I go back to bed? I said, okay, Larry.
Right. Like he was half asleep telling you this stuff, right?
Yeah, he's half asleep telling me this stuff. I'm like, all right, Larry, go back to bed. Sorry to wake you up. And I'm like, what?
Right.
Improper words were used.
I bet.
Not suitable for the air. And then I went and I told my partner they will bring the cat back. Now, jinn function between midnight and 5 a.m. That's tend to be their activity hour. They don't like to be active during daytime. So they're more like nighttime beings. So around 5 o'clock, we heard this loud meow, but it was very distant, like it's coming from a tunnel or a cave far away. So we rushed to the kitchen and we're searching, calling the cat's name, Frisky, Frisky, Frisky. And then the meow got louder, and we kept calling his name, and the meow got louder and louder and louder, and we kept calling, and then poof, out of thin air, the cat just appears in the kitchen beside us.
I've honestly had that happen with my cat too. That just shows up out of nowhere. To be honest with you, I've had been gone.
Yeah, but we were right there in front of her, right? We were looking, and it just appeared out of thin air in front of our eyes.
Wow!
She didn't walk in; she didn't just appeared.
Y'all was like staring where. So you was like looking on the ground. Let's say you was looking on the ground, and all of a sudden it was there on the ground.
Yeah, he said he heard it far away, and then it just showed up.
Wow.
Yeah, it just appeared out of thin air. It didn't just walk in from a room or walk in from a closet or a door. No, literally just appeared out of thin air right in front of us. And the cat was shaking like it was terrified half to death.
You know, it's weird. We talked a lot about cats today. Just an off note here, it's National Cat Day today, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it is. So love your cat, Leo. I love you, buddy. Give your cat some loving today.
Yeah, love your cat. Love your cat.
No, go ahead.
The thing is, they use machines, right? In his dream, they used machines. Now, this is an interesting idea because they didn't use magic to get the cat and to turn her back. They used machines that my friend said he never seen anything like. Now, if those machines exist, we don't know where they are or how they function, anything like that.
Yeah, that sounds kind of alienish, though. That goes back to, when people get abducted and stuff. It makes me wonder if some experiments weren't done by jinn people, because people say, I've had a lot of weird and strange experiences in both dream state and in the astral state, and I've seen a lot of things in the astral realm that I can't even begin to explain with words. Black shadowy figures shoving me back into my body when I'm trying to get out, literally shoving me back in. And I was going to ask you do these jinn, do they possess the power to go in and out of both the physical and astral realms? Or maybe even a broader question would be, what kind of powers, if in your experience, do the jinn possess?
They do appear in dreams, but if they are in your dreams, they're standing right next to you.
Oh, wow.
I had an encounter with a kind of an unfortunate back and forth with, I won't mention names, a magician who kind of dabbles in the bit of the dark side. Mm-hmm. And every full moon, or every month, he would appear in my dreams in a very hostile way. And then I was talking to a bunch of my friends that know him, and I realized they too were getting him in their dreams once a month. And then we tracked the appearance of those dreams, and they were all on the full moon. So initially I had suspected those dreams were some unresolved, subconscious effect or whatever. But since they appeared to a bunch of us on the same day, full moon, I realized that this was more of an intentional act. Mm. So I don't know much about how to, dream magic per se. It was actually one of his areas of expertise that he was very proud of. So what I did is I called a genie and I said to this genie, this guy seems to be coming in my dreams in the full moon every month for the last 5 years. I would like this to stop. Can you help me out? And there was just not of an agreement. It's sort of like I felt that the jinn was willing to cooperate. He said, just write my name on your hand and then fall asleep with it on your cheek, Put your hand under your cheek and kind of fall asleep like that.
Huh.
I said, fine, then I will do that. So then on the full moon, I did that and I fell asleep. And that guy was in my dreams again, very hostile, very negative dream. When suddenly I felt the dream change. It wasn't a dream anymore. And I could feel an intruder in my dream. Like, literally, like there was two people in the dream, me and this other being. And I looked and I saw what looked like a shadow figure standing there, tall. And then he walked up to this guy. And I'm not dreaming at this point. At this point, I'm just observing. It's just weird. Because it was a dream, and the dream kind of shifted. Where I'm now really dreaming, but not dreaming. And he took the guy up, he lifted him up in the air, and I don't know what words of exchange were made, but I think there was an understanding that he will stop doing this. And then I woke up, and when I woke up, I actually felt the jinn standing right next to me, almost touching me with his hand while I was sleeping. And then he left. I never had a recurring dream ever since.
Well, see, that's a good thing. See, that's not, we've been talking about a lot of bad and things and stuff, but obviously at this point, the jinn had helped you,
Exactly.
Possibly because you respect
them. Yeah, there's many times it helped me. And again, it boils down to which one you're working with. This particular genie I was working with was a benevolent kind. It wasn't an underworld one. Right?
Right. I get it.
So I chose one that was benevolent. So it was one of the many reasons I began doing my research and trying to compile as many names using the formulas and whatever way I can of benevolent jinn that are completely safe, that you don't even need a protection circle around. They're that safe, that are friendly and helpful, because we've reached a stage now where we seem to believe that the only way to get results in magic is to work with things like Goetia and underworld jinn. That if you want things to happen to you, you got to turn that side. But yet, when you hear the results of people, they're kind of sad. I mean, you hear things like, "Oh, I called on this demon, and then I got $100 in the mail."
Wow.
Well, I'm sorry. That's nothing really.
Right.
Yeah, that's not impressive.
It's almost like the demon's laughing at you, like you didn't specify how much money. You just said you needed some money. So
even if they specified 100, that's still not very impressive. I can make 100. In an hour. I didn't need a genie for that.
Right.
Now, I did use a jinn once for money, and it was a case where something has happened. The account got drained, and I wasn't aware it was drained, and I had 24 hours to come up with rent money, and literally I only had like $20 in my account.
Oof.
And I was like, okay, I am now in deep trouble, because I have one day to come up with like $1,000+, and I have $20 in my account. What do I do? And usually I don't resort to magic for money, but in this case I felt I had no choice. So I called on a jinn, same one actually, that was protecting me in the dream, and I said, look, I usually don't ask you for help, but this is an emergency. Can you make sure I have money in the next couple of days, or else I'm going to be on the street? I really need your help on this one. And again, there was just a nod, and the thing left. Now, I had thought maybe, somebody will buy one of my books, or I'll be able to borrow some money, or the basic things people expect, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I went to the mailbox, and there was a letter from a group, I won't mention its name, an esoteric organization. And then I opened the envelope, and in it was a check for $5,000.
Wow.
Now, here's the wow point. The $5,000 was because they had made a decision that a set of books they had bought from me, a transaction that was completed over a year ago, okay, and they had received their books already a year ago. And they had paid for them a year ago. But they somehow decided that it was unfair, the price they paid for that, and that they still, to make it fair, they sent me the 5,000.
Man, that's awesome.
That's a trip, man. And there's a question in the chat room that wants to know, like, people have, they want to know, did anything bad happen after that point?
No.
Yeah, a lot of people think just because you're practicing magic or summoning something, that something bad is bound to happen to you every time.
No, not really. No, because nothing bad happened to me, no. Only good things happen, really, for the most part. But if you dabble in areas like the moon investigation, for example, the jinn may react negatively. I've had negative reactions. But, because I've done that particular ritual, no, nothing bad happened. And I didn't target anybody with the spell. I simply asked the jinn for help.
Yeah, and it's not like you do it every day. You're not taking advantage of it.
No, it's not like I do it every day. It was an emergency situation, and I said, could you help me out? Well, the way he figured he'll help me out is he will get that organization to pay me twice for a product they've already received.
Right.
That's pretty cool.
That is.
They didn't need to do it. I didn't ask them for anything. The transaction was done a year ago. We had no more contact. They just took the initiative.
That is cool. I bet that tripped you out when you saw that.
So we get.
Yes, it tripped me out.
Oh, I bet it did. Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
A $5,000 check, yes. 5 times more than he was asking for.
Yeah, enough to get you back on your feet and keep you ahead.
There would have been some Thanksgiving there.
Yes, sir.
For sure.
Yes, sir.
Now, we got about 5 minutes left here, and I really wanted to ask you, and I know we talked about this earlier, and this is the first time I've really talked to you, heard your voice besides on YouTube and some of your stuff with other organizations, but I want to get to ask you this. Is there any kind of magic that you are afraid of, that you fear? That you're worried about practicing?
Yes, there is.
Good. And you already discussed that, actually, earlier.
Not the moon stuff. I'm scared of teleportation magic.
Teleportation magic?
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Well, I don't know much about teleportation magic, honestly, and that's a hell of a thing to end the show on, because I'm sure that would be an interesting conversation, but I would imagine that I'd be afraid of that I wouldn't come back in one piece,
Like the fly?
Or I'd end up somewhere else, Well,
remember the story of the cat, right? There wasn't just only one case of it. I've witnessed a jinn do this multiple times. And, and teleportation magic is terrifying because literally you have no control over where you're coming and over where you're going. And there are extensive amount of rituals dealing with teleportation magic in Arabic text. And the jinn they work with are very ancient, and I'm not 100% sure they're very safe.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very scared to dabble in that area. Because I just literally don't know where I'll show up. I don't want to be in the middle of the ocean, right?
Right.
Or on the moon, for that matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I can't breathe up here, man. This isn't cool.
Yeah.
This isn't cool. That's right. I can't breathe in here. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I think I'd about soon be on the moon than just stuck in the middle of the ocean.
Now, I know as when we talk about things like this that there's a bit of a responsibility, I feel, to any person that's interested in practicing magic. What advice would you have for a person that is thinking about, has read books and stuff, but they're thinking about actually practicing magic, Do you have any advice for the beginner?
Right. My advice for the beginner is not to focus on material results, not to focus on the miraculous effects, not to focus on power, but to focus on building your spiritual status. The more you earn your spiritual credits, the more things will begin to open and unlock. The assumption that anybody can just pick up a book, summon spirits, and suddenly he's in control of the universe is not really true. You have to earn your street credit. And the best way to earn your street credits with the spirits, so to speak, or with the jinn, is to build your own personal inner power first from spiritual practices. I know it's boring, it's not as much fun, and, you don't get as much kind of, effects. But the more you do that, the more you will get results and success doing the other stuff. That would be my advice.
Right on. That's good advice. And where can anyone that's interested in finding your work, we have a link on the website, but there might be a couple other places. Where can people find your material online?
Well, they can find it on Amazon. They can find it on Ishtar Publishing. And my personal website is whitemagicmastery.com. I put all of my stuff there, too.
Yeah, and there's a really cool thing on YouTube I want you guys to check out. And I think it's by Magicians of the White Flame or something, where they do a decoding, like a geometrical decoding of...
Oh, right. Ziraja, right.
Yeah, that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen, where you can ask a question, and by using that, it'll answer you. So just, if you YouTube Nineveh Shadrach, you'll find it there. You'll see the little decoding thing, and it's really cool. And I want to say, Nineveh, I know it's early in the morning in the Philippines, where it's kind of getting close to noon, and I really appreciate your time, man. I hope you can come out one day and talk to us a little bit more in the future.
Anytime you want, brother.
Hell
Let me know.
Right on.
Man, it was awesome speaking with you, man.
Thank you, brother.
That's it, folks. Tomorrow night, we're going to speak with Craig Narig from the Summer Wind Hauntings. He's going to discuss the Summer Wind Hauntings from the Fox Valley Ghost Hunters. And we're going to have some EVPs for you to listen to. And again, Nineveh, thank you for coming out, man. It's been a real pleasure.
Right. If you want an EVP... Oh, I lost him.
No, you're here, brother. You got some EVPs?
Yeah. I went to an island, and... I went to this island to do some jinn magic, and it was an inhabited island. And when I finished doing my first ritual, and I was surrounded by hundreds of bugs. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of bugs. They came out of nowhere, literally from the ground up. I was swarmed all over. And later on, I decided I'm just going to record my trip walking around. Mm. But the area where I did that ritual, we were able to record a voice speaking Spanish.
Oh. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Maybe when you come back on, we can hear that, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thanks again, Nineveh.
Okay, guys. Talk to you later.
See you.
Bye, Nineveh.
Hey there, sinners. It's Adam Knox, and welcome to another episode of The Cult of You. In particular, another interview with the devil. And today's devil, I don't think can really be called devil by left-hand path standards, but definitely one by that of the normal world and even some more conventional thinkers. You see, Nineveh Shadrach, author of Magic That Works and a number of other exquisite translations, is, in my opinion, one of the most interesting reads when it comes to anything related to jinn magic. He is probably one of the most experienced sorcerers out there, but who also hails from a formal occult background, running Golden Dawn Lodge himself. Nineveh is, bar none, a very effective magician and an exquisite author and creator of content in terms of the occult world. However, today, him and I explore some very controversial subjects, and unfortunately, we were not able to have the benefit of video for the course of this discussion. This massive, over 2-hour discussion is more of a workshop in jinn magic, as well as a number of secret techniques in which we will reveal to you a true or hidden method behind the machinery of geomancy, new methods and new approaches to Goetia, as as well as Nineveh's controversial view around this very deep and interesting subject matter. However, despite that interesting view or that controversial view, as Nineveh himself is not a practitioner of the Goetia, however, as someone who hails and has done a lot of translation around those works himself as a scholar and as an author, he has a hidden secret method for exploring that known as the knock-knock beats, as well as a methodology for unlocking these secret names titled the Golden Meme. These courses links are inside of it, but I was able to convince Nineveh to share with my audience a benefit of a nice, delicious discount of 30% on those pieces. So the courses are only going to be available for a very limited time period because, again, this is not really the type of work that he normally promotes, but it does open up to the probability of serious practitioners that want to take their Goethic work to a new level, as well as their Jinn work to a new level. Nineveh's links are inside of the descriptions, but there is an Easter egg hidden throughout this audiobook that'll give you access to the code for this limited time in which it is. And if you happen to be listening to this beyond the share of that special link, you'll still be able to find the link, and you'll still be able to find Nineveh and request access to that course as well as to his other material. This journey helps kind of discard a lot of the misconception. He is not a mentalist by any way. His view on the Jinn is that they are completely real and they are entities about themselves, and he shares a plethora of experience that demonstrates this first-hand intimate knowledge. Sit back today, relax, and enjoy this conversation in its most delicious format, as I discuss with Nineveh Shadrach the true nature of the Jinn and the secret magic of the East, as we explore some of the original roots of a lot of misconceived ideas in Western magic, including the magic squares, geomancy, as well as a different perspective on the Jinn and on the Goetia. So without any further ado, sit back, relax, and remember to live deliciously. Nineveh, it is an absolute pleasure to be able to sit down with you. I just want to say welcome to the Cult of You, and thank you for taking the time to sit down with me today.
I'm honored to be on your show. I'm excited to have our discussion today. So
it's been one that's kind of like been in my mind. Like I've been a fan of your books for, I'd say, 7 to 10 years or something like that. I remember some of my earliest kind of practices with Jinn magic was the result of, some of your work. And I was immediately impressed with the speed of the results, but also the kind of discipline and the structure, how you've been able to take that area of magic and make it almost accessible to people from a Western magical background, which is so exciting for me. So just off the bat, thank you for the contributions in bringing some pretty hard to understand texts in a more sensible way to people.
You're welcome. It is delightful to hear you say that.
So I want to kind of like hop straight in there, because we have a lot of people that'll be listening to the show, some of them that have experience with this, a lot of them that have pretty much probably read other authors and even other people that we've had on the show's views on the Jinn. I honestly think of all the different occult writers, you're the one whose view set in terms of Jinn I respect the most. So I would like to hear kind of, from your own point of view, how should we define the Jinn?
and how do we approach working with jinn as beings?
Okay. One of the things about the jinn is that it's part of the occult tradition, and the occult tradition, especially in the West, has the idea, a paradigm of spirits. And spirits, ghosts, all of this is a form of disembodied entities of spiritual nature that has no physical connection, really. And then we see these things take on a form of demons because of the Christian paradigm of angels and demons. And then these demons now serve these evil men by providing them all these powers and all these physical benefits. And then you mix that later on with the Western development of psychology, and you start looking at them now as aspects of your shadow, aspect of your mind. And with the, again, Western literature of communicating with them on, or interacting with these entities on psychological methodology, you end up with a lot of people running around or walking around, posting and talking about their relationship with these very powerful entities, as if they're interacting with their best friend. But for the most part, the majority of these interactions are occurring in their mind. So it's a mental experience for the most part. So when you bring that back into the idea of the jinn, you run into a problem, because despite the religious connotation of the jinn within Islamic theology, the jinn were always seen as an actual species. They're not seen as something like a ghost. They were perceived as the same way you would perceive another race. They were born, they die, they have husband, they have wife, they have kids. So that was their idea of the jinn. They were this other race that coexisted with the humans on the planet.
Okay.
So being that these entities were seen as another race, we have something similar now in modern world. We have the Greys. We have the mythology of the Greys and the UFOs and things like that. Mm-hmm. So in ancient times, it was the jinn. But how do you identify the non-physical nature of the jinn? Well, the way the Arabs kind of saw it was that the jinn had basically an invisibility cloak. They were not visible to our eyes. But it didn't mean they were not physical. So you had to take that into account. I mean, if you take a look at even during the early Islamic period, there were discussions where, whether or not a pregnancy, the father of the child was a human or a jinn. That wasn't really that common in Western Europe toward the beginning of the Golden Dawn era, the 1800s and then in the 1900s. The idea that these entities would be able to impregnate you or that they interact with you in a physical form did not match with the Western scientific and materialistic process. So they were taken as, again, a psychological or a spiritual power that you interacted with using the power of the imagination, hence the black mirror. And if you notice in my literature, you will almost never see any reference to a mirror.
Yes.
Unlike other occultists, I almost never use a mirror.
Okay.
Not that it's ineffective as a form of communication or non-traditional, because there are Arabic texts that discuss the mirror or the idea of using the mirror. But the reason I don't introduce it is because I didn't want people to immediately go back into the whole mentalist mindset that you're basically just interacting with things in your imagination, in your hypnotic state, and then these entities are in your mind.
Okay.
This struck me when actually I was in the Golden Dawn, and a newly initiated Adept, he was a 5th, 6th grade. he came to visit me at the Golden Dawn Temple that I was running in Vancouver. And he made a bet with me. He said, I'll pay you $50 if you can prove to me that the Goetia spirits are physically real.
Okay.
And I was like, wait, so you don't actually believe these spirits are physically, objectively real? He said, no, I don't. So that's when it hit me that there is an underlying problem. And I didn't want to encourage that kind of thinking. And the reason for this is not because I don't see value in the mentalist approach, right? As a way of interaction, but it actually hinders people's magical development. Because one of the most important components of working with these entities is actually a kind of a conviction of what you're trying to achieve. If you don't have a proper idea of how far you're going to get, then at the beginning of the journey, you're just going to call it a win and stop.
Yes.
So if your idea of how far you can go is a manifestation in a mirror, then once the manifestation in the mirror appears, you will call the ritual a success. You would say, well, this worked. I have my manifestation in the mirror. If you think the sign of success is a candle flame that kind of acts funny, then when you see it acting funny, you say, wait, I this worked. It's acting funny. If you think you're seeing something in the smoke, then when you see something in the smoke, you go, whoa, it worked. So, but then this becomes the end. If somebody comes up to you and says, there is more to it than this, that this is not actually the final result, your mind will say, wait, no, that's not possible, because this is how far I reached. This is as far as everybody I know has reached. So therefore, what you're telling me cannot be possible. And then you create a barrier. And I've seen this happen. I've had a guy come for an orientation wanting to join the Golden Dawn. I was out of the Golden Dawn at the time, but he was a member of the Golden Dawn group by Chick Cicero in the Vancouver area, or the outskirts of Vancouver area. And during the interview, I just began talking about some of my experiences, something very mild, nothing even serious, just mild experiences. And the guy freaked out. He just basically almost ran out of the house, because the idea that what I am saying to him is even possible is unacceptable to his logical mind. So the only conclusion he could reach was that I am mentally insane, because it's not possible. And I'm like, wait, and it's like this kind of thinking puts limits, right? And that's where the confusions arise. And that's where beginners get lost, because they don't really always know what the results they need to achieve can be. And, there's a little story I kind of tell. I gave a ritual to evoke a jinn to one of my close friends back in the day, and he was in the Golden Dawn. And his wife was complaining that he was not very active, that since he left the GD, or, things were going on in his life, and he hasn't been very excited about doing the work. He lost his social support network. And I said to her, well, give him this and have him try it. Maybe it will bring up his fire for doing magic again. To motivate him. So she took it, and then I heard back from her a week later. I said, so did you give it to him? She said, no. I said, so what did you do? She said, I used it.
Okay.
I said, okay, so what happened? She said, well, I gone into the temple area, and I began doing this invocation you gave. And I said, if the jinn is real, prove it. I want physical proof. I said, okay, then what happened? She said, I heard footsteps physically with my ear as it walked around me. I said, did you see anything? She said, no, but I heard the footsteps. And it moved the air. The air was moving as it was moving, but I couldn't see it. So, to give a kind of an idea, let's use the Western movie, The Predator. He's invisible. He walks around. He can interact with things, but your eye just can't see it because he has this invisibility cloak. So it's like this thing was invisible, but when it moved, the air moved. and it made sound with his feet. I said, okay, so then what? She said, I said, this is not enough proof. I wanted more evidence. I said, okay, so what happened next? She said, I felt something touching my shoulders, like a hand touching my shoulders. I said, okay, so were you satisfied? She said, no, I asked for more proof. I said, then what happened? She said, objects around me on the altar began to levitate. I said, and then what happened? She said, I fainted.
Careful what you wish for.
And then, she said, she woke up to a voice of a man telling her she's late for work. And it was a very loud voice in her ear, and she got up, but there was nobody there. So that's sort of what happens when you are crossing that boundary, right? Because if you say to yourself, these things are not real, or they're not objective, then your magical experience confirms that until something happens to confirm the opposite, and then your brain can't process because you programmed yourself. That's not possible. And it doesn't just apply to Westerners, it applied to me in my own experiences, because there are certain things I also thought were not possible. And I created a barrier in my mind. And I said, these things cannot be until they manifested. And then my brain couldn't process them. And I had a zit. But eventually I just began to accept that that I am dealing with something that has a capacity to affect the physical world. So to go back, I'll give you another example, just sort of like give you a general idea what we're dealing with here. Again, in the beginning, I would say around 15 years ago or so, I had received a copy from somebody who, I don't think he acquired it in the right way, but he sent me a copy to publish of a manuscript written in the hand of Moina Mathers. And this manuscript, apparently, she had copied from some archive in France. And it contained a grimoire that was very much on the left-hand path, a lot of evocations to Lucifer, Satan, etc. And it was unique that it didn't fit really what we would normally see in grimoires like the Goetia. So it was kind of like, it had a really creepy vibe to it, like a weird, creepy vibe. So I thought to myself, this is Moina Mathers. Wow, I can't read the handwriting. It's in French. So I asked my partner at the time, Francis, co-author Magic That Works. I said, can you read the handwriting? She said, yes. I said, if you could type it for me, I'd much appreciate it. And then I will basically translate it and see what this grimoire is about, because it has that kind of weird vibe to it. And she didn't like it. She didn't like what she was translating. It bothered her. And I said to her, well, just type it. We're not going to use it. We don't do that kind of magic anyway. I'm just curious to read it. I want to see what this is.
Yeah.
And she said, okay. So she's typing, and just going to give you an idea, we're a few feet apart. She's sitting in kind of like an alcove, and I'm in the kitchen, which is going to open to this area where she's sitting. And during daytime, so the kitchen lights were off. So I hear her scream. So I rush in and I say, what's up? She said, something grabbed my hand when I was trying to type what I was reading. And she showed me the bruises, or what looked like fingers in her hand. And then at that moment, I turned around and the light in the kitchen was on. But nobody turned the light on. Okay. And what made it even weirder is that the light that was on was coming from a socket that had no light bulb.
Oh, interesting.
So the whole thing was very freaky. Suffice to say, I agreed with her, and I just sold the manuscript on eBay. And we can abandon the project. Never bothered reading it after that. I got the hint. Don't touch this. Got it.
Communication received.
Yeah, communication received. That's right.
This is so interesting, and I really love what you've pointed out. And I think a lot of people kind of misunderstand, because one of the original contexts of mind and the relation of mind was the old Egyptian translation that God is infinite mind, but the context of mind is not the same there as it is perceived of today in a purely mental or purely psychological point. Yes, there is an essential role in maybe working with the archetypes of one's psychology, especially to deal with neuroses and things that may be getting in your way or unhealthy projections of yourself. But that perception of your magic as a purely mental thing becomes a blocker, as you say, a pure barrier that limits your actual energetic reach to even make contact to those levels. But when you do reach, the manifestations are real. And just as a testimony to some of, you sharing the handprint piece, I remember when I was working through your work, and I think it was actually from Magic That Works. I was sitting in an old, the studio house that I had back then had in the main room where I had all the dance classes and martial arts classes, had mirrors all around it. And no one was in this space, so I decided this would be a great way to practice one of the invocations. And I still remember it was the first time that I practiced an invocation that had such excessively long repetitions of certain names and numerical structures. But I figured, okay, I'm going to commit. I'm going to go for this. And halfway through, my consciousness did alter, but I physically could feel and see this being standing next to me. And I could recognize its independence of my own focus. And I figured if it was purely just the normal kind of hypnotic structures, by the time I'd finish the technique, it would be over. After I finished the technique, probably for 2 days afterwards, the second I would close my eyes to go dream, he was there, almost as if saying to me, okay, you've called me. Why? What are we doing? And I had to finish that working first. And it was even after that, for a few days, I would wake up certain mornings with these, what looked like handprints beneath my skin, like these blue handprints that just seemed so strange. And at first I thought, oh, I'm just going a little bit crazy. This is my own delusion. And for 2 days I did that. And then on the third day, my lover, she knew I was practicing this. She felt different things around the house. The third day, she woke up with the same handprints on her body. And I was like, okay, this is not in my head. There's something real going on here. And it kind of gave a very deep respect to that. But in terms of that, so how then recognizing the reality of these beings, how should one approach them? If recognize, I mean, is there a formula ritualistically? Do you treat them like another human being? Do you treat them like a race? Because my experience so far has been almost as if they are fifth dimensional beings that are able to operate in more dimensions than we are.
Right.
What is your advice in that?
Well, I think when it comes to the jinn, and we need to be careful that the jinn is the word we used to apply to them. It's not really how they identify themselves as much. Because the word jinn is just derived from the concept of the unseen, something that is hidden. It's an Arabic word for what is hidden. So different cultures had different names, right? In some cultures, maybe they were called the elves or the fae, or different societies try to understand what they were dealing with based on their own cultural roots. So we have similar stories of the same race, but different iconography, different titles, different names. So different societies have encountered them since antiquity. And the reason for that is because they were here before us. We're the new race, so to speak. And when you take a look at some of the narratives, even in the Quran, which is the Islamic holy book, when they're talking about the jinn, they're addressing them as equal to humans in all senses. They're parallel. So, O mankind or jinn kind, O mankind or jinn kind. We give you this, we give you that. So the revealer of the Quran is identifying the humans and the jinn as being of equal status on this earth. But then implies they're not exactly on equal, they're not really on the same space, because it talks about two sunrises, two sunsets, stuff like that. It talks about the oceans touching each other. Then this references the precursor to mankind appearance, where the jinn were basically building listening posts in the skies, in the heavens, and they were hiding these listening posts. And those are all indicative, of course, of radio telescopes, the kind of stuff we use today. We have our own listening post to listen to the heavens. So that implied that the jinn had radio telescopes of sort, or receivers, that they were using before mankind showed up. So there's a lot of confusion, because you have the religious side, you have the modern side, you have a Hollywood side. So when it comes to the jinn, my advice to everybody is usually to think of them as non-human entities who don't really trust humans, don't really want to be bothered by them. They want to be left alone. So then the question is, well, I work with the Goetia. The Goetia is always quick to respond, is always quick to help. I can call this demon and that demon, and I get quick answers. And most, of course, of these experiences are on the mind. So when you're doing that, or on the mirror, so when you're doing that, you can talk to Jesus, right? But to put that aside, these entities are by definition outlaw. So if the majority of the jinn want nothing to do with humans, then the outlaw will probably want to have something to do with humans. Because they're outlaw. They don't play by the same rules. They're rebels. And if you take a look at some of the classifications of the jinn you see online, people get confused. They say, well, this is a ifrit, this is a marid, and I'm like, whoa, these are not classifications of types of jinn. They're all classifications of different types of rebellion and criminal activity.
Interesting. Can you kind of explore that a bit more, please?
Yeah, like the word ifrit. People think the word ifrit. Well, the word ifrit means something devious. Someone or something that can attain what they want using devious means.
Okay.
All right. The word marid means somebody who is in chronic state of rebellion. They simply do not, they're outlaw. They don't play by any rules. Right?
So they're not exactly an entire different entity. They're just almost like a different personality or a behavior choice. They become
behavioral choice. Yeah, they're kind of labeled behavioral choice. The word shaitan is not an actual entity. It just means enemy or aggressor. So there are different ways why these entities are identified, and then the rest of the jinn are identified as benevolent, right?
Yeah.
So that leaves us with the sense of, okay, so who are you dealing with here? If you take a look at the Arabic text, if you take a look at the Western text, even if you take a look at Abramelin and the Mage, almost all of these grimoires eventually end up working with entities that fall under a Maimon, for example.
Yeah.
Well, a Maimon is Maimun Abanuk, a jinn king, and he's not necessarily the sweetest and kindest of jinn kings, and I'm talking from experience. I'm not saying he's necessarily, evil, but he's definitely not benevolent in the normal sense of the term. Extremely dangerous. And all the jinn basically that we're interacting with are falling under his domain. So even if you take a look at the Brahman and the Mage, so we're dealing with a very set number of powers of the jinn who are directly interacting with magicians and influencing magicians, and in some ways submitting magicians to them, while these magicians think they are submitting the jinn to them or submitting the demons to them. In other words, the magician who thinks he's in control is being controlled. He's just not aware.
Yes. Yeah. You can kind of see that evidence in the behavior online.
Right, and they don't realize that this is happening to them. And I'm not trying to imply by this statement that jinn are evil. I'm trying to say that the jinn people are working with have ulterior motives. Because the jinn who are benevolent don't usually appear in grimoires. They don't make all kind of promises. Okay? They don't do any of this stuff. They stick, they keep to themselves. So reaching out to them, they're not eager to reach out to everybody and make friends, right? Because they don't want the attention. They want the visibility. So they tend to kind of avoid that. And that leaves us with the same list of particular names that have been occurring for thousands of years in grimoires and texts. And when you're approaching the jinn, you have to realize that you're approaching, like I said earlier, a non-human entity that has its own mind, its own will, its own consciousness, and its own agenda. And if this agenda is aligned with your agenda, if its mind is aligned with your mind, if the two of you can form a friendship of sort, then that's a bridge of communication. That's a bridge of help. That's a bridge of assistance. Just to give you an idea of what I'm referring to here. And you don't need magic like in the sense of complicated evocations, because you have already built a relationship. To give you an example of what I'm talking about, one time Francis, my ex-partner, she wanted to go shopping, and she's done this trip to the grocery store like 100 times, 1,000 times. She goes there every day, right? And she was running a bit late. It was 11:30 at night. The place closes at midnight. She had to rush out the door. She's telling me that she's rushing out the door as I'm heading into the shower. But she was feeling a bit, she was acting a bit spookily weird. She was saying, I'm giving you a hug because I get the feeling this is going to be the last hug I give you. I'm going to give you a kiss because I'm getting the feeling this is the last kiss I'm going to give you. And I was like, why are you talking like this? You're just going to go for 30 minutes into the grocery store and come back. She said, I don't know. I just have a bad feeling. I said, then don't go. Stay home. She said, we need groceries. I got to go. I'm like, what is this? So she went out, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that's not going to work. If she's getting a sense of something bad and she's insisting to go, I got to do something. But what can I do? I'm not with her. I'm going to the shower. So I basically said, in a nutshell, any jinn around here who is a friend of mine that I've been interacting with, keep an eye on her. Keep her out of danger. If something happened, keep her safe. Do this as a favor for me, please.
Okay.
And then I went into the shower. When I came back, she was shaken. She was shaken when she came back. She said, after her shopping, she was crossing, and she didn't notice, but this car was coming at high speed, and I was about to hit her. And whoever was driving this car was not stopping, was not swerving, may not have been aware that she's there. And she was paralyzed, and she figured that's it. She's about to die. When somebody grabbed her and literally lifted her up the ground and moved her out of the way. And when her shock was over and she turned around to thank the stranger, the roads were empty in all directions. There was nobody in any direction.
I mean, I think for somebody that's never been truly initiated into the mysteries of magic and never encountered that sounds like a pretty impossible story. And if I haven't had similar experiences in my own life as a result of working with these forces, I would have also probably thought, wow, that's not, how's that possible? But it is. And it is
possible. Yeah, it's possible not because it's supernatural. It's possible because these entities are here. We just don't see them.
And not in a psychological format, but here as
they're not in a psychological format. Yes. No, they are here, and they have, all kinds of abilities that we're not cognizant of as an average person walking down the street. We live in a very unique position where these entities are here, where they have a lot more power than the United States military in many ways, and yet we're taught that they're not real, that they don't exist. At the same time, they appear in all our entertainment media. We go to watch Lord of the Rings and we look at these beautiful elves. We watch movies about the jinn. We watch, the paranormal, where these demonic entities are doing all these things that people have associated with jinn activity. So it's like part of our brain is split. We are we're living a kind of a fantasy reality in which these beings are real, while our logical brain is telling us, no, they're not real. Our educational institutions, our scientists, our doctors, our elders, leaders are saying they're not real. But they're telling us they're real via media. So it's a kind of a very weird position. And, where our culture and societies are heading, because we're kind of like having this minor schizophrenic event. Because we know they're there. We know they're there. Whether we want to admit to it or not, we know they're there. Whether we want to dismiss it or not, it doesn't matter. I mean, when I started with this whole path, I didn't start with the whole conviction that jinn are real and I'm just going to get into jinn magic. I'm going to summon jinn. I didn't even know if they were real or not.
Okay.
I approached the whole thing from a skeptical perspective. I wasn't looking at it as a matter of conviction. I came into it as a matter of like, really, is this even possible? Is this even real? How much of this is even real? Right. And then
what kind of opened you?
Yeah, and then I tested. I said, well, I'm going to make a test. I'm going to see if this is real or not. I will try this. I will try that. I will see if this works. I will see if that don't work. And the chronic level of physical experiences, got me to a position where now somebody comes up to me and says, we're going to torture you and waterboard you until you confess that they're not real. Well, no, I cannot do that. It has to be a very long torture session because I've seen enough evidence. It's not a matter of faith. It's a matter of knowing.
Okay.
It's not a matter of belief. And it's not a belief in a subjective thing either. Right? It's not a belief in a subjective thing. I mean, just going to give you an idea of what I mean by non-subjective. When you're interacting with, say, with a goetic spirit or even a Olympic spirit, let's say Ak, right? When people summon Ak, they basically come back and say something like, I talked to Ak and Ak said so and so and so. And, he taught me this or he told me this. And it's, it's all kind of this mental communication. And then you say, okay, what happened to convince you that your encounter with Ak was objectively real, beyond the subjective sense of the communication? And very often they have nothing to back it up with other than saying, well, what I believe to be true is true. It's a matter of faith. Okay, so in parallel point, at one point, a jinn connected to a jinn king madhab, which in many ways correspond to Ak because it's associated with the sun, wanted to communicate with me. He wanted to deliver a message. So I used my own tools to make a kind of a communication.
Okay.
And he said to me, I'm going to give you a sequence of numbers. Every time you write a sequence of numbers on a piece of paper, I will come and basically I will help you in whatever you need help with, and we can talk. It's like a phone number. All but right. You don't dial the phone number, you write the phone number. And I was like, okay. So I took a pen and I wrote down the numbers sequentially. Just numbers. Wrote down the numbers sequentially. By the time I wrote the last number, the paper was hot.
Interesting.
Physically hot, like burning hot.
Okay.
Like holding a hot candle. It was hot. So I held it in my hand and it was very hot. And I could barely hold it. And I was like,
tangible.
Oh no, yeah, it's hot. It's nothing subjective about hot. It's hot. So I took the piece of paper and I asked 3 different people who were in my vicinity to close their eyes, and I put the paper on their hand and I said, is this paper hot? And they all replied, ow, it's hot. Second person, ouch, it's hot. Third person, ouch, it's hot. They have no idea what this piece of paper is or what's its origin, right? All they know is it's hot. So that's 3 people who independently confirmed the paper was hot. It's not subconscious, make-believe. The paper is hot. It's just hot is hot. You don't go very far with that. So the question arises, how does writing a sequence of numbers on a piece of paper make it hot?
Exactly.
The answer is, it does not. So what really happened here? What happened is, the jinn made it hot. A signature proof that that piece of paper is definitely his number call.
Okay, so it's not like the traditional concept where a lot of people will say, oh, you activate the sigil by imagining it in your head in a certain way. This was a legitimate, just a pattern of some sorts that you received, and you had tangible, verifiable contact from the other side of that, perceivable dimension where there was physical heat emanating from this piece.
Yes, there's physical heat emanating from this piece. And the question arises, how did this is not the first time this happened. It has happened before. So how did the jinn make that piece of paper emanate heat? What do they do to make it hot?
Yes.
Now that's the question, the $1 million question here, really. Because once we understand how they're making it hot, we understand how we can actually see them.
Yeah, that is an interesting piece. I mean, there's so many kind of debates that I've seen. One of the arguments being the relationship with the concept of dark matter and dark energy, which also helps explain why some people experience the other in whatever form as being dark, simply because it's so close to impacting physical matter through dark energy. But it's a level of physics we are still kind of, I think, understanding in a certain way, whether that's a powerful control over the big Higgs boson, the God particle, or what it is the $1 million question. But that also kind of opens up, just another piece of kind of question that I'd like to, poke or prod at while we're having this specific discussion. There's always this discussion in terms of, do I use sigils? Do I use mantras? Some of the work that I've seen from you in terms of the magic squares have been very interesting. And the concept of magic squares has been in the Abramelin, and it's been in so many other magical texts. This number sequence, does that almost open up to that science? Is that related in any way? Can you maybe open up more about that, these phone numbers, if you will, and ways to connect, whether it's just our imagination, whether it's a transcendent piece of information, how we figure that out? What is that about?
Okay. Well, when it comes to the phone number idea, if you take a look at the Arabic manuscripts, they're very clear on the procedure of contacting the jinn, and it's drastically different from Western expectation. And most Westerners I've encountered, and even some Middle Easterners, are trying to, argue against it because it's just too inconvenient these days. But the procedure was very simple. You abstained from eating anything to do with meat. You went on a completely vegan diet. That's one. The vegan diet was meant to kind of purify and prepare yourself, your energetic body, your mind, your physical aspect, and everything else.
Okay.
The other thing is you isolated yourself from society. You did not do it in the middle of the city. You did not do it in the middle of town. You went as far as possible.
Is this to get away from human beings, or to get away from urban life and get closer to nature?
No, this goes back to the concept that jinn do not want to be noticed.
Okay, all right.
You are creating a contact space where they feel safe. Now, the third procedure here, and this is critically important, is that your working space must not have any sunlight of any kind.
All right.
Sunlight and jinn don't go well together.
Really? Is there a reason for that?
Well, it's not explained. If you ask me, it's not explained. It's just indicated.
Okay.
The same way it's indicated that you can find this funny, it's also indicated they don't like garlic.
Oh, interesting. Is this where a lot of our myths come from, especially because we've always got the lunar attributes of vampires and all these things, which are lunar based?
Yeah. With the one you'll find it funny because it's there. It's listed really in the text.
Do
not have garlic around. They don't like garlic. Don't eat garlic.
Okay. Do we hide silver, or is that still okay?
No, silver is fine. Iron is not.
Okay, yes, I'm familiar with iron.
Which is kind of like this. You got the same method thing among the Fae and iron.
Yes.
So iron is not. So then what happens is you cloister yourself up, and then at first they tell you you will have all kind of imaginative experiences. They literally said your imagination will do all kind of hallucinations, right? And then they're very clear that you are to ignore these hallucinations.
Okay.
They will point out that all these spirit or entities will appear to you, and you are to completely ignore them. Do not interact. Do not give them credence. Do not give them credit. Completely ignore them. And then at a certain point, they indicate that you'll be terrified by physical manifestations around you, like sounds, like walls, closing in or moving in, or like sounds of bugs and bees and insects and all kinds of like weird things happening in your environment. Drums, instead of drumming. Ignore it all.
Okay. Still keep going.
We'll keep going, right? Eventually they identify, you will see what looks like the walls are tearing apart, separating, and light is coming out of the walls.
Interesting. Yes.
And then at that point, entities will appear. And those entities are the ones that we call the jinn and you interact with. And they will sit across from you. And they tell you to keep a distance of at least 6 feet. Because any direct contact is dangerous to your health, physically, harmful to your health. You need to keep 6 feet contact.
Because of the vibrational differences, or?
I think it's the same reason why the paper gets hot.
Okay. Oh, yes. Well, yes, jinn makes sense.
You know, it's probably not healthy for your body to have the same experience as that piece of paper. You might end up with a stroke or cancer or something. They just consider it dangerous. You keep your distance.
Okay.
So at that point, you make your covenant, and then the jinn will give you something. There's no sigil involved that you create and charge. There's none of that. He will give you something. It could be a piece of metal. It could be a rock. It could be like a sequence of numbers. It could be anything. The jinn will give it to you. You don't create it yourself. You don't walk in there with it created. You receive it. And you keep it hidden and keep it concealed. And that works as a kind of an anchor to where you are, so the jinn can find you quickly.
Oh, interesting. So once you've established the contact, the jinn determines how that relationship gets set up. It's not, you don't pull out the rose cross and try and draw out sigils based upon a number sequence of your own assumptions. It's the direct contact that says to you, this is how we'll get in touch. We'll call you.
Exactly. And he sets the rules.
Okay.
They will set the rules for what you can and cannot do. They set the rules for what you will do in return for this kind of encounter and experience. And you have to abide by these rules. And if you break these rules, they will just simply cease and desist of being there for you. Now, this is how it's described in the old manuscripts. Now, when the Christians probably took that, it just became, you sell your soul to the devil. Not that they can really want your soul. That's not really that important.
Yeah.
As far as what they, right. But, so these kind of deals are there. Now, how do we deal with this in our modern time, though? Because in modern time, it's very difficult for any of us to make these kind of, sacrifices or arrangements where we can do entire month in an isolated, dedicated space, chamber, etc. It's not possible these days.
Exactly.
So we use different mediums of communications, but it's not easy. So, it's really location based. A lot of people don't understand how important location can be. They think, well, I can call the jinn anywhere, anytime, and I will just get a response. Because they're still used to the idea of the mirror experience. You can draft that mirror anytime you want. You can do it you can close your eye and you can make contact with a demon in an airplane, right? You can close your eyes and make contact with a spirit in the toilet. You can do it anywhere, anytime. Doesn't matter. It's your mind. There's no restrictions on it. But when you're looking for something tangible, location matters. So if you're trying to do this ritual in your office, trying to call the jinn in your office or at your house and the TV is blaring or whatever, he may not show up. Even worse, if he doesn't like the town, he will not show up. So you might think, oh, the magic is not working because I didn't have a physical manifestation like mentioned in the old text. Well, no, it's not that it's not working, it's that you didn't meet the requirements. So these requirements are not easy. So then we have to kind of bring down our expectations here. So I tell all my students, you to bring down your expectations. If you want to have that kind of experience, you got to follow those kinds of rules. If you're not prepared to do this, then don't ask me, how can I see a jinn physically? Or how can I have physical manifestations? How can I have any of this? The best you can hope for is to build a strong enough connection that you will get assistance. Right?
Okay.
I'm just going to leave it at that. Don't go beyond that to the point of wanting to have all these miraculous signs to prove to you that they're objectively real. Because you're not following the instruction set to make that possible, right?
Also, you're not putting the kind of effort in from your side, so why should they even pay attention?
Well, it's not a matter of effort. It's really a matter of setup.
Okay.
Right? It's really a matter of setup. If you're doing an evocation to the jinn and you're wearing, I've seen, I don't want to mention names, some occultists on YouTube, and they seem to be treating the magic circle like a rug. They will pull out the magic circle and then they will step on it with their shoes. And I'm like, what are you doing? What is this that I'm watching on YouTube? And you are pretending to be teaching people. Like, what is this? This is not how this works. You have no respect for your art. I'm not naming names on this, but I'm sure you figure out who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
So the key here is to have respect for these entities and realize if you're approaching it as subjective, then it doesn't matter. But if you're looking for something objective, if you're looking for that kind of contact that is mentioned in the ancient text, then you need to make the arrangement that is suitable for your visitors.
Okay.
Because even if you put in effort and spend hours and hours and hours, if the environment is not conducive to their appearance, they will simply not show up.
And can that ever kind of go wrong? Could any of them actually ever be offended by your almost sloppy approach to them and cause some negative manifestations?
Well, I don't think they'd be offended by a sloppy approach. I think they'd be offended by how you interact with them. Because let's face it, and this is the reality of the matter. If the jinn wants to show up, the jinn will just show up. And that's the fact. So we're talking about making these arrangements. We're talking about doing all this because we want people to have an awareness of what they're dealing with here, like a right approach, mental approach.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean that if you don't have all the A's and B's and C's, and everything just set up perfectly, that the jinn will not show up. Because my experience is, if it wants to show up, it will just show up, even uninvited. Even without an evocation, it will just show up. So it's a matter of preference for the jinn. So when you're making these arrangements, you're removing obstacles for its arrival. Okay? You're making it as inviting as possible, as easy as possible. But if the jinn wants to show up, it will just show up.
Yes. Okay, that's fascinating.
So, and a good example of this, I think I mentioned it in one of my books, I don't know if you've read it or not, where I was thinking of doing an evocation to a jinn king in 6 months' time. And then I closed the manuscript and I heard Francis calling me to the room, said we have a visitor. And I go in the room, in the bedroom, and she had this huge planter, massive planter. And it was so fast, rapidly, in a clockwise fashion. And I was like, I'm thinking to myself, this is one heavy piece of, look, it's heavy. It's not a small, tiny planter. The damn thing should have been outside, not inside the bedroom.
Okay.
So it's spinning, and I'm thinking, did you do anything to it? She said, no, I didn't touch it. I said, okay, how about the window? She said, it's closed. How about this? So we ruled out any physical explanation. Now, I knew already there was something in the room, but I was just trying to, my logical mind is trying to rule everything out. And this thing is spinning rapidly, like it's on, turbo engine. And I said, okay, if a jinn is here, spin it the other way. and instantly it stopped spinning and then began to spin rapidly in the other way.
Oh, wow.
Right? Instantly, there was no delay. It went from fast movement to stop to repeat other direction. Rapid movement. And I was like, okay, we got a visitor here, indeed. We got a jinn here, and I know where that jinn is from because I was reading the manuscript, but I really had nothing to ask at the time. So I was like, I'm sorry to have bothered you, but I really don't have a need at this point. So I just left. Now, somebody else might be sitting down and doing the same conjuration for hours and months, and nothing would show up. So it's not that the conjuration doesn't work. It's just a matter of preference, right?
So we have to recognize that they have pretty much their own personalities, their own...
Exactly, have their own personality, their own decision-making. So that's why in my courses, I give you 700 jinn names or 1,000 jinn names. I don't expect you to evoke them all. It's just the idea that the more names you have, the more contacts you have, the bigger your phone book, the better chance of finding somebody on the phone book that likes you enough to be responsive.
It's almost like you're doing cold calling for the right matching clients to work with in your business.
Well, it's kind of like, well, actually, don't interrupt you. It's actually more like Tinder.
Okay.
You're swiping right. Swiping right, and hoping the other guy will swipe right too. It's kind of like
that. I like that. At some point, if we can develop the Jinn app, that would be some profound stuff. But so then magic squares, sigils, are they of any use when we're looking at contacting? Are they more for the Ruhaniyan, the energy, or what is their role in terms of the process?
Well, the jinn don't need them if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
I think you would go way further with something like the knock beats than you would ever do with sigils or squares.
Can you describe that a little bit, just for those that...
the knock beats are basically... you're familiar with geomancy, the divination system?
Yes.
Yes, well, if you take a look at geomancy, and I covered that in my course on the subject, and look at the proper translation of the figure names, not the English translation, the Arabic translation. And if you take a good look at it, you would realize that what you're dealing with are different names for parts of a machine.
Okay.
You got input, output, red point, white point, all of that stuff. The reverser, or inverter, you got all that. They're technical terms for a machine.
Interesting.
And not any normal machine, a machine that uses sound and possibly light to communicate. So the question is, who revealed this machine initially, or revealed the system initially of communication? And in our mythos, it's revealed by the angel Gabriel. But every single system that works with the geomancy system involves the jinn. So basically, it's a jinn communication tool, geomancy. So I don't really have the blueprints for this machine, but I understand the concept because it's using binary. So knock beats are basically binary code that's basically produced by the computers or the speakers or whatever that send a signal to call the jinn over.
That's interesting. Does that have any kind of effect on your own brain as well while you're going through that process?
Well, it depends. I guess if you can use it as a kind of a strobing tool, where you would strobe it at the same kind of binary point, that you can have that effect. But just listening to it, I don't really find that it has that effect on your mind as much. But it definitely does have an effect on the jinn. It's like setting up a beacon, and they do tend to respond to it eventually. Maybe not immediately, but eventually they respond to it.
Okay.
So if you play it on a very loud speaker for 15, 20 minutes, you're going to start getting things happening, because they're going to be going, we're hearing the signal. Somebody is echoing it out. So it works the same way as, like I said, geomancy. But geomancy is sort of like we just put 1 dot, 2 dot, 1 dot, 2 dot on a piece of paper. And for some reason, we've kind of shrunk this whole complex system of communication into good luck, bad luck, fortune, misfortune. And I'm like, what is this? It's the most boring divination system on the planet. That's because it's not a divination system, really. It's a communication tool. Oh, wow. It's an instruction for a communication tool that we don't have anymore. It's gone. However this device was built was gone. But it's there. So the concept is there. So by using knock-knock beats, we basically have our shortcut method, right?
Okay. But I'm assuming you're only going to unlock that by actually working, kind of like John Dee and Edward Kelly actually having to kind of gather the language first, or the vehicle, and then with actively working with the entities, the communication kind of improved. So almost like a saying, like we've got the basis of the machinery, the basis of the technology, but by ourselves alone, we're probably not going to solve it. We'd have to actually have contact with the jinn. You'd have to be working through that in order to progress and develop the system. Or what's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the machine, that's correct. But for the knock-knock beats, it's really not that complicated. We just use the binary.
Okay. Do you use that in your course?
Yeah, it's actually, I just give the binary. I don't actually have a course on it. I just give it.
Oh, great.
If you sign up for one of my courses, and you can get, I just offer the binary, the knock-knock beats now with almost all my courses on the jinn, because it just speeds the process up. And I don't want people to struggle, and I understand how hard it is for a beginner to do workings and then not get the immediate result they're looking for and feeling like, I'm wasting my time. So the knock-knock beats speed the process up.
Okay, that's great. That's really cool. Yeah.
I'm just going to go through this again here because I just wanted to really emphasize this on the concept of geomancy. So I'm just going to go through with you a little bit on the figures, just to kind of, because I think this is really important to us in occultists to understand. It's there, but they're not aware of it because of the kind of literature they're reading. So, for example, one of the first figures we have in geomancy is al-hamra, which means redness. Now, redness is associated with inflammation and heat. So it's linked to the planet Mars and the energy of Aries. However, we were talking, before in our conversation about telescopes, right? Or signature, right? So how the jinn were listening into deep space using hearing or tools to get signals from deep space. Okay? And our radio telescopes that we use these days to get the signals use the infrared spectrum of light.
Yes.
So that's the redness, the infrared spectrum.
Okay.
All right. So the next figure in geomancy is Nasra al-Kharija, which means outbound support. Okay.
Okay.
So outbound support was translated into Latin to mean lesser fortune. Fortuna minor. Okay. But it's not the original understanding of it. So if you're thinking of a machine, what is an outbound support does, right?
Yes.
So the next figure is al-bayad, which means whiteness.
Okay.
Another concept of whiteness, the word al-bayad, another meaning for it is brightness. So brightness has to do with the proper exposure of an image you're receiving. Whiteness is known in photography as white balance also, right?
Yes.
It's important for proper image capture.
Oh, it's fascinating. This is such a nice frame.
Infrared would be essential for radio transmission. Brightness and white balance is critical for the visual capture.
Oh, wow. Sure, that's mind-blowing. That's one of
the right. And one of the most important concepts in radio astronomy is brightness.
Yes. Yes.
Because it characterizes levels of radiation.
Oh, wow.
Right? In the ray optics approximation, radiated energy flow in straight line, right?
Okay.
So let's just moving a little bit further on. Then we have al-qabd al-kharij, which means exterior capture. See? You seeing a pattern? What happens if you send out a signal? You get a response, right?
Yes.
That's exterior capture.
Okay.
Then you make contact, or you put two things, you connect two things together. You have al-ijtima', the connector, the joint point. The connection between the receiver and the sender in your machine. The next one is al-kharija, or output threshold, right?
Okay.
The knowledge of the threshold of an output is very important when constructing devices. Because threshold is the amount of measurement change required before a measuring instrument reacts to a change in the measurement output or produces a specified result, right?
Yeah, sure.
Then we have the figure called al-inqis or al-manqus, which means the inverter or inverted. Inverters are often connected to the oscillators, which magnify audio frequency. You catching me so far? Yes. We're just talking about geomancy figures, right?
Wow. Well, it's kind of like you're just. I really get now what you meant by it's literally a machine. It's like the components of brilliant machinery that's just outside. And this has been with us for how many years? Like how long?
Right, thousands of years, and we just couldn't figure it out. We just took this whole concept of communication with the jinn, this little ideas of creating this device that they gave us thousands of years ago, and now you just read this little pamphlet about drawing these little dots on paper, and then it's good fortune or bad fortune, luck or bad luck. It became like a horoscope in the newspaper. It's baffling.
It's actually ridiculous. I remember Sir Lawrence Gardner pointing out how even the Ark of the Covenant was a complete piece of machinery used to break down the structure of gold in order to produce mifkis, which again was a powder utilized to alter the chemical structure or the chemical release in our bodies. It's been demonstrated to have some effects to be almost anti-gravitational in some, and this is now such an interesting testimony of our almost primitive attempt to interpretate these ideas and how it gets corrupted by people trying to use it for divination and for other aspects of that, where it's actually revealing a hidden technology that is so beyond what we're currently thinking, yet reflects what we're discovering in our sciences today. Exactly. So fascinating.
Right. So, this is why it was like, okay, I cannot build this machine, but I get what they're trying to do. And kind of goes back into, we can do this nowadays using complicated tools or machinery. We can even probably do it using VR. Because in VR, you have visual light and you have actual sounds. But with VR, you cannot project outward. So it's going to be kind of a personal experience. A kind of a way of making the connection on a psychic level versus or telepathy.
I wanted to say that. I mean, like, if we look at how far we've come with utilizing things of light and binaural sounds as ways to alter consciousness in order to kind of bypass the neocortex so that we can gain information outside of our programming, almost using those tools to step outside of our own limitation of perception. Could these maybe be, makings of a key by which we can get out of our own way to perceive into that realm and actually make contact with the jinn?
Well, absolutely, because, again, if you're trying to have the jinn appear physically in your space to make that kind of an ancient connection, you can probably pull it out, pull it off. If you're living in a small apartment in the middle of New York or the Bronx, right? But you can still make contact on some level. You can still reach out and receive a kind of like a telephone call versus a physical visit, right?
Yes.
And the more of all those telephone calls you have, the more of a chance you're going to have an actual visit eventually. So the key is how to have these telephone calls without getting stuck in mental, I don't want to say delusion, but where you're just stuck in your own mind.
It's accurate. I mean, It also kind of makes me think about the preparatory space. And I remember I was doing work through Goetia some years ago, and through the continued work, because I actually applied, some patterns that I learned out of your work, in order to kind of get a little bit deeper to the force behind what was written in the grimoire. And for the bulk of it, most of it was almost purely psychological, but then 3 figures or 3 aspects of them actually came through, and I was very much caught in the space where I recognized that what I contacted was so far beyond my ability to control, and could pretty much snap their finger and crush my reality without even thinking about it. And it's almost as if they were hesitant to come into my world because they knew it would shatter me. And I needed to almost vibrationally come up to that level. So it's almost like, a lot of the uses of the ritual, uses of the technique, the uses of the preparation of this technology, that we also have to recognize that our own system, I think also like why the vegan diet in some of the older text was referenced, we have to vibrationally get our bodies to handle it, because that altered reality can almost be too overwhelming for an average mind. And I think especially a lot of maybe that's part of also the reason why they want to be unnoticed, because who wants to deal with the shattering of a reality of an underdeveloped species, so to speak.
Correct. And we're not a very benevolent species overall anyway.
Exactly.
What we said is, if the whole planet was to accept the reality of the jinn and realize what they can and what they can do, I suspect to be a lot of meetings in the Pentagon. So it's not something they'd want, right?
Yes.
But you were asking me about the magic squares, and before we get on a side,
it's a very interesting aside. So yes, but yes,
the magical squares origin was actually part of the science of the letters, not actually, or what they call the magic of the letters, which is a kind of a little Kabbalah. And it was really tied in with the power of sound, right?
Yeah.
You didn't just write the square, you breathed on it the vibration of every number you put down.
Okay.
So their belief was, and it has nothing to do with the jinn, their belief was that sounds was the key.
All right.
And they also believed that numbers were also the key. So this is a branch of Arabic magic which focused on the power of sounds, and which is basically what letters are, and the power of numbers. And then they connected it with basically the movements and alignments of the planets. So then they kind of gave it what they call a stellar function, where they would take the talisman and hang it underneath the stars, particular star constellation, and get it charged at night.
Okay.
So that's sort of what they were doing with that. And if they're not doing the stars, they were doing usually verses from the Quran and things like this. For the, you'll probably almost never notice or see in Arabic manuscript magical squares to evoke the jinn. It doesn't really exist. There are magical squares that are used in some conjurations and stuff like that, but not to evoke the jinn. If you read Al-Buni's book, for example, on the Burhatiyah, he would give you a particular name, and he would give you a name of power, he would give you a magic square, he would give you certain attributes, but he won't use the square to call a jinn. So the squares had a function, had a role, but their role or function was not to evoke the jinn. They were used by magicians for other purposes. Can sometimes cross over their jinn magic work, but it wasn't to call them. The jinn didn't respond to magic squares.
All right. So this was more of a personal high magic or low magic for when you wanted to just vibrationally attune to bring certain things into your life, but they in and of themselves had no direct relationship to the jinn.
Well, okay. I think this part of this process that is not common in the West, maybe I should kind of explain it. When you draw the magic square, you don't just draw on a piece of paper and call it a day.
Okay.
You often drew it on a dish, and you charged and infused the square as you're writing it with vibration of different names, and of course the letters or symbols you're putting on there. And when you're done charging and infusing the square, you would actually literally just wash it with water and drink it.
Oh, interesting.
So that was really its purpose. Now, sometimes it was also used in metallic objects for certain kind of amulet, talisman, stuff like that. Mm. But for the primary purpose was for your consumption.
Oh, interesting. So this is like the work of Dr. Emoto and the water molecule taken to a completely new level, in essence.
Right. Definitely. So that was their perspective on it. Okay. And you just draw it, you charged it with your voice, with your vibration, because ultimately they place the power of magic in the vibration of sounds and music. And of course, that's what magical names are, sounds and music, which brings us back again to the idea of the binary beats being audio means of communication, right?
This makes it makes so much sense. I mean, like, we know that the music that we're playing, we're listening to, how light is affecting us. This affects the vibration between the heart and the head, the actual frequency that our bodies emit. So this is a subtle communication that is happening despite even the words. The way we tone the words, all that then adds to that.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of example of how this works objectively.
Okay.
I hope my friend doesn't get mad that I'm sharing this up. So years ago, I was looking at this ancient formula. I think I sent you a little bit of a sample yesterday of a square, and I told you the square is made of letters of light.
Yes.
And the Arabic alphabet is divided into 14 letters that are letters of light, and 14 letters are letters of darkness.
Okay.
Now, that's not meant to. It's not meant to say good versus evil, just light and dark.
All right.
Right. So the letters of light are then divided in a certain way to form what they call the great elemental name.
Okay.
And the great elemental name I've kind of mentioned in my book Magic That Works.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it can also be used to create formulas for different kind of magical purposes. And the square I showed you is one of my current research into creating a kind of a vessel for healing using the letters of light and water. Anyway, I don't want to go too much into this one right now, but so I took the formula and I used it to extract the power of earth and then extract the power of fire, the elemental power of earth and the elemental power of fire. And I wanted to test it. So I called my friend who is, at the time, we're in our 20s, and he's a very fit young man, and he does fencing, very active, physically active. He's in excellent shape. But he works very late at night, so he kind of came back in. It was like late in the evening at his time. So I called him up. I said, "Are you up for a little experiment?" He said, "What are you gonna do?" I said, "I'm just gonna say a few words in Arabic. You don't know what I am saying. You have no idea what this is about. Just tell me how you feel a little bit afterward." He said, "Fine." So I used the power of earth, and I kind of made him very heavy and very tired. Yeah. And as I'm chanting the names, I'm not doing this in English, right? He has no idea what I'm doing.
Okay.
I don't want him to have a clue. I'm just doing this all as a kind of an experiment. I didn't want him to know and then come back to me and says, I feel this, I feel that. I like to do these things in a way that remove as much subjectivity of it as much as possible. So I did the one.
No covert hypnosis here. You had no idea how to interpret the language.
That's right. No auto suggestion, nothing like that. All he knows is I'm saying some words in Arabic. What these words are for, what they're supposed to do, he has no clue. So as I'm chanting these words, I'm saying these words, he was starting to cough. Okay. And then he started complaining that his breathing was very heavy. He started complaining that he couldn't get out of the couch, that he was feeling faint, that he was having a hard time just moving his body. He felt crushed, like under a mountain, crushed under a mountain. And he was in bad shape. I was starting to get worried about him, that he needed to call 911. So I said, okay, give me a few minutes. So I went back and I changed it to the fire. And I used the energy of fire to remove the energy of the earth and give him a lot of energy and vitality. So when I was done, I said, how do you feel? He said, I feel fine. I said, great. The heaviness is gone. The feeling of being crushed is gone. All this is gone. He said, it's all gone. I said, wonderful. I hang up the phone. I called him a few hours later. I said, hey, how are you doing still? I'm hearing banging noises. I said, what are you doing? He says, I'm working. I said, at 2 a.m.? What are you doing at 2 a.m.? He says, I have so much energy. I'm starting, I just took the hammer. I'm doing construction work in my apartment. I said, I cannot sleep. So the next day I called him. I said, did you sleep yet? He says, no, I did not sleep. He went 24 hours without sleep. He went into work. He went into his fencing. He went into his car racing. He's not sleeping.
Oops.
I said, I think I overdid it for you. He says, what did you do to me? I said, well, first was earth, then was fire. Let me fix it. Because I think I went overboard a little bit on the fire bit. I'm going a bit overboard here. Let me kind of lower the effect a little bit. But the key of this whole process is that it was the sounds, right? It was the sounds. I didn't summon a demon. I didn't summon a jinn. I didn't do any of that. I just chanted the words. And it was mathematically calculated using the letters of light. Now, somebody will say to me, but look, Nineveh, we have all these mantras all over the world. The Hindus are using them. The Sufis are using them. I see them in all kinds of books. We don't get the results. They promise something, but we don't get the results. And my answer to them is, you're just chanting the words or you're just saying the words. It's not enough. You have to really know how to properly chant the words. That's one. Second, you have to activate it. If you don't activate it, you've done nothing.
What do you mean by activate? Is this the emotional response to it?
No.
Clarify that.
No. When you chant, when you're producing any kind of energy, like vibrational energy, you're activating a kind, what the Arabic book called the Rohaniya, and it's very confusing to Westerners, but it shouldn't be really that confusing. It's same concept as prana or chi and all of the stuff that we see in other Eastern literature and culture, except that it's alive and sentient.
And sentient.
So, yes, alive and sentient.
Okay. Could you elaborate on that a little?
It's alive and sentient, but it's not in the same sense as a soul. Okay, it's not like a ghost. It's not like a ghost or a spirit.
It's like a living force, but it's not with intelligence.
Yeah, it's a very primal sentience.
Okay.
It's sentient enough to be directed, but there's no communication. You cannot talk to it. It doesn't have the kind of complex consciousness.
All right.
It's just directable. You can just focus it, right? It responds to your will, to focusing. So when you activate it, you focus it. You call on it and you focus it. You say, for example, let's say I'm chanting Om Namah Shiva Om. Okay, so that's a nice chant. It has meaning. But how do you go beyond that? Are you even chanting like the middle pillar? Okay, you did the chant. Then what? Where's your activation? In the LBRP, before me is Raphael, behind me is Gabriel. Where's your activation? Where are you actually indicating what you're trying to do? There's no activation. So if you're chanting a name, you need to activate it. You need to say, I want the rohaniya, the chi, the prana of this vibrational name, the sound that I'm producing, this incantation, this chant, the music to do this. And
is that then visualized? Is that an active instruction?
It's just an active instruction, and you can add visualization if you want. I remember in my course at when I was taking a master's course in Vancouver, one of the instructor came in and she said to me, or she said to the class, if I recall correctly, that one of the contributions of the Greek culture to Western world was removing the magic behind sounds and letters, making it secular.
Interesting.
So basically, we got so used to words having no real power beyond what we give to them that we don't think there's anything to it. we forget that this is actually a vibration. It's a sound that we're producing. And when we think of sounds, we just think the sound is there. We don't think it has a spirit of any kind, a prana of any kind. We're just hearing it. We're just listening to it. And it's affecting us on a psychological level, but it's actually affecting us more than that. So if we take a look at the literature in the Arabic culture, the Al-Buni and all those other guys who wrote in the Middle Ages, they were very clear. They really believed that letters were sentient, and they were a high level of primal intelligence. So you could, that's why they would chant the name 100 times. They were trying to manifest that in their reality. But once they chanted it, once they felt the manifestation, they activated it. So chanting alone is not going to take you very far if you don't activate. So which is what I did with the guy on the phone. I chanted and then I activated. I chanted and then I activated. And that's how the result worked. The manifestation occurred, thousands of kilometers apart. I'm in Canada, he's in Texas.
Sure.
We're on the phone. Right?
That is amazing.
So it's just an understanding of how this works.
But I mean, like that's it, and it's just what you're sharing. Is you're correcting so much misrepresented Western dogma around these things, because I think a lot of people, like, they come into Western magic and they forget how much of this actually comes from the East and from the Jinn and from all those ancient traditions, and even how some of the philosophies and ideas of Crowley were kind of brought up even from that. Even the entire Western idea of the elements, we have the influence of Enochian and the Watchtowers, but a lot of modern day pagan ideas of the corners actually related to the Jinn tribes and all of this. And now it's almost like that original core and those original ideas are actually missing. So people are trying to, and I believe that's why a lot of them is just turning into pop psychology these days, because they're trying to make sense of these things given their limited frame, but they're missing this. They're missing these core ideas and concepts, ones that you are sharing now. This is from what was an interview has turned into a really excellent workshop, I think, for somebody that's, to kind of course correct somebody in terms of their thinking of magic. So this has been amazing so much. That actually does make me want to add a question to that. The elements and the Rohaniyat and the elements and the Jinn tribes, how did that kind of come about? Because we have this notion of the sylphs in the one and the undines in the other, how that's kind of been translated into Western, but you share very interesting ideas in terms of the Rohaniyat, specifically around those elements. Do only the elements have Rohaniyat? Do the planets also have them? How does this relate to that spectrum?
Well, Rohaniya exists in almost all living things, and sometimes even non-living things, or non-biological things, I should say. Anything that has energy, in a sense, has Rohaniya.
Okay.
So when you're working with when you're thinking of a plant, and you take a plant, and the plant, to a scientist, is basically just chemicals, cells and chemicals. That's all they see. So when they're extracting the active ingredient of the plant, they can just synthesize it in a lab and just give it to you in a capsule or powder and say, there you go. That's your nutrition right there. That's your vitamin C. That's your CoQ10. That's your medicine. That's your simvastatin, your whatever drug they're giving you. Whether it's naturally produced from herbs or synthesized in a lab, it's still a pill. But ultimately, the real key for holistic medicine is to realize that the plant itself has a rohaniya. So when you're consuming when you consume the leaf for medicinal purpose, the more you can activate the rohaniya, the more potent the healing can become. And that concept is lost in modern medicine because we're so focused on just the, like I said, the chemical components. We get stuck in details. We're missing that we're more than just biology.
We're getting the molecule, but missing the rest of the tree.
Right. So, but the same concept goes with the planets. I mean, years ago, I was working with the Magus Gate, which is a magic that works. and I wanted to activate the Magus Gate to a star system.
Okay.
And I chose Ceres.
Interesting.
And I opened the gate to Ceres, and my thinking at the time was limited. I figured, okay, I'll open the gate to Ceres, and then maybe I'll get some sense of what the star is. I'll have some kind of pathworking experience, or mental experience, or visualization experience. I really had no idea, but I didn't expect much because I am on this planet, sitting in a room, and I had the gate on the wall. What could happen really? Like, what could really happen? So I was thinking, my mind was kind of limited there. So when I activated the gate and I awakened the Rohaniya of the star, what happened next was overwhelming. I literally was afraid I was going to die when I had the gate open.
Oh, wow.
As the Rohaniya was hitting me. And then I shut it down quickly, and my body was literally hot. Now, I don't mean just like fever. I mean the air around my body was hot. And it was hot up to 3 to 4 feet. Which made... And I felt like I was burning in the inside. I felt I was like totally on fire, and I was not happy. I had to be, put on a tub with ice to cool me down. I had to be iced down for days, right? But I thought I just had a fever. But, the people around me were very clear that the heat was actually a few feet away from me.
Sure.
And I was like, I don't know what happened, right? So that was just the Rohaniya of the star affecting me, right? And it did that. So we underestimate the power of these things because we lack the experience of what it could potentially do. So yes, the jinn have a Rohaniya naturally. You have a Rohaniya naturally. You have your own Rohaniya. The jinn has its own Rohaniya. The planet has its own Rohaniya. If you can activate the Rohaniya of the planet in your reality, then you will have a very unique experience of the planet that is not possible by regular evocational tool, the way it's been done these days anyway.
So if you're tuning in or activating the Rohaniyat, is it similar as into the principles of entanglement, where you're emitting that essential vibration and you open up to anything that corresponds to it in your life? Is it literally like a soul or a force that enters you with in ideas and concepts and different expansions? How and also, is that something that you can work almost independently of jinn magic? So you could work.
It's independent of jinn magic. No, it's independent of jinn magic, but could be helped with jinn magic. Like you can use jinn magic to help you, but not in the way people think. Like when they invoke, for example, they think they're invoking the spirit of the sun or the jinn of the sun. That's not exactly how this works. So let's leave this here a little bit aside, because this bit of can be a whole hour-long conversation. When you're
keep it for our next.
When you're working with the Rohaniya of the planet, if let's say I'm working with the Rohaniya of Saturn, proper, right? If you're doing it properly, then you should feel the same way an astronaut would feel if he's floating around Saturn.
Oh, okay.
Your awareness of reality should be no different than his.
Interesting and pretty intense. And
it would be equivalent. You would come back thinking you've been to space and back. There'd be no difference in your mind. You'd be like, okay, I have been to Saturn and back. This is not, you would know what it feels like to be an astronaut and being out there. And it's a shock to your system when you have that experience, but it's also amazingly beautiful.
But in that, is it if you are going to work with Rohaniyat energy, is it safer to kind of start off working with like the Rohaniyat of the elements before moving on to the planetary, or is it simply a case of exposure?
All right, so let's do a little experiment here on live on this broadcast. Now, you have to not include this in the final bit, but let's just do it anyway.
Okay.
They kind of humor me here.
Happy.
So we will just pick now. I'm going to choose my time because it doesn't really matter where you are. It just works the same way. Okay, we have the moon at the 25th degree of Capricorn. Okay, so let's look here. The sun is in 20th of Libra. That's fine. We'll look at Libra table and then look at the moon. So I want you to chant with me. Zoa, Zoyar, Pask, Kula. Zoa, Zoyar, Sakula. Zoa, Zoyar, Sakula.
Zoa, Zoyar, Sakula. Zoa, Zoar, Sakula. Zoa, Zoyar, Sakula. Zoa, Zoyar, Sakula. Zoa, Zoyar, Sakula.
Focus a bit more on the energy of the moon when you're doing it. It's connected to the moon. Focus on the moon, and then kind of try to tap into the actual magical power that's inherent in the universe around you. You're tapping into the magical flow. You're not trying to force it with your will. You're tapping into the magical flow. So, Zoa Zoyar Psakula. Zoa Zoyar Psakula. Zoya Zoyar Psakula. Zoa 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 Zoyar Psakula. وروحانية القمر وروحانية of the moon. Connect. Ask her to descend down on me. روحانية the moon. Connect and descend upon me. Connect me with the energy of your sphere, with the energy of the moon.
So I can feel like almost, I felt a very strong kind of cooling energy. At one point when I closed my eyes, it's almost like the outer peripherals of my physical head would feel like it would move energy in. And I started getting a tingling sensation that would emanate from just above the palm, but through the middle finger on both hands and slightly moving up to the right. So I could feel that energetic shift, or that I wouldn't even call it a shift. I would call it just an attunement to a frequency, like a very
exactly right. And you've done this here for like only a few minutes. You're doing this in front of a computer. You're not in a temple setting, and you're not doing anything like that aggressively. So if you're doing this in a proper environment for half an hour to an hour every single day, then your attunement to the moon will be magnificent. And don't be shocked if you start feeling like you're actually walking on it.
This is amazing.
The energy will be very, very intense experience.
And one of the other things that you kind of reflect to a lot is that there's the repetition, the amount of repetition. Is that also part of that mathematics, so to speak, that the amount of times that you would say it?
Yes, that's right. The mathematical repetition were based on the value of the word you were actually chanting. So if you were chanting Allah, you would do it 66 times because Allah has the value of 66. They were connecting the vibration with a mathematical number. They were trying to create a harmonic loop between the frequency and the mathematics of the actual name they were chanting.
I see. Okay,
it wasn't random.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. And this is also a case of, it's not a matter of you need to psychologically attribute that this number means that number is going to work regardless.
Regardless, exactly. It will work regardless because it's pure mathematics. It doesn't care about your feelings. It's just numbers.
That's absolutely brilliant. In what of your work can somebody that's listening to this learn more about those? I mean, you cover some of this in Magic that works, but can you give a bit more of a direction for somebody that's fascinated about what we want to talk, what we're talking about, and how they would begin that journey in studying with you and also studying this?
Well, I mean, I've covered so many things right now in my courses, it's almost difficult for me to pinpoint. I would say that if you're interested, for example, in the Great Elemental Name, I have a Great Elemental Name course. If you're interested in Geomancy, I have a Geomancy course. If you're interested in planetary activation, I have different courses on planetary activation and names of power that can be used. So I'm releasing a course in a few more days on the mantras. So, and it combines the jinn and the angels and the mantras. I've worked on a system of mantra that is basically its own mathematical language using the golden mean.
Okay.
So it's like it's entirely different from any other language on Earth because it's purely mathematically constructed.
Oh wow!
It's not a language based on people basically deciding. But I mean, in some ways, it's not completely detached because it's also using alphabet. So, in that sense, we sort of are tied into the alphabet that were developed by humans. It's not, there's some restrictions there, but the construction is based purely on the golden mean. And the reason for the construction of the golden mean was to work with the jinn, because if I was to say I'm calling on Amaiman or to use the Goetia as an example, that's a Hebrew name, right? But if I construct the golden mean, I'm able to attract the jinn based off its own soul vibration. So it seems to trigger a different level of response when you use the golden mean. So if you combine the golden mean, we can. Is there a particular spirit that you work with on a regular basis that I can show you as an example how this works?
This could be any spirit, demonic, angelic, otherwise.
Yeah, but I mean, don't give me Satan or anything like that.
No. The Goethic spirit Marbas.
Okay, Marbas. Well, first of all, Marbas is a Latin name. Let me look up my actual name for this.
Yes,
I have the knock beats for all the Goetia, right?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, the knock beats for all the Goetia, and I have the proper naming for all of them as well. Hold on a sec.
How do we get hold of that, or when's the course coming out for that?
Oh no, it's been out and gone for a while. It was a special release a while back.
Oh.
I mean, I can make it available again if people want it, right? I put it out for a bit because there were a lot of curious people when it comes to Goetia, and I was like, okay, let's approach this differently. I don't work with Goetia in this, on an active level or even any level really, but I was like, there's so many people working already with Goetia that I felt that by giving them the knock beat, using the proper spelling of the actual names, not the ones usually in the Latin grimoires, then you have a better sense of what forces they're really working with. And then they can decide for themselves if this is something you want to work with or not. And if not, I give them the more benevolent jinn type they can work with.
Oh, this is so interesting. I mean, I'd happily sign up for if you're releasing something like that again. And I'm sure a lot of people listening would love to know about it.
Hey, I just wanted to pop in quickly. This is your Easter egg placed perfectly in appropriation to where the subject of the knock beats are going. I've had a chance to chat with Nineveh and convince him to bring this secret idea back out to the public for a short period of time. He's only going to be releasing this for a few days, so it really depends on when you're getting access or when you're getting to watch this this podcast, that you'll be able to get access to his self-produced knock beats as well as the golden meme. Both links are in the description, but since you got here and you got the Easter egg, so to speak, the key word is Goetia 99. That's Goetia 99. And by applying that password or that code into the checkout when you do, you will be able to get a copy of the knock beats at minus 30% discount. I will just let you know because I also got myself a copy. Once you do make the purchase, just allow a 24-hour processing time for this course and you will be sent the link. So when you do get redirected by the PayPal, it didn't show me a download link, but I checked my junk mail and then I got my links from there. So do check your junk mail when you get it and do allow like up to 24 hours depending on where you are for the processing to take place. They are interesting and I will be releasing in the coming months my experiences working with those in conjunction with my existing practice. Okay, and hope you enjoy the rest of this interesting discussion.
Well, anybody who is interested can just PM me. I'll make it available again. I mean, you see here though. Okay, so you're working, you said, with Marabas, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have the knock knock beat from Marabas right here.
So I'm very curious. I don't know if there's any correlation inside of your tradition, but Melek Taus, the commonly known peacock angel, is there any root relationship to that in the Arabic? Because I know it's. Say again?
Yeah, he does appear in Arabic text. Yeah.
And what about if we use that as an example?
Okay. So the golden mean for Malak is Rolej Qamutfat. Rolej Qamutfat. Rolej Qamutfat. Here we go. Pronunciation correctly. Rolej Qamutfat. Then we'll get Al-Tawus.
You get a lot of what's your views on people utilizing things like this as tattoos on their body? Is there a real effect on that, or is that?
Yeah, it can be very helpful if you get the right magical tattoo, but you need to continue to recharge it, like any other kind of magical inscription. Okay, so the actual golden mean, this is to kind of follow on a soul level. Ralaj qamat fat aqmad lama hahthi. Ralaj qamat fat aqmad lama hahthi.
Ralaj madfat akh.
Ralaj. Yeah.
Ralaj qua madfat.
Yeah. Ralaj qamat fat. Yeah.
Akmed lama hahatti.
Yeah. Lama hahthi. Ralaj qamat fat aqmad lama hahthi.
How can people learn about the golden meme? Is that in an available course? Is that something?
I usually just give it in my courses. I don't have a course on it. I just give the codes. Like, if I'm giving a lecture or Metatron, I will give the name Metatron and golden mean. I will give the knock knock beat. So just give it, just like that. Because it's not always easy for people to convert linguistically. A lot of people speak Arabic, right? So or can work with the Arabic alphabet. And I tried using golden mean in English, and it's very hard to pronounce, and enough ways of doing it in a way that works. So I just stuck to the Arabic. Not say the English didn't work at all. It did, but it was very difficult to pronounce. Very complicated. Actually, Arabic is easier in context. So
I think this is such an exciting and kind of interesting approach, especially for like everybody that's trying to get deeper into this and they're trying to break away from the kind of Western Christian influences on the material. And even going past the Latin interpretations to getting some of these pieces that you're sharing now, it's such a refreshing opening, and such an immediately effective one. I know from just working through that one mantra earlier with you.
I did one for the Goetia. I did one for Theurgia Goetia.
Oof, that would be such an interesting piece.
For knock knock beats, and I don't know if I did the golden mean. I'll check. But I mean, a lot of this technology is really from the Jinn. I mean, I didn't just wake up one day and think, oh, knock knock beats, or golden mean. These are all instructions and techniques and methodology that the Jinn are passing, and it's not, there's no. I guess I know a lot of people are kind of having religious upbringing, whether it being Christianity, Islam, Judaism, or Western secularism or anything of the sort. They have a kind of a built-in worldview, right? And that's fine. We all start with a built-in worldview. The idea here is not to break away from a particular worldview, but to kind of look at magic as actually its own worldview.
Okay.
And use that to get a better understanding of the world and its own worldview. And then sometimes this kind of matches something the Christian ideology or theology would have, or the Islamic theology would present, or any other theology. And sometimes it's different, and that's okay. Like, it's just a mean of verification, right? And I think that's one of the reasons many religions were scared of magic, because it challenged the spiritual authority that was being passed along by the clergy. This is a matter of fact, and this is all there's to it. And when you do magic and you have experiences with spiritual reality and the universe, and you come back and you say, wait, there's more to it than what I've been raised to believe, that challenges their authority, right? But ultimately, it's about finding out the truth.
Exactly.
Whether you're from science or from magic is ultimately about getting a better understanding of the world that we live in and living in harmony with this world, right? Yeah. So, I know a lot of people approach me and say, well, what magic can do for me? Or did you get into magic because you wanted money or power or this? I says, no, I got into magic because I loved it. And it allowed me a better understanding of the universe. That's what attracted me to it. It's a way of, I guess John Dee had the same kind of concept. He wanted to expand his knowledge beyond what's already available to him.
Because I think in many ways, science kind of, it innovates, but it only innovates across known lines, so it verifies more.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas magic allows us to kind of peer beyond the box and bring out new probabilities that later on we should try to verify with science, and sometimes it just means science has to catch up.
Exactly.
So I want to ask, kind of like towards kind of closing the conversation, because this has been so fascinating. And then we've covered so many rich topics, and I think anyone that's listening has probably already started stalking your websites and your materials. I want to ask some just kind of administrative questions around where to start, what sites, things like that. But before I get to that,
before you get to that, can we finish with Marabas? Because I just finished finding him.
Oh, okay. Are you ready? Okay, great. Yes, please. That would be fantastic.
All right. Okay. Well, the reason I had trouble finding him in my document because I had his name written down as Marbash.
Okay.
Marbash.
Yes.
Or Marib. Another name for him was Marib or Marbash. So I have a knock beat for his name as Marbash and a knock beat for his name as Marib because there's confusion in which spelling is the correct one. Is it Marbash or is it Marib?
Okay.
So by listening to knock beat, you can decide for yourself if his real name is Marbash or Marib as far as what you're trying to work with. Okay?
All right.
So let me launch out Marbash first. Okay, so that's the first one.
Okay.
Did you pick anything from it? Let's try Marib. Okay, so which one do you think is which?
Honestly, the second one.
That's right, the second one. Correct.
Yeah, it's almost like a purer version of the vibration. I can feel because I can feel almost like go into that clepothic dissonance in the first one, but it almost feels like it's a tier away from the more intense verse. When you played the second one, its effect went far more through my body, and I could feel massive activation around the head and around the solar plexus center. So I could feel that almost a lot of the power attributes to him were very sensible, and it was almost like a bit of unease because of its frequency. That's powerful. That's very interesting. Can I ask how do you calculate these? If Do you have a course on how to calculate this? Do you share this? You mentioned you share.
I do have an actual ebook on it, but ultimately it's not that complicated. I just convert the mathematical, the name into binary.
Okay.
It's straight up, just conversion into binary code.
So but I mean, this is not the original Arabic names.
Well, no, this is actually, the Goetia is originally in Hebrew. So when you have the Hebrew, it's the same as Arabic. The alphabet is almost identical.
Yeah, you do a correlation comparison, I think, still in magic that works. You give a correlation between the Hebrew and the Arabic.
Yeah, I do. I mean, ultimately, basically, the 7 double letters in Hebrew is basically separated in Arabic. So the sounds exist in Hebrew, but they exist as kind of like double letters. But in Arabic, they're individual letters, right? So that's sort of the difference. And then, but I like the Arabic separation because mathematically it allows us to go up to 1,000 in our mathematics. Versus in Hebrew, you got stuck at 400, and then you get into trouble. How do you represent 500 or 600 or 700? In Arabic, we already have the letters separated, so it makes it easier for calculation purposes. But ultimately, it's the same alphabet.
That's so interesting. So interesting. This has not just been a good conversation. This has been an exciting one. Like, I think you've opened up so many interesting doors, things that you've kind of brought into sense and perspective for me and opened up a new set of possibilities. And I think for everybody listening, there's just so many rich probabilities here. So I would probably want to ask you to have you back on the show, because I think there's so many pieces that got opened up that they will open up for many other conversations. But for somebody that's listening, besides your books, where's the best place to buy the books? Is it on your website? Is it through Amazon? Where's the best places? And besides the book, your courses, you're constantly releasing new ones. Is there a sequence for people to go through? What do you recommend, especially for somebody that's new to this, new to your work and getting started?
Well, I mean, Magic That Works is an excellent book for most beginners. Many of my books are available on Amazon, but the digital content, of course, is not. The courses and stuff is not. The Knock Knock Beat is not. They're all available on my website. It's so just go there to the website. If somebody is curious where they should begin, they can always contact me, because I can't give a blanket recommendation because different people have different interests. So, and there are tools that they can also acquire depending on their finances, but you don't need all the tools. You can just start with basics. I mean, just a couple of books and Knock Knock Beats will get you started up front if you want to work with a djinn, right?
Yes.
So you can move from there to more advanced equipment, like the rings or the box or whatever. But ultimately, the Knock Knock Beats is an excellent start for a beginner, combined with any of the courses that's there. Just go to the website.
Okay. But you say they can also get a hold of you maybe to discuss. Do you do any personal consultations or personal trainings? Or do you pretty much guide them how to work?
Right. I only do trainings in live, like on person, one-on-one. And since that's not really possible at this point, then it's not gonna really work. But I'm usually free to I don't have an actual schedule. So if somebody were to text me at any time, I'm awake, I'll just either text and I'll respond.
Okay.
As long as they are being reasonable with their questions. I mean, if something they're asking me can be found in books, just go read the books.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly. Do your due diligence first.
Do your due diligence. But if anybody needs help with anything, I'm always available. I don't charge money for consultation or anything like that.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking forward to helping people as much as I can. So it's just there.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of your work, you bring a lot of concepts that, for anybody listening, a lot of concepts that people are taking for granted when they're picking up a lot of these grimoires and a lot of these other materials, and they don't really know the root. You really dive deep into the roots and where these things come from. And again, bring that original idea of that true magic, kind of back to modern times in a way that I've seen very few others, even attempt, especially with the level of detail that goes in the practicality of the systems that's presented. Nineveh, this has been an absolute honor and an absolute pleasure. Yeah?
Before you wrap up, you asked me a question before we kind of began, And I didn't want to address the question, and you were kind of polite enough not to bring it up. But since we've covered enough about, we've done some Goetia work, I might as well address it. You're going to ask me about Solomonic magic in particular.
It's been one of those topics. Yes, I mean, it's a hot topic in the industry. There's many mixed views about it, and again, you've written and you've done translations in this field that's part to excellence. So yes, I'd love to get your view on that, your honest view.
Okay. Right. So I'm gonna close up by saying that the Solomonic magic has been one of the most effective tricks pulled by the jinn on mankind.
Okay.
Now I know you're gonna be going, what?
Yeah, that's a big one to throw out there.
So I figured it would be. Let's take a look at the Quranic narrative of King Solomon. So in King Solomon narrative, the jinn helped build his temple. Yes. And then in one verse in the Quran, and in the Hebrew, they also have built his temple by using stones that are like not metal. Yeah. So they're using magical means to construct that temple, right? So in the Quran it states, right, that when King Solomon died, the jinn did not know that he had died until the worms ate his stick and he fell.
Okay.
And when the worms ate his stick and he fell, the jinn became aware that he's dead. Okay. So let's address this a little bit here. How could a king die and no one notice? Okay, that's first statement. Second, how could the jinn not know he died? They can know when he's alive. So where was he, assuming the story is correct, where was he that nobody would notice that he died, all his wives, his kingdom, all of this stuff? Where was he that the only way for anybody to know that he died was to see him collapse after the worm ate his stick? How long does it take for a worm to eat a stick?
Yes.
Right? So the story makes no sense not logically, if we think of it in a literal sense of a king in Israel. Now here's something else. We have archaeological evidence of the second temple, right? Yes. The temple during the time of Jesus. But we have no evidence of the first temple. None. Only the second. Right? Yes. Maybe I'm wrong on it. But as far as I know, there's no evidence of the first temple. We only have the legend of King Solomon. Okay. So
even in the Goetia of Dr. Rudd, it's only spoken of findings of the second temple.
The second temple. We know there's a legend of the first temple, but there's no archaeological dig of the first temple, only the second temple.
But there's some legends about effects of the location, but the locations were in the same place, more or less, so that doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, exactly. So now we have a few questions to ask you about this whole thing. Then we have the story of King Solomon. And King Solomon binding the jinn or the demons into a vessel and throwing them into the ocean and all this stuff. And then we have all these narratives of conjuring the jinn or these demons to remanifest the things that King Solomon did. And who are we summoning? We're summoning the same ones that were bound. We're not summoning the ones that were used to build the temple.
Okay.
We're not summoning the ones that advised him, that consulted with him. In the Goetia, this is the premise of the Goetia. We're not summoning the jinn that advised King Solomon. We're not summoning the jinn that built the temple for King Solomon. We're not doing any of these jinn. Or demons, if you want to go with the term demons. We're only doing the ones that were bound and thrown into the ocean and then released later. The ones that he deemed to be dangerous enough to bind were the ones that have been summoned in grimoires, not the one that helped build his temple. Okay. So you can see already here some trickery is going on. And second, if we take a look at the legend, like we said about his staff and things, it's obvious where he was at was somewhere removed from humanity. Remember what I said before about needing to isolate yourself, cloister yourself?
Yes.
So there's that, right? So, and then there's a narrative, right? Who mentions the names of the jinn that were bound? A jinn. Like, who introduces them to the Book of Deadly Names, for example, with a list of these jinn that were considered to be evil or destructive? Who introduces them to King Solomon? Fikyatush, another jinn, an advisor, right?
Okay.
So in Arabic manuscripts, we end up having 4 ifrits, or 4 powerful jinn, that are directly considered to be connected to King Solomon. Shughal, Riyaj, Idliyaj, Samik. Now, one of those 4 is the one that I mentioned that turned the paper hot.
Oh.
It's one of the Solomonic ifrits, one of the Solomonic advisors. King Solomon. One of those 4 is the one responsible for telling the story of King Solomon.
Okay.
So one of them is responsible for spreading the myth of King Solomon among humans. Now comes the question. Why would you want to spread the myth of King Solomon among humans? If you're a jinn, why would you want to spread the story of a man that can bind jinn in the first place?
Especially
wouldn't you want to kind of like bury that story?
Yeah,
hide that story? Right? So why would you spread it?
Yeah, you're giving your password away to everybody.
Yeah, well, what are you spreading? You're spreading 2 things at the same time. Among the religious, Muslims, Christian, Jews, you're spreading the narrative of the temple. The temple is important to Jews, it's important to Christians, and it's important to Muslims as well. You're also spreading, and it's not any temple by any means, it's a temple so sacred, so holy, so unusual, that the jinn built it themselves. Not man built it, the jinn built it. They carved the stones. Yeah, a man oversaw it from Phoenicia, but ultimately the stones were carved by the jinn. The decorations were built by the jinn. The jinn were involved in the entire construction process of this thing. So now the jinn are connected. They're tied into it, right?
Yes.
So the second part of the myth is, of course, working with these demons, the magic of working with these demons, which dominates the entire magical system and magical development for thousands of years. Solomonic magic is a de facto fundamental system of magic in the Middle East and in the West. Everything else a branch off. We are all trying to copy King Solomon. We're all trying to gain something similar. All these people are summoning these demons that King Solomon supposedly summoned, right? In Galatia. But who spread the story in the first place? The jinn. So, I'll kind of shrink this down to kind of like a point. The legend of the temple is the Trojan horse that could initiate World War III and wipe out humanity at any time.
Wow.
Think about it. What event could trigger World War III and nuclear war other than the temple? The end time story, right? Muslims are waiting for the Antichrist, the Dajjal. They're waiting for the temple to be erected and the Dajjal into the temple. The Jews are waiting for the temple to be built by the Messiah. The Christians are waiting for the temple to be built by the Antichrist and for Jesus' real temple to show up. The story of the temple is a catalyst for global war. It's the Trojan horse. It's a nuclear bomb with a timer waiting to be activated. And who put the story in our collective minds? Who spread the story? The jinn. And then we have humans. Humans can tap into magic. They can develop complex magical systems. They could be working with all the jinn that built the temple or other kinds of tribes of jinn. Instead, they are focused on the same jinn that were supposedly cast out by King Solomon himself. They're trapped in the paradigm of King Solomon because they believe that through this paradigm they can attain the power he has, a power promised by the jinn or told about by the jinn.
Or we're not looking at the full story.
There's so much magical techniques and so many things out there that we're unaware of because we're trapped in the vessel of King Solomon.
So that's a big nugget, and like obviously it's one that'll have some controversy. And I appreciate why you said like it's not something that can just be, approached or shared. Saying if somebody now looks at it from that frame, and I mean, what then is the opening gate to working with the other more kind of, shall we say, helpful jinn? What is the approach? How do you level the playing field from your perspective?
Well, let me throw in another nugget that's going to throw you off.
Okay.
In the Bahatiya conjuration, which is one of the most important conjuration and one of the oldest conjurations in the Arabic tradition, and supposed to predate long before King Solomon himself, it mentions the covenant that King Solomon took with the spirits, basically with the jinn, to help and assist him. Okay, and then it says, at the door of the great temple. Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense, the great temple. So he took the covenant with all these jinn in front of the door of the great temple. Great temple. Except in some of the manuscripts, it fills in 2 words that throws the whole thing off. And those 2 words are Fi Babel, meaning in Babylon. So the great temple that the legend of Solomon is built on is not the great temple in Jerusalem, it's the great temple of Babylon, which belongs to Marduk. So that's what the legend is about. So I think what happened, this is my own opinion, it's not based on any historical fact, is that a legend of a Babylonian origin was taken and spread by the jinn and adopted by the Jews and then by other religions afterward. In other words, 2 stories were overlapped. The story of King Solomon, the pious king of Israel, with the magician from Babylon, were overlaid into one legend.
Makes sense because we don't technically know the author of the official Solomonic translation, because most of the entities or daemons that we found in previous grimoires earlier. So there's definitely a reason for the reoccurrence and the redirection out of that line. So this is fascinating.
Which I think why the Quran said in its own narrative that the jinn lied about King Solomon and called him a sorcerer. Initially I thought, well, why would they do that? And then I realized, well, no. What happened is 2 stories were overlaid. We have the pious king who was very important to Jewish religion, whom the jinn saw an opening and then overlaid another story over it that they used for their own purposes.
That's interesting. That's a unique reframe, to say the least.
Yeah, now we're going to stop because our entire magical traditions in the West and in many ways in the Middle East are all centered around this story. One story. We don't talk about Merlin magic. We don't talk about Dankalosha magic. We don't talk about other magicians and sorcerers of the Middle East. We don't talk about anything except King Solomon.
It is our primary narrative in many ways.
It's our primary narrative, that's right. A narrative that was set up by the jinn themselves.
So how do we differentiate from the delusion? Like how do we find ourselves back to truth and the ability to discern correctly?
Well, it's like I said, there were 5 advisors of King Solomon. 4 were the ones in the manuscripts, and the 5th is a bit unknown. I've been actually trying to ascertain the name of the 5th one on my own, and I've come across manuscript that mentions him. In one manuscript, he was mentioned as Fictus, Another one he was mentioned as Fictitius, Factitios. Other manuscript has him as Coden. So there's been a few manuscripts, or Sakhar Kahraman. So there's a legend surrounding the fifth Ifrit. And the fifth Ifrit, or the fifth advisor of King Solomon, is the one that has the actual story. So it doesn't have to be based on what I believe, or what you believe, or what the Christian, Jews, or Muslims believe. If indeed the jinn were there with King Solomon, and if indeed the jinn were advising him, then they know. They know the exact real story behind this whole thing. They know what's involved. They know why it was spread. They know what happened. They know who he is. All we have to do is really just call on that one, make contact with him, reach a kind of a covenant or agreement, and get the story. What is the real story of King Solomon?
Go to the source, so to speak.
Go to the source.
Wow.
I mean, those guys have been around. Hell, you can even call Jesus' own Kareem, Jim Kareem, and say to him, what's the truth about Jesus' story? How much of it was real and how much of it was made up later? Who was he really? Likely his Kareem is still alive. There's so much. What I'm trying to say is that when we're thinking of magic, we accept the framework we received from our elders, from our ancestors, from culture, from religion. We accept the framework, and then we approach jinn magic in the context of trying to gain benefits, money benefits, health benefits. So we were looking for immediate me element. But what we're not really doing is taking advantage of the fact that these entities have their own record of human history. And we can ask the questions that we cannot figure out on our own because they're still alive during that time. We can do archaeological investigations of the past using jinn magic. It's something very few people bother doing.
That's a fascinating subject.
Right? We're only looking at it from the perspective of gain. When we can be looking at it from the perspective of investigative science, right? Gaining better understanding of what's going on.
I think just out of the last kind of 15 minutes of our discussion, I've probably written down 7-8 new questions that I want to ask you, but we're probably going to have to bring this call to a close for now. So we're definitely going to have to, I hope you'd be open for another chat.
No problem. I'm always available. Just let me know.
No, thank you so much for this. This has been so intoxicating and so revealing, with so many unique and different perspectives, many of which I myself haven't even thought of before. So this has been so interesting. You say the best way for somebody to reach you right now is through your primary website, contact via Facebook or via an email address?
Facebook is better.
Okay.
I don't trust email. Facebook is better.
Okay, so
our emails have a bad habit of ending up in spam. So
yes.
But if somebody messages me on Facebook and they don't get an immediate response, please don't feel like I'm ignoring you. Just send me another message, because sometimes my phone is in the hands of kids and stuff, and then by the time I get it back, the message is gone. Right.
Naturally, that makes I get the experience as well. Like sometimes I just get people will message me, and it's just you get so many messages in the same time or something else, you just can't keep track of them.
Yeah. So if you don't get a response within a day, just message me again.
Okay.
Chances are I just didn't see your message, or just got lost with the kids playing with the phone.
Okay. Thank you so much for everything that you've shared today. For everybody listening, they will be in the description and in the comments of this. Will be links to all of Nineveh's material, so you can get access to that. And you can get a copy of, if you haven't yet gotten a copy of Magic That Works. It's a cornerstone. I think every serious occultist should have that in their library at the very least. And also, I know Nineveh has a lot of the variety of courses I've seen of you bringing out. You've also, I don't know, I remember in the earlier days you had some on the language of Arabic for those that are interested in learning. Do you still have any of those offerings available or not at the moment?
Not in the language itself, but I definitely have, on the science of the letters and stuff, some content you can find. I'm always producing content anyway, so just keep revisiting the website every couple of weeks to see what else I am putting out.
Okay, it is a constantly growing and sharing piece. Well, I think from that, I'm going to bring us to a close of this conversation. This has officially been one of my longest, most enticing pieces that I've done in a long time, and I thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, and I look forward to more of it.
It's an honor to be on your show, and I hope to be there again soon.
I look forward to many more conversations. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I've always felt a little different, a little uneasy between regular folk, a bit of a dreamer, a lost cause, a little non-ordinary, some would say. I think I've always just been this way. My mother said I was special, my father thought I should be feared. But I knew that witchcraft coursed through my veins the first time I tasted the lips of the goddess inside the rain. Yes, I'm a witch, it's true. And sure, we are the ones who believe in the beauty of nature, who believe in the things science, absent of art, cannot explain, who instead of religion would have romance. And sure, you may think we have lost our way, when in the world of predictable things we have such unfamiliar things that we would like to say. But maybe, in a world so cold and alone, a little unfamiliar is exactly what is needed to show us the way home.